members. The Deputy Speaker.
Are there any constituency statements by honourable members? And I give the call to the member for Fowler.
Deputy Speaker, in recent weeks I've received numerous and a wave of messages regarding from constituents regarding the census, and they were very upset and angry that they're being required to fill the census out. People are asking, why does the government need all this information about me and my family? And I'm disappointed that you are encouraging our data to be unsafely collected by the government. I want to acknowledge those concerns honestly because they're real and are widespread. The census at its core is important. If we want fair funding for Western Sydney, if we want accurate numbers for aged care, NDIS, transport and local infrastructure, we need good data. Without it, our communities miss out. But people are not imagining their distrust. Over many years, governments of all stripes have made decisions about data and privacy that have chipped away at public confidence. We've seen systems fail, data breaches, shifting explanations about how information will be linked or shared, and constant changes to what is collected and why. Each time that happens, it sends a message to the public: your information is not really in your control. For many migrants, refugees, and people from culturally, linguistically diverse backgrounds, and communities who are already feeling that they're over-policed or underserved, this fear is even sharper. When government knocks on their door asking for more details, it doesn't feel like planning and services, it can feel like surveillance. When people don't see benefits flowing back into their neighbourhoods, but they do see more forms, more questions and more targeted compliance, they naturally ask, why should I trust you with my data? The tragedy is that by mishandling people's trust, governments have now made even essential tools like the census a target of anger and suspicion. Instead of arguing about how to use the data to fix overcrowded classrooms or long hospital waiting lists, we are arguing about whether to fill out the form at all. When trust collapses, good policy instruments become collateral damage. So we have to hold two truths at the same time. First, the census is important. It is one of the few ways communities like mine can prove we exist in numbers. We know in the numbers we know we do, so we can demand our fair share. Second, trust is not automatic. It is earned by how government behaves, by being transparent about what is collected, limiting it to what is necessary, clearly explaining how it will be used, and putting real safeguards and penalties around misuse. My message to the government is this: if you want people to participate in the census, stop treating trust as a box-ticking exercise. Invest in genuine community engagement, in language-appropriate communication, in independent oversight of data use, and in strong privacy protections that are explained in plain English. Show people, not just tell them, that the information will not be used against them.
And I give the call to the member for Adelaide.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, lung cancer remains one of Australia's greatest health challenges, and its impact reaches into every community across our nation. The statistics alone are confronting. It's estimated that 1 in 17 Australians will be diagnosed with lung cancer during their lifetime. To put that into perspective, if we look around the House of Reps today, that would equate to approximately 9 of us receiving a lung cancer diagnosis during our lives, and around 13 parliamentarians across both Houses of Parliament. But behind every statistic is obviously a human being and a person, a husband, a wife, a parent, a brother, a sister, a grandparent, a friend, and that is why the fight against lung cancer matters. Today, I want to acknowledge a remarkable South Australian and one of my former constituents from Adelaide, Lorraine Tyler. Lorraine I met when I was door knocking in the 2016 campaign, and she was very passionate about lung detection and lung prognosis and better health for lung diseases. Lorraine was a passionate advocate with the Lung Foundation Australia and a powerful voice for people living with lung cancer. She chaired the Lung Foundation Australia's Lung Cancer Patient Advisory Group and spoke tirelessly about the need for specialist lung cancer nurses, better support for patients and families, and the importance of introducing a national lung cancer screening program. Lorraine understood that early detection saves lives, and she was determined to ensure future Australians would have access to the care and support that they needed. Sadly, Lorraine did not live to benefit from the National Lung Cancer Screening Program herself, but her legacy lives on in the thousands of Australians who now will, because advocacy matters and makes a difference. The voices of patients matter, and people like Lorraine helped turn what was once an ambition into a reality. On the 1st of July 2025, the National Lung Cancer Screening Program officially commenced. We know that early detection can be the difference between life and death. It can mean earlier treatment, better outcomes, and more time with loved ones. As we recognise this important milestone, we should also recognise the people who made it possible, and that's people like my constituent Lorraine Tyler, people who transform their personal experiences into advocacy, into action, and get changes made. The National Lung Cancer Screening Program is more than a health initiative. It is proof that when patients, advocates, clinicians and organisations work together, meaningful change can be achieved. Deputy Speaker, today Australians will live longer and healthier lives because people like Lorraine chose to speak up and make a difference and fight for that change and leave a better system behind for others. That is the legacy worth of recognition, gratitude and remembrance.
Thank you, and I give the call to the member for Mayor.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'd like to recognise the extraordinary contribution of the South Australian Country Fire Service and its thousands of volunteers who protect our communities. Across South Australia, there's more than 13,000 CFS volunteers in over 420 brigades, and they respond not only to bushfires but also other emergencies in my electorate, such as, sadly, many car accidents. These volunteers aren't looking for recognition or reward. They serve because they care about their communities. Over the last few weeks, I've had the privilege of attending 3 significant CFS events in my electorate that celebrate this great service. At Woodside, there was an official unveiling of a magnificent mural adorning the station's wall, and it celebrates more than 85 years of service. It was established, the Woodside Brigade, in 1940, at the very beginning of World War II. And the Woodside Brigade was founded by many local men who came together, knowing that so many of our community, were, particularly young men, were over serving our nation. So it's extraordinary to think that in that time of great difficulty, they came together to form a brigade. It's a remarkable story of our community stepping forward in a time of need. Now, the mural is beautifully painted by local artist Taylor Jane. It reflects the brigade's history from its beginning through to its recent responses, such as in the Cuddly Creek fire. It's a lasting tribute to our volunteers, many generations of them. I was also honoured to attend the Upper Sturt CFS for its 70th anniversary celebrations. That was a wonderful night, and that brigade began in 1956 with 7 local determined men and has grown to a dedicated brigade of firefighters and supporters. And over the past 70 years, they've responded to countless incidents, including many in the South Australia's, some of our largest bushfires, as well as interstate deployments. And finally, I'd like to congratulate the Nan CFS on reaching an 80-year milestone. The brigade formed following a fire at Dorsley in 1944, and volunteers have devoted decades of service, including Malcolm May, who has an incredible service record of more than 60 years. This brigade's response during the Cuddly Creek fire showed enormous courage and selflessness as they protected neighbouring communities while under threat themselves. To every CFS volunteer, and to their families, and to their employers, and to our community, we are so very grateful for what you do. Thank you for having the courage and the tenacity, for running to danger to keep all of us protected and safe. Thank you.
Thank you, and I give the call to the member for Hughes.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Next week is National Science Week, but today is a very special day for the Australian scientific community. The Open Pool Australian Light Water Reactor, or OPAL, is Australia's only operating nuclear reactor and one of our most significant scientific assets. It underpins critical capabilities and provides the infrastructure for medical, scientific and industrial applications, and it's right in the middle of southern Sydney in ANSTO's Lucas Heights facilities. And today marks 20 years since the OPAL reactor first reached criticality on the 12th of August 2006. Approved in the late 90s, the federal government funded the construction of a new research reactor to replace HIFAR, the High Flux Australian Reactor, with construction for the new reactor commencing in 2002. Construction was managed in partnership between ANSTO and Argentine nuclear technology company INVAP, as well as Australian alliance partners. Its construction workforce peaked at 500 people with a core team of over 100 specialists. Just 4 years later, Opal reached criticality, the achievement of self-sustaining fission chain reaction. In the 5,220 operating days since, this 20-megawatt reactor has irradiated over 10 million nuclear medicine doses supplied to Australian hospitals used to combat cancer and heart disease. It has irradiated 900 tonnes of silicon across more than 36,000 batches. It has enabled over 8,000 neutron scattering experiments and the publication of over 2,500 articles in scientific journals. But the real power behind Opal's success is the talented team of researchers at ANSTO, whose achievements extend to COVID research, cancer diagnostics and therapies, advanced energy systems, electronics, quantum materials, agriculture improvements, and the preservation of cultural heritage, and much more. Unassumingly located in the quiet bush suburb of Lucas Heights in my electorate of Hughes, Opal is the world's largest irradiator of NDT silicon, the unsung net zero hero that powers the semiconductors found in EVs, wind and solar. I have the distinct privilege of visiting ANSTO facilities often, one that I share with more than 20,000 school and university students who have visited ANSTO across its lifetime. Every time I go, I learn something new about science and something new about the research and production that some of the most dynamic and gifted minds in Australia's scientific community are conducting right in southern Sydney. Thank you so much to the team at ANSTO for all that you add to our country's knowledge and capability, and congratulations on this 20-year milestone for Australian excellence in nuclear science.
Thank you. And I give the call to the member for Durack.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In the Countryman newspaper last week, it was deeply concerning to read of a petition to stop all live animal export to be tabled by the member for Clark next month. Primary producers across regional Western Australia have already been targeted by the inner city left with the help of Labor in the ending of live sheep export. And now the same groups are targeting our cattle and goat producers. Our pastoralists across the Midwest, Gascoyne, Kimberley and the Pilbara are working every day to provide not only for us, but also for our export partners with critical food sources, working day in and day out for Australia as a whole. I'm very proud to be part of a Liberal government that strengthened and sustained the Exporter Supply Chain Assurance System, known as ESCAS, rather than winding back support for the live export industry. These changes were all made with the well-being and welfare of the animals in mind, creating world-leading animal welfare regulations. I will always support our primary producers across regional Western Australia, and I can guarantee them that should this government act on this petition, I will absolutely be voting against it to protect such a vital part of Australia's way of life. The Prime Minister should publicly state that his government does not intend to end live export. If Labor are truly for all Australians and support regional Australians, they will join the coalition in backing our agricultural sector. Madam Deputy Speaker, I have long been a supporter of the Midwest Community Living Association, a not-for-profit organisation based in Geraldton that supports people with disability and their families. I regularly meet with Chair Clara Harris and CEO Alison Adams to discuss disability services, NDIS challenges, red tape and ways to improve outcomes for people living with a disability across Durack. For the past 5 years, MWCLA has been planning a new venture in the form of Our Cafe, a safe, welcoming place where people with disabilities can build skills, independence, confidence and find real purpose in their daily lives. I'm proud that through the Growing Regions program, this particular project was able to become a reality. Having recently opened, I was fortunate to visit Our Cafe last week to see the purpose and vision for this space come to life and to experience it for myself made the visit even more special. NWCLA's aim is to enrich the lives of those they support by championing individual choices and creating opportunities to connect with and participate in this community. Well, you have absolutely nailed it with our cafe. Well done. I'd like to congratulate everyone who's been involved with our cafe, the volunteers, but particularly the workers. It was an excellent experience and I will be back. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and I give the call to the member for Reid.
One of the things I love most about my electorate is our strong sense of community. What makes our area special is that so many people are willing to lend a hand to others. And every day, volunteers across my community quietly make a difference, not for recognition, but simply because they care. Today, I want to recognise some of those extraordinary people and the organisations they support, the Salvation Army and St Vincent de Paul Society. At the Salvation Army Burwood Corps, more than 100 people across access support each week, under the leadership of Captain Rong Fu and Captain Dylan Wu. The Corps provides emergency relief, food assistance, English classes, parenting programs, community meals and support for people experiencing hardship. Central to this work are dedicated volunteers, including Judy Ju, Vicky Hong, Mary Jin, Nardini Dogra, Hans Moninka, Jessica Lee, Indra Yanti, Shu Yan Chiu, Yan Hua Fan, Lily Lin, and Jun Ming Xu. These volunteers help families put food on the table, support older residents, welcome newcomers, and ensure people know that they are not alone. Through their generosity and compassion, they are building a stronger and more connected community. I want to recognise the remarkable work of the Burwood Vinnies Support Centre, led by Coordinator Ladan Gavamizadeh. Under Ladan's leadership, the centre has become a trusted source of support for people facing difficult circumstances, providing food, essential items, financial counselling and assistance with energy bills and homelessness. This work is powered by an extraordinary volunteer team. Fayley, who continues serving the community at 82 years of age. Louise, Linda, Christina, Wynne, Janina, Serena, Rochelle, Nabila, Shreya, Sneha and Nicholas Chu, who chose to remain as a volunteer after completing his placement there. What strikes me most about our local community organisations is their commitment to dignity. They understand that helping someone is about more than meeting their immediate need. It is about restoring hope and reminding people that they matter. A wonderful example is Vinnie's annual Christmas initiative, which allows parents and grandparents experiencing hardship to choose a gift for their loved one, giving them dignity at that special time of year.
Thank you, and I give the call to the member for Flinders.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. There are plenty of fun ways to lose your money on the Mornington Peninsula. For example, you could buy a boat, you could take up golf, or you could put your money through one of our 765 poker machines. Last financial year, locals and visitors lost more than $90 million on poker machines on the Mornington Peninsula. That's around $250,000 every day. That's money not going to pay down the mortgage. It's not filling the tank. It's not feeding the family. It's not being invested in a new business, nor being put away for retirement. And importantly, these figures do not capture every bet placed by a phone, via every online account, or every person being bombarded with offers to have just one more punt, which would amount to tens, if not hundreds of millions of lost dollars more. Now, I'm all in favour of a flutter. There's nothing like the thrill of a bet with the bookies at the Balnarring races, or the marvel of backing a winner in the Mornington Cup in autumn. It's part of the Australian culture and it's part of our fun. But for many of my fellow residents in Flinders, there is no fun when it comes to gambling. There is misery, there is fear, there is addiction, There are lies and obfuscation to the people we love. There is theft. There is elder abuse. There is family breakdown. There is domestic violence. And for some, there is homelessness. Today, the incentive and the cultural pressure to gamble, particularly for boys and men, has reached epic proportions, largely pushed via the algorithmic fire hose online. Betting advertising has become almost impossible to avoid. When I visited schools with Daniel Principe, an advocate for flourishing men and boys, he asked a large group of young men from year 7 to 9, who amongst you has seen gambling advertising in your social media feed in the last week? And every single hand went up. We should not accept that a generation of Australian children will grow up thinking that gambling is simply part of sport, part of their adolescence or part of their journey into adulthood. I recently joined former Prime Minister John Howard and my parliamentary colleagues in signing an open letter to the government to demand stronger action on gambling advertising. It pointed to research estimating that around 600,000 Australian children aged 12 to 17 are gambling already, spending approximately $18 million a year. Think about that. They're children, not adults making an informed decision to have a punt. The late Peter Murphy, my first parliamentary neighbour on the Mornington Peninsula, did important bipartisan work on gambling harm. And we owe it to her, her force and determination in this place, as well as the much missed intellect of the former members for Menzies and Hughes, and to all Australian families to take this issue seriously and to act with impact.
I give the call to the member for Solomon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Well, there's a lot happening out at East Arm between Darwin and Palmerston in the great electorate of Solomon, and I dropped into Global Resource Recovery NT recently, where their team is recycling industrial oil waste and turning it into higher grade of fuels, including diesel, unleaded and jet fuel. It's helping strengthen our fuel resilience while reducing costs for their customers. And it's exactly the kind of industry we want to see more of in Darwin. Deputy Speaker, East Arm is already a natural logistics and industrial hub where road, rail, port, marine and defence infrastructure all come together, and there's plenty of room there to grow. The Albanese Labor government is backing that growth, including significant investment in better freight connections through the new Tiger Brennan Drive and Berrima Road overpass, and investment in Navy's Regional Maintenance Centre North. We're also building on the multi-user barge ramp facility alongside our $300 million NAIF investment in the Darwin shiplift. This is good to support more industry and activity at East Arm. As a Special Envoy for Defence and Northern Australia, I recently convened meetings in Darwin that including high-ranking members of the ADF, Defence NT from the NT Government and National Intermodal, who we have funded to assist with the rollout of our $440 million federal government contribution towards establishing logistics hubs across the NT. And this coordination and this collaboration is vital. The Albanese Labor government is focused on building the infrastructure that helps Territory businesses to expand, unlocks new economic opportunities, makes us more competitive and creates good, sustainable jobs for Territorians. We're also getting on with the job delivering other infrastructure to build Darwin and Palmerston, which is the capital of the North. $10 million to upgrade maternity services at Royal Darwin Hospital, new Darwin and Palmerston Medicare urgent care clinics, which are taking the load off Royal Darwin Hospital. And also our government has delivered record hospital funding for the Territory for $3.5 billion over 5 years, and an additional, which represents an additional $741 million. But there's much more, $60 million of federal funding for a new 120-plus bed residential aged care facility in Palmerston, along with what we've already delivered is funding for a 26-bed purpose-built dementia-friendly facility in Darwin. There's so many more measures to help Territorians get into their first home, including final mile infrastructure for water, sewer, power and road connections to unlock more homes for Territorians.
Thank you, and I give the call to the member for Wide Bay.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. I congratulate the Gympie Beef Group for hosting the 2026 Carcass Classic. which recently celebrated its 39th year of supporting beef producers and industry professionals across Wide Bay. The event brings together participants of all ages, from high school students to experienced cattle producers, to highlight the important role Wide Bay plays in Queensland's world-class beef industry. Established in 1987, the Carcass Classic has become one of Queensland's premier educational cattle competitions. Through learning and collaboration, the event helps producers better understand market specifications, consumer expectations and emerging industry trends, ensuring our beef industry remains innovative and competitive. I acknowledge the efforts of the organisers, sponsors, particularly Dan Sullivan and the Nolan family, and commend Hayden Pratt, Emma and Cheryl Franz, Amy Atkinson and the committee for their dedicated and hard work in delivering another outstanding classic. I presented the highest MSA indexed score eating quality category award to Devil's View Angus and congratulate them on also winning the high score Angus Charbray category, which is a testament to their dedication to quality production and excellence in the beef industry. To everyone involved in this year's Carcass Classic, thank you for your contribution to one of Australia's most important industries. Deputy Speaker, I speak in support of petition EN 10266, launched by Alicia Staines and the Maternity Consumer Network regarding professional indemnity insurance arrangements for endorsed midwives. Australian laws require 2 midwives to attend every home birth, and from 2027, the second attendant is also required to hold midwifery endorsement. This might seem to be a simple regulatory matter, but for many women, it affects something absolutely fundamental: the right to choose where and how they give birth. Many people currently fulfilling this role are not endorsed midwives. They are experienced hospital midwives, nurses and ambulance officers. These second attendants average around 4 home births each year. For many, the time, cost and insurance requirements needed to obtain endorsement are a barrier. With only 1,742 endorsed midwives across Australia and almost half of all home births occurring in rural and regional areas, these changes risk making home births inaccessible. This petition calls for a transitional exemption until the end of 2027 and for meaningful consultation to assess the economic, safety and psychological impacts. Women deserve birthing choice. Regional Australians deserve access to the same maternity options that are available in cities, and this petition deserves strong support.
Thank you, and I give the call to the member for Deakin.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Today I wanted to talk about a special event I had the privilege of hosting in my community, the 2026 Deakin Community Awards. This special night was about thanking and recognising the people and organisations that make our community tick. Deakin is full of good people and goodwill, people who decide to give their time, their energy and their expertise for the benefit of others. People who see a challenge, a need or an opportunity to bring people together and roll up their sleeves and get on with it. Whether it's providing a warm meal or bed for someone who needs it, cleaning up our local environment, helping someone new to our area to get involved, or a small business sponsoring local clubs and societies, they're all important. They're positive impacts that make Deakin such a wonderful place to live. We recognise dozens of nominees on the night, and I really couldn't afford enough trophies to give one to every organisation that deserves it, but I did want to make special mention of the organisations that did win the award on the night. Eastern Emergency Relief Network for their volunteer impact, Multicultural Youth Advocacy Network for youth services, Ian Barnes for Heart of the Community, Mackenzie Lee for Rising Star Youth Achievement, the Australian Iranian Society of Victoria and the Aga Khan Muslim Council for Australia and New Zealand for Intercultural Deakin, Heatherdale Creek Parklands, an advisory committee for environmental action and sustainability, Nicole Stagg for Sporting Spirit, Poppet Recycling for business innovation and impact, Dental Life for Local Maker, Eastland for Community Champion Business, Croydon Medshed for Inclusiveness, and Gitta Clayton for Evergreen Spirit. These people make our community vibrant, diverse and welcoming, and a place that so many Australians are proud to call home. I'd like to thank Whitefriars for hosting us that night and for facilitating such a wonderful award space. At the beginning of the night, I saw You know, community members of all ages and all backgrounds stand up side by side and proudly sing our national anthem. You have some moments in this job where you just think to yourself, we are going to be okay. I have a strong community, a community of proud Australians who are willing to come together and make the place better for everyone in it. There is hope, and I could even see those light bulb moments when groups would meet each other, see what they're doing, and identify opportunities to collaborate, get together, and make the place even better. So I think while we often have discussions in this place about all the challenges we face, Australians are fundamentally decent and good people. They want to be part of the solution. And so I think it was fantastic to see the best of what our community has to offer, and I'm just so grateful for all the volunteers and fantastic organisations in Deakin for the enormous contribution they make to making Deakin a wonderful place to live. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and I give the call to the member for Barker.
Thank you. Madam Deputy Speaker, I rise today to pay tribute to one of the finest Australians I've had the privilege to know, Flying Officer Howard Hendrick, DFC OAM. Howard passed away recently at the age of 102. He was a decorated war hero, but to the people of Loxton, he was so much more. A cherished member of the community, a true gentleman and a friend to all. He was universally respected, deeply loved and quite rightly revered. Born and raised in South Australia's Riverland, Howard enlisted in the Royal Australian Air Force on Anzac Day 1942 at the age of 18. After completing pilot training, he was posted to No. 460 Squadron and flew Lancaster bombers with the RAF Bomber Command over occupied Europe. The dangers Howard and his crew faced are almost impossible for us to comprehend. Of the 110,000 aircrew who served in Bomber Command, more than 55,000 lost their lives. Yet Howard completed 31 operational missions, including 30 as pilot, in command with the same crew, most often flying the Lancaster bomber known as B for Baker. His courage was matched by his extraordinary skill. When caught by fighters and searchlights over Frankfurt, Howard threw his Lancaster into a violent corkscrew dive from 22,000 feet to 6,000 feet, saving his crew. On another mission, Flak set one engine alight and damaged a second. Flying on only 2 engines, Howard nursed the stricken aircraft home and landed it safely 9 hours later. For his service, Howard was awarded the Distinguished Flying Cross. His citation recognised the fortitude, courage and devotion to duty. In 2017, French authorities appointed him as a Knight of the Legion of Honour for his contribution to its liberation. But for all he achieved, Howard never regarded himself as a hero. He simply said that he'd done what he was told. That was Howard. Remarkable deeds carried out with profound humility. After the war and following a career as a commercial pilot, Howard returned to the Riverland and devoted himself to his family and his community. He shared his experiences with generations of students, supported veterans and their families, visited veterans in hospital and remained an active member of the Loxton RSL sub-branch. In 2016, Howard was named Loxton Citizen of the Year. In 2019, he received the Medal of the Order of Australia for services to Loxton and the community. In 2025, he was awarded life membership for the RSL sub-branch. To Howard's daughters, Margaret, Jane and their families, I extend my deepest condolences. Howard Hendrick was a war hero, a community hero and a great Australian. We mourn his passing, but we give thanks for his extraordinary life and service. Vale, Howard, may you rest in peace, united with your beloved Win, lest we forget.
A remarkable man, Vale Howard Henry, and I give the call to the Assistant Minister for Citizenship, Customs and Multicultural Affairs and International Education.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker, and can I also thank and commend the previous Speaker for sharing that story with the Parliament and recording that tribute in the Hansard. Well, we're back for a fortnight of Parliament, and on day 2, the contrast couldn't be clearer, Deputy Speaker. On one side, you've got the government focused on things that matter to Australians, tackling the cost of living, the global inflation pressures, particularly from the war in Iran, cutting tax for working Australians in 5 different ways, boosting wages. Their policy when they were in government was for real wages to go backwards. That was their deliberate economic strategy, as they said. Medicare bulk billing, some really good news in the last week. We inherited a bulk billing rate in freefall. And we've turned that around with the largest investment in Medicare. Bulk billing rates are now up to 84%. That means 84% of visits by Australians to GPs across the country are now free, no out-of-pocket expenses. 3,800 GP practices now 100% fully bulk bill their patients. Free TAFE, 800,000 enrolments. A great job, Deputy Speaker, changes lives. And Australians can now train without worrying about the cost of fees in critical skills shortage areas. That means more nurses, more tradies, more early childhood workers. The $10,000 tradies cash bonus, making a real difference. Anyone interested in a construction trade should take up this offer. Paid prac, extending paid prac, which has already changed the lives of student nurses and teachers, to 10 other occupations, psychologists, and so many more. Cheaper medicine, saving hundreds of millions of dollars for Australians for essential life-saving medicine. All of this the Coalition and One Nation oppose. But the contrast with the opposition rabble is astounding. This morning, they've completely lost the plot. They had their senior members out there pulling political stunts, wasting police time with ridiculous referrals. I want the Australian Federal Police focused on serious crimes that make a difference to Australians, not engaging in pathetic political stunts. And they're now ripping each other to pieces, trying to out One Nation, One Nation. Now, I saw John Howard, former Liberal Prime Minister, out in the paper this morning, reminding them of a few basic truths. John Howard and his generation of Liberal and National leaders knew you couldn't give an inch to One Nation. There was no backward step then, and yet this mob, playing footsie, wanting to import the chaos and division we see on television overseas, they've forgotten the lesson of the Howard era, that playing footsie with this kind of politics is dangerous for our economy, for our society, and for our place in the region. I really encourage them to get their act together and pull themselves together, but I saw on TV this morning they've now got a plan. They wave it around. Looks like they've discovered ChatGPT. There's nothing in the plan, but it's got a lovely cover, Deputy Speaker.
I give the call to the member for Maranoa.
Well, thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I'm pleased to see that the ACCC has recently made an announcement of a review into mandated roaming. This is some 10 years since they last looked at this. And what mandated roaming is that it means that if you've got a Telstra phone, you can go underneath an Optus tower or a Vodafone tower and your phone will still work. It's not a novel concept. In fact, most of the rest of the world already has this. And if you go overseas, you actually can access this anytime you go overseas. But you can't do this in Australia because of this monopoly of Telstra. They are a virus that has started in Western Queensland and now goes into much of the peri-urban areas of Australia, where we are seeing our mobile telephony actually fall down in terms of its ability to be able to do its job. And not just Telstra, but we've now seen it with Optus, and we tragically saw that there were lives lost because 000 went down because Optus towers were not maintained. Well, if you live in Western Queensland, that's a daily occurrence because many of these towers are not maintained to the standard they should be. But what we should have, the investment that much of the Australian taxpayer has made, the Australian taxpayer has actually built over 1,500 new mobile phone towers with taxpayers' money for all these mobile companies. And in fact, what we have is isolated assets where you'll go through 4 or 5 Telstra towers and then come to an Optus tower, and it isn't worth the paper it's written on because you don't have the ability to be able to tap into it. And in remote areas, that is life and death. It's not the convenience of being able to ring your girlfriend about going to have a cup of coffee. It's about being able to get off a highway after you've broken down or had a car accident and ring 000. That's what we go through every day. The fact that this has taken 10 years for the ACCC to come around to this, and they were hoodwinked by Telstra, who said if we had mandated roaming, there will be no further investment in regional telecommunications. They didn't put a cent into it. They never were unless taxpayers were going to do it. We should never listen to Telstra, and the fact that we are now catching up is an embarrassment that we have not got mandated roaming already in this country. After the investment that we have made. But we also need to extend, and I urge the government to look at the legislation they have at the books at the moment to extend the universal service obligation from payphones and landlines to actually mobile phone towers as well. Because when the USO was put in place, lo and behold, mobile phones didn't exist. But Telstra gets $270 million a year to maintain payphones and landlines that no one actually uses. They are getting a free hit. That $270 million should be extended to maintain those towers. We should have mandated roaming that will give every Australian the ability to have telecommunications, a universal right, not just to do business, but to keep ourselves safe. That is common sense. That's what I say to this government. Don't even wait for the ACCC. Fix the USO and fix mandated roaming.
Thank you, and I give the call to the member for Ford.
Deputy Speaker, I rise to blow the cobwebs out a bit after the winter break, and it just gives me a chance, I think, to reflect on where the Albanese Labor government sits, not only in the history of Labor governments but in the history of Australia. And I was reading something the other day when Paul Keating addressed the Press Club in 1995. And he said something as, he said that Australian policy has been right through the 80s different to the orthodox model of economic liberalisation, the model adopted in a number of other countries and by our opponents. It took the view, our policies took the view that we could be competitive and still look after those on the margins. We could compete with the best in the region and the world and yet maintain our egalitarian values and preserve our social cohesion. And at a time in Australia where our egalitarian values are stressed and our social cohesion is stressed, it is stressed because we have had 30 years of economic liberalisation, privatisation, economic rationalism, unfettered free trade that has left the communities that we represent, working class communities, in many ways devastated and in many ways in a lot of pain. And I think that when you look at what this next contest in the election is shaping up to be, particularly when you look at One Nation, the disconnect that I find when I talk to One Nation voters and then I actually look at One Nation policies is that One Nation people that might espouse support for One Nation are generally sick of the fact that we haven't been building public housing and haven't been investing in public energy and haven't been protecting our local industries. But actually, when you look at One Nation, and it shouldn't really come as a surprise, because when you look at the people who are supporting One Nation, they are about economic liberalisation on steroids. And the disconnect between what the policies of One Nation are and what the people who are, I think, quite rightly disaffected in many ways from the economy is really quite stark. And I think it is going to be my job, I think, over the next couple of years, over the next year or so, to really highlight those differences, because those differences are stark. It is only Labor governments that backs in wage rises. It is only Labor governments that protect Medicare. It is only Labor governments that are protecting our industries like our steel industry in Whyalla or our aluminium industry in Gladstone or our copper industry in Mount Isa. It is only Labor governments that actually is focused on changing the system for the people that we represent, for working class people, to give them an opportunity to get into the housing market, to give them an opportunity to get into training and get into a good job, and to give them an opportunity to have a good, decent retirement through superannuation and a supportive pension system. And so the community is calling out for change, but it is only the Albanese Labor government, as it is always in the context of Labor governments, that is providing that real change.
Thank you, and I give the call to the member for Forrest.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Healthcare in this country, despite the political spin and the press releases, is under real pressure. And in regional communities like mine, that pressure continues to mount on families who simply can't afford it. We are seeing hospitals under strain and emergency departments stretched thin, despite the best efforts of our nurses and doctors. Last year, I rose in this place to draw attention to the ambulance ramping crisis in Forrest. And since that time, neither Labor government has taken any meaningful action to address it. Ambulance ramping is unacceptable anywhere, but in the regions it's simply worse because there isn't another hospital just down the road. The reality is that in regional communities like mine, the consequences are sharper and felt more deeply in our community. I was recently contacted by Kim, who shared his telling experience with our healthcare system. Kim doesn't often need to see a doctor, but on this occasion required a basic consultation over the phone. He was told that it would cost him $75 for a 10-minute call. How can we expect people in our regions who can't travel easily to manage their health when their first point of contact has become a financial burden? Because at the same time, we all know that families are dealing with a lot right now. The cost of living is rising, groceries, power bills, rent, you name it, it's all going up. And for those managing an ongoing or chronic condition, Those pressures don't just add up, they multiply. And what that creates is a situation where people are forced into a choice, getting the care they need or keeping up with the bills they need to pay. That's simply not good enough. So despite the talking point from the government, people in the regions, people in communities like mine, don't see the progress that's claimed. I turn to Margaret River, for example, where a growing, indeed surging population for the last quarter of a century has placed huge demand on healthcare services locally. The community is crying out for upgrades to Margaret River Hospital because the current situation is unsustainable, and I stress, through no fault of the local staff who are doing their darndest to make ends meet. Every time I go to Margaret River, locals bail me up in the street to tell me that this is the major problem for their community. So I encourage everyone to have their voice heard, to sign my petition and send a message to the government that this needs to be upgraded. Together, we've got to stand for better healthcare in our region because this government sure isn't.
And I give the call to the member for Cunningham.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Across Cunningham, we have had so many reasons to celebrate lately, with cultural events, community gatherings and significant milestones reached right across the Illawarra. Last week, we celebrated India's 80th Independence Day with fantastic food, dancing, singing and entertainment for all ages. A very big thank you to Dr Sharad Tamani and Usha Fernandez and the Indian Australian Cultural Association in the Illawarra for organising such a vibrant day. And also, the Port Kembla Football Club has just turned 60. It was a privilege to celebrate the dedication of countless Zebras players, coaches, volunteers and supporters over the last 60 years with President Sean Till and his entire team. The George Cross Falcons Community Centre recently celebrated its 75th anniversary. Joining the amazing Lewis Parnas and 400 of our Australian Maltese friends was a great opportunity to recognise this incredible milestone and the generations who have helped to build its legacy. In July, the Illawarra Women's Health Centre celebrated 40 years of supporting local women. Congratulations to CEO Jess Davidson and all of her team on this fabulous achievement. During this year's NAIDOC Week, we celebrated 50 years of Deadly at Bellambi Neighbourhood Centre's Family Fun Day, alongside our amazing Kath Daly and her incredible team. It was wonderful to see such a strong turnout from local families, community members and service providers to show support and celebrate with our First Nations community. The University of Wollongong Motorsport celebrated 25 years of engineering, design and innovation, leading to real-world success and a lasting impact on the program's graduates. A big congratulations to Team Principal Connor Harvey, his team and all of the alumni on this great accomplishment. Another yearly staple on my calendar is the BlueScope Win Wollongong Eisteddfod, now marking 132 years. This was another fantastic evening, showcasing the talent and dedication of so many young performers. A big congratulations to Tony and the team, as well as all of the amazing performers, the teachers and parents and volunteers on another outstanding showcase evening. And we love to celebrate milestones big and small in the Illawarra. And it was really wonderful to join the Berkeley Community Centre for its 4th Berkeley Community Mini Expo last week. The Expo brought together local organisations, services and community groups under one roof to support those doing it tough. A big thank you to Joel from Heartwork Mental Health, Shaz and KP from Need a Feed and our amazing Maria from Berkeley Community Centre for bringing everyone together. We are so fortunate to have so many passionate people making such a positive difference across our community.
Thank you. I give the call to the member for Mackellar.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. When it comes to the NDIS, the key request from parents and caregivers in my electorate of Mackellar is that small local providers be able to continue supporting their children as they transition to the Thriving Kids program. Local private providers like Kids First, Beachy Speechy, Kids Planet and Occupational Therapy Helping Children provide a significant proportion of early intervention, of school participation support and developmental services for children across the Northern Beaches. These services are embedded within our local community. They're embedded in the schools and in the families. They have built strong connections based on trust with the kids they support and have intimate knowledge of their clients' abilities and needs. If experienced private providers are excluded from meaningful participation in Thriving Kids, with procurement structures only favouring large non-governmental organisations, then many smaller, medium-sized paediatric practices will simply not survive. This risks children losing access to trusted therapists, families facing longer wait lists, schools losing established allied health partnerships, and underserved areas losing already limited access to support. For many neurodivergent children and kids with developmental delays, continuity of care and trusted relationships are critical to engagement and progress. I'm deeply concerned that the private practices that have supported Northern Beaches families for years have been advised by the New South Wales Department of Communities and Justice that they were unsuccessful in progressing to the next stage of procurement without explanation. This has left these providers and the families they support devastated and distressed. Understandably, they're asking about how this decision was made despite the overwhelming feedback from parents, caregivers and disability advocates that local private practices must be retained under Thriving Kids. Deputy Speaker, any decision to exclude smaller local providers is not grounded in the realities of service delivery. A sustainable system requires a mixed ecosystem of support, including government services, NGOs and experienced private allied health providers. I urge the New South Wales Government to ensure procurement accessibility for private providers to maintain continuity of care, workforce sustainability, timely access to services and the preservation of existing therapeutic relationships. Thank you.
Thank you, and I give the call to the member for Brisbane.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I am passionate about empowering young people to really reach their full potential and be the very best version of themselves. They will write the next chapter of Australia's story, which is why it was a pleasure to visit two outstanding organisations in Brisbane last week that are helping young people thrive. Firstly, I visited your town to learn more about its work and including the operation of the Kids Helpline. Now, for more than 60 years, your town has supported young Australians across mental health, education, employment, homelessness, parenting, child protection, domestic and family violence. Now, their approach is not simply about responding when things go wrong. It's about providing young people with the opportunities, the skills, the safety and support they need to build their futures. They do this through education and employment pathways. They support young parents. They provide family accommodation, mental health services, and social enterprises that actually provide real workplace experiences. At the heart of their work is a simple but powerful principle. Every young person deserves a place where they feel safe, respected, valued, and free from judgment. Now, the Kids Helpline, powered by your town, is Australia's only free, confidential 24/7 counselling service, and it's dedicated to young people between the ages of 5 and 25. And since commencing in 1991, it has responded to 9 million contacts. Now, importantly, young people don't need to be in a crisis to go there. They can speak with qualified counsellors about family, friendship, school, identity, stress, things that are challenging them at a particular point in time. And sometimes, as we all know, the most important step is not solving the problem immediately, but ensuring somebody is there to listen. I thank the team at the Milton office for welcoming me and for the remarkable work that they do every day. Deputy Speaker, another fantastic organisation making a difference is The Push, Australia's youth music charity. Now, for around 40 years, The Push has helped young Australians find their place in music through all ages events, workshops, mentoring, studio access and industry training. It recognises that music is more than entertainment. Music can connect people who might otherwise have nothing in common. It can foster confidence, friendship, belonging, identity, providing that powerful feeling that these are my people. Now, last week I attended the Music Careers Expo at the Trifford, where I met many talented young Brisbane creators from our local schools, including aspiring songwriters, performers, producers and stage crew. And they were learning from those industry professionals as they considered their next steps to stardom. And I'd like to thank Kate and the Push team for the invitation and their commitment to creating opportunities for young people. Young people are our future, and to use the words of Winnie the Pooh, these programs like these will help them see you are braver than you believe, you are stronger than you seem, and smarter than you think.
Thank you, and I give the call to the member for McPherson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today to recognise some of the people and organisations I've had the privilege of spending time with across the McPherson electorate in recent weeks. In Tallebudgera Valley, I joined Valley Riding Develops Abilities to celebrate its 30th anniversary. I particularly acknowledge Beverly Humphreys, who helped establish Valley RDA and has given 3 decades of service since. I also thank President Cliff Hitch, the Executive Committee, and the volunteers, coaches, families and supporters who've helped make the organisation what it is today. For 30 years, Valley RDA has helped riders build confidence, independence and connection, and it was wonderful to celebrate that milestone with them. I also joined the Flag Football Academy for the first ever Gold Coast Bowl at Greenheart Robina Parklands. It was fantastic to see players, coaches and families come together for a great weekend of competition and to see the growth of flag football there on the Gold Coast. I thank Carlos Hernandez and the team behind the tournament for creating opportunities for young people to get involved in a growing sport. So congratulations to all players and a special shout out to Hillcrest Christian College on putting forward 4 exceptional teams. At Bond University, I had the opportunity to speak with students in the Faculty of Law's Australian Government and Politics class about Parliament, policy making and public life. I thank Subject Coordinator Melissa Hoffman for the invitation and for giving students the opportunity to hear directly about the workings of our democracy. Further south in McPherson, I visited Currumbin Rhythm Music School, where Kel and Don have built a thriving local music community that's grown to more than 150 students. They built the school with hard work and determination from the ground up, and the next generation of musicians are now the beneficiaries. It was terrific to see the energy in the school and the opportunities they're creating for young people to develop their confidence, their creativity and love of music. I look forward to watching the school continue to grow. Deputy Speaker, everyone on the Gold Coast knows Baby Give Back. I met with Tiffany and the team in their Varsity Lakes warehouse to learn more about the practical support they provide to families across our community. Their work's a reminder that some of the most important support in our community comes from organisations and volunteers who quietly step in when families need a helping hand. The scale of the Baby Give Back operation is impressive, and I'm glad to now offer my Varsity Lakes office as a collection point for items to be donated to them. Leanne Cohen's and the Southern Gold Coast Chamber of Commerce Committee arranged yet another exciting event, this time at Hard Fizz in Burleigh Waters. Events like these bring local business people together, create new connections, and give me the chance to hear directly about the challenges and opportunities facing businesses across the Southern Gold Coast. What a great night. Deputy Speaker, it's been a fantastic non-sitting period on the Southern Gold Coast community, and I'm looking forward to continuing to represent them here in Canberra.
Thank you, and I give the call to the member for Gorton.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Aintree Giants Football and Netball Club is a club that embodies the very best of community spirit in Melbourne's growing western suburbs. When the sporting facilities at Aintree were developed, the Aintree Giants' vision was simple but powerful: to provide children and young people in our growing suburbs with a welcoming club where everyone could develop skills, build confidence and create lifelong friendships. Today, that vision is thriving. The club has grown to support more than 200 young players, and this year proudly expanded with the establishment of its junior netball program. Behind every training session, every game, every sausage sizzle and every milestone are the volunteers who make it all possible. Coaches, team managers, committee members, parents and supporters generously give their time week after week. Congratulations to all on another successful season, including its biggest ever home game and the achievement of players reaching their 50-game milestones. Go the Mighty Giants. On Sunday, the 26th of July, I had the pleasure of joining We Love Aintree, a grassroots environmental organisation, and their volunteers for their National Tree Day community planting at the historic Rockbank Inn site. It was wonderful to see local scout groups, the Aintree Reserve Parkrun community and so many other local organisations, families and volunteers working side by side to care for the environment. Together we planted more than 2,000 native tube stock seedlings that when fully grown, that will provide vital habitat for native wildlife. National Tree Day reminds us that protecting our environment starts in our own neighbourhoods. In fast-growing communities like those across Gorton, initiatives like these ensure growth is accompanied by thriving green spaces. A special thank you to Jono Ingram, Carolyn, known locally as Tassie, and Hayden Pemberton, whose passion and leadership have helped grow We Love Aintree into a thriving community movement. From its very conception, the new multi-purpose court at St Mary's Zero Malabar Catholic Church was a youth-led initiative. Young people designed the court, led the fundraising efforts, and with generous supports of their families, parish and wider church community, rolled up their sleeves to help construct it. These hard-working and dedicated young leaders didn't simply ask for a place to gather, they created one for future generations of young people to connect, belong and flourish. It was my honour to be at the court's inauguration and serve one of the very first volleyballs over the net in a game with the young people that built it. This project is truly a powerful example of what can be achieved when young people are empowered to lead, supported by a community that believes in them. To every young person who dreamed of this project, to the volunteers who mentored them, and to the families and the parish community who backed them every step of the way, thank you.
I thank the member. In accordance with Standing Order 193, the time for members' constituency statements has concluded and I call the clerk.
Government business. Next order of the day, Cash Distribution Framework Bill 2026, resumption of debate on the second reading and on the amendment moved by the member for Clare to the amendment moved by the member for Page.
Before the debate is resumed on this bill, I advise the Federation Chamber that in the House it has been agreed that a general debate will be allowed covering the bill and the Cash Distribution Framework, Consequential Amendments and Transitional Provisions Bill 2026. The original question was that the bill now be read a second time. To this, the Honourable Member for Page moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The Honourable Member for Clare has moved as an amendment to that amendment that all words after House be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The question is that the amendment moved by the Honourable Member of Clare to the amendment moved by the Honourable Member for Page be agreed to, and I call the member for Brisbane in continuation.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. So I finished last night saying many rural communities still experience unreliable telecommunications. And just this week it was reported that telecommunications across the Western Cape suffered another outage just hours after services were restored following a bushfire which brought services down over the weekend. Electronic payment terminals are only as reliable as the networks supporting them. Cash provides certainty. Labor understands that Australians living outside major cities deserve the same access to essential goods regardless of technology limitations. Older Australians also benefit significantly. While many seniors happily embrace digital banking, many others remain comfortable using cash. That preference deserves respect. No Australian should feel excluded simply because they don't use the latest payment technology. Labor believes inclusion means ensuring everyone can participate in the economy, not just those who are digitally connected. The reforms also help Australians experiencing financial hardship. Community organisations have long recognised that physical cash can be an effective budgeting tool. People leaving situations involving family financial control or domestic violence, people recovering from gambling addiction, people rebuilding after a financial crisis. For these Australians, cash provides an essential means to buy food and pay for medicines and greater control over their personal finances. By protecting access to cash, our government is also protecting financial choice. Deputy Speaker, importantly, our reforms do strike a sensible balance. We have not required every business in Australia to accept cash. Instead, we focused on essential purchases, fuel and groceries, the items that Australians simply cannot live without. It recognises that businesses also face costs when handling cash. costs associated with security, banking, transport, insurance, staff time, etc. Labor acknowledges these realities by exempting many small businesses with turnover below $10 million, while requiring retailers selling essential goods to continue, larger retailers, selling essential goods to continue accepting cash. Speaker, we want to protect consumers, we want to support vulnerable Australians, but also recognise that practical challenges faced by businesses. Our government also recognises that accepting cash means very little if cash cannot actually reach communities. As Australians increasingly use digital payments, transporting cash around the country has become more expensive. Fewer companies now provide these services. Without government action, there was a genuine risk Australia's cash distribution system could become unsustainable. That's why, with this bill, our government is establishing a national framework to protect Australia's cash distribution network. This legislation helps ensure ATMs remain stocked, retailers continue receiving cash deliveries, and Australians maintain reliable access to notes and coins into the future. Now, most of us have probably had the experience of going to an ATM when you need the cash, only to find it closed. All of a sudden we're stranded and then we start thinking about where is the closest ATM. I wonder if it's closed. Our heads then go to, what if I can't get any cash? Who can I ask a favour of? Who can I borrow from? It can go on and on, creating fear and anxiety. There is no excuse. These reforms, Deputy Speaker, are about protecting critical infrastructure. When we think about infrastructure, we often think about roads and ports and railways, electricity and telecommunications. But cash distribution is also part of Australia's economic infrastructure. If people cannot access cash or use cash when they need it, consumer choice is reduced and economic resilience is weakened. That is why our government is ensuring cash remains available even as payment habits evolve. I mention consumer choice as it really is another important aspect of these reforms. It is not about forcing Australians to use cash. If somebody prefers a digital wallet or to use their watch, that's perfectly fine. If another person prefers cash, though, that should also be respected. And we believe Australians should have both options. Freedom of choice is strengthened when governments preserve alternatives rather than allowing one system to eliminate another. The reforms also recognise an important principle. Technology should serve people. People should not become servants to technology. Deputy Speaker, innovation is valuable. We all know that. Digital payments have transformed commerce. It has also transformed how we shop, how we work, how we entertain ourselves. But governments do have a responsibility to ensure innovation remains inclusive, and that means protecting Australians who continue to rely on cash while embracing modern payment technologies. Now, some critics have argued that these reforms are unnecessary because cash use is declining, but declining does not mean disappearing. The Reserve Bank data showed millions of Australians still use cash every week, particularly for budgeting, emergencies and smaller purchases. I don't know about you, but I love a good fete, and in fact we have lots of them across Brisbane, and I can assure you I am often putting my hand in my pocket, pulling out a few dollars to pay for a game of hoops, a jar of bickies or maybe a pair of handmade earrings. These schools rely on these wonderful community activities to raise money for much needed books or playground facilities. They rely on us having cash. Deputy Speaker, Labor recognises that even if cash becomes less common, it does remain critically important. Sometimes public policy isn't about serving the majority, it's about ensuring minorities aren't excluded. And that's exactly what these reforms achieve. Others have argued the reforms should have applied to every business. We instead chose to target a targeted approach. Essential purchases first. Protect Australians where it matters most. Review the policies over time. That demonstrates responsible government, carefully balancing consumer protection with business practicality. We have also committed to reviewing the cash acceptance mandate after 3 years to ensure it remains effective and fit for purpose. Good governments don't simply introduce reforms and walk away. They monitor, they listen to stakeholders, they listen to consumers, they improve policies where necessary. Ultimately, this issue is about more than banknotes and coins.
It's about inclusion and choice. In closing, Deputy Speaker, the Albanese Labor government believes Australians should never be denied access to essential goods simply because they choose to pay with legal Australian currency. That's why Labor has protected the right to use cash for essential purchases. That's why Labor is safeguarding Australia's cash distribution. And it's why Labor is ensuring, even in an increasingly digital economy, no Australian is left behind. Technology will continue to evolve. Payment methods will continue to change, but fairness and accessibility and consumer choice should always remain at the heart of public policy. Labor's cash reforms reflect those values. They modernise Australia's payment system while preserving an important choice for millions of Australians. They protect vulnerable people, they strengthen resilience during emergencies, they support regional communities, they recognise that people need choice, and they demonstrate that progress and inclusion can go hand in hand. I commend the bill to the House.
I thank the member. The question is that the amendment moved by the honourable member for Clare to the amendment moved by the honourable member for Page be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Riverina.
My late father Lance was a wise person, and I can remember when I left home at 22, get married to my wife Catherine, all those years ago, 1986, he gave me $50. He said, keep it in your wallet and make sure you always have cash with you. And if I reach in here into my coat, I've got $10. No moths coming out there, member for McEwen or member for Corangamite, but certainly it's important to always have a bit of cash on you, because you never know when you're going to get caught short. You never know when the technology is going to fail, when the point-to-point cash Visa operators, electronic payments system fails. And certainly in regional Australia, this is very much the case. And I've been interested to hear the contributions from those opposite. I had shadow ministerial table duty last night, and I spent a lot of time listening to Labor members talking about this particular bill, the Cash Distribution Framework Bill of 2026. And I was pleased that so many of them, Deputy Speaker from Mayo, and you would have been keen to hear this too, the fact that many of them talked about people in country areas. And it's good to hear Labor members talking about the regions, because all too often in any bill before this chamber or the House, we don't hear about how any bill is going to affect regional people. And we know that regional people are the ones who keep the lights on. We know that regional people are the ones who grow the food and fibre. We know that regional people are the one who support our resources and minerals and mining industry to ensure our exports and balance of payments are what they need to be. Indeed, we are the very backbone of Australia, and cash in regional areas, regional economies, is so very important. I heard the member for Swan, and I like the member for Swan, but in that contribution I was interested to hear the reference to last year the Treasurer secured commitments from Australia's big banks to hold off regional bank closures until the middle of 2027. That's slightly cute because we can't give the Treasurer too much credit in that regard. I have to say the big banks were certainly making sure that they did the right thing as far as the regions, for once, finally, a bit earlier than that. And certainly the Commonwealth Bank in July of 2023, on the 7th of that month, put out a media release to the effect the introductory paragraph read, Commonwealth Bank is maintaining banking services and employment in regional Australia by keeping all CBA regional branches open until at least the end of 2026, a 3-year extension on its current commitment. And that obviously is a rolling commitment by the CBA but they too finally been dragged kicking and screaming to the table to support and protect regional communities, because with a lot of those banks, they have big holdings from what's popularly termed in country areas old money. And that old money might have come off the back of a sheep. It might have been traditional money from an area that has been very wealthy in the past, passed on down through the families, still in those banks, and those banks have then, all too often, through the late 80s and since then, started to desert regional communities. And it's not right that those banks can be happy to have the cash holdings of that old money, and indeed even just average customers with average holdings in those banks, and then close the branch. Now, I appreciate we're in 2026. I appreciate that many people, most people, are now paying via electronic means, via their phone, tap and go, credit cards, all the like. But cash is still important, and that's why this legislation is vitally important. Now, I know that the member for Page, in his shadow ministerial responsibilities, has, as Assistant Shadow Treasurer, has moved an amendment to this bill, and that's important too, and I will get to that. But just want to make some comments in relation to the banking inquiry of 2023, because it was at that time when the CBA made its initial moratorium on bank closures that Senators Matthew Canavan and former Liberal Senator Gerard Rennick were going around the regions and holding these important fora to look into banking closures. And of course, Senator Canavan, now the federal leader of the Nationals, has never wavered from his view that banks are vital and cash is important. And it was that inquiry at Junee that had a lot to do with the CBA's decision, with other banks following suit, and with the importance about cash being king in regional economies in particular. And the thing about Junee is that it is 42 kilometres from Wagga Wagga, and if the CBA had have closed its branch there, that would have left age-old enterprises such as the Co-op, very, very successful business, probably one of Riverina's best tourism destinations, the Junee Licorice and Chocolate Factory, not having cash on premises when they opened of a day, or being forced to make a daily commute to Wagga Wagga, as I say, the distance of a good marathon, away to actually get cash, to have in their tills for those people for whom cash is the only means of paying for goods and services. Now, this is not right. This is not fair. And the CBA came to its senses, put in place the moratorium, and good on them for doing that. And I said at the time that Junee was going to have a great opportunity to speak up against bank closures in their community. And I commend the then Mayor Neil Smith, who, with me, fought for the Senate Standing Committee on Rural and Regional Affairs and Transport to hold a sitting of the inquiry into regional bank closures in what is a rail and jail town, but a very important town. Junee is halfway between Sydney and Melbourne on the main rail line. It's been a huge agricultural producer, and it, like many of those regional towns, deserves and needs banking services. It's got a community of 6,500 people, and without a local bank, many people would have had to have made the 1 hour round trip, and that would probably be going a bit fast to do it within 60 minutes, but to Wagga Wagga, just to access simple banking services. not good enough, not good enough. And I'm pleased that Junie is still getting banking services, and that's where I commend Regional Bank and other like-minded organisations for starting premises throughout country areas, particularly in the Riverina, to offer an option, to offer an alternative to the big banks who have not been as forthcoming as perhaps they should have in providing the services and the branches in regional areas. Now, I know when NAB, the National Australia Bank, pulled out of Temora, the spokesperson for that particular organisation phoned me and said how limited a number of customers were going through the bank each week, each fortnight, and they were the same customers. And I appreciate that, and it's some of those banks have huge premises, they cost a lot to run, but still our country communities, which keep this nation going, deserve to have banks, particularly when some of the holdings of those customers are quite substantial. Without bank branches, businesses, farms, and particularly the elderly, suffer immense disadvantage when compared to their city counterparts. And they do, because if you don't have banking services and therefore you don't have cash availability, then older people, and our populations in regional Australia are ageing, they aren't able to access as quickly and as easily as somebody would in a metropolitan area those vital banking services and that cash. And I really said at the time I didn't want to see older people who've lived in those towns their entire lives being forced to perhaps even move to larger population areas to get the sort of access to services that they need and deserve. And so that inquiry at Junie on the 21st of September back in 2023 was important in what we're discussing now and the actions of the bigger banks to stay open and remain in those country communities. Now, we are not going to oppose this bill, we're not, but I do commend the member for Page for the amendment that he has brought to this debate, because it is important that we refine the bill such that it is better than in its current form, because we know that in June 2023, back to that year when we had the Senate inquiry going around the countryside, that the Australian Competition and Consumer Commission approved the merger of Australia's two largest cash-in-transit companies, Armaguard and Prosegur. Now, that decision handed a single company control of up to 90% of the market, a private monopoly over how cash physically moves around Australia. Now, I know the ACCC would have looked into all the whys and wherefores about that particular merger, but still and all, we know also how mergers and how monopolies, moreover, can cause such disadvantage, particularly in regional Australia, especially in those country communities. Now, this particular bill, and I again say I'm interested to see how many Labor members are speaking on this particular bill, recognises that cash distribution is a form of critical national infrastructure. And I've heard Labor member after Labor member talking about how generally, and they're right, by the way, infrastructure refers to rail, road, dams and ports, and airports and those sorts of things. But cash is an important part of national infrastructure. And we are very fortunate in Australia that our cash reserves and cash that each and every one of us has in our wallets and purses and handbags, etc., is of the polymer type. World-leading technology introduced many, many years ago, not of the paper variety, and again, it's another one of those Australian inventions that that is world leading, and that is a very good thing. I can see the member for McEwen nodding. He agrees with me, and we should be very proud of what our technology has enabled us to do in the cause of protecting cash. And I know that our police are very vigilant on our highways and byways to make sure that now one of the biggest distributions of illegal trade, that is vapes and illegal cigarettes, and the cash that flows with them and alongside them and behind them is very much part and parcel of their day-to-day investigative operations. Australia's cash in transit network is dominated by Linfox Armaguard. As I said before, it handles roughly 85 to 90% of the market. I know the ACCC continues to monitor such things. This particular legislation that is brought before the House is important. It's good that there is relative agreement across the chamber, but I do urge and encourage the amendment brought forward by the member for Page is followed and adopted.
The question is that the amendment moved by the honourable member for Calare to the amendment moved by the honourable member for Page is agreed to. I call the member for McEwen.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. The old saying says cash is king. Cash is essential to our economy. Cash plays an important role in promoting economic inclusion, payment systems resilience and the store of value, particularly in times of uncertainty. If you talk to the RBA, around 7% of the population still use cash for more than 80% of their transactions. High cash users are more likely to be older and in many cases have a lower household income. These are the groups more likely to feel financial pressure and value having a good handle of their funds. For seniors, the appeal of cash extends beyond budgeting. Many prefer it for its simplicity, reliability, most of all security. Cash transactions do not rely on internet access or digital literacy, which can be barriers for older Australians. There are also concerns about scams, privacy with the physical currency offering anonymity and reducing exposure to fraud. Similarly, regional Australians are more likely to use cash than those living in capital cities. Natural disasters and electrical blackouts at times when access to cash is particularly critical. Blackouts, which occur more frequently in rural and regional areas, necessitate the use of cash. If you're a local business and the connectivity drops, you've missed the sale. There's a reason why emergency services agencies recommend that households keep cash in their emergency kits. Australians across all demographic groups continue to use cash as a way to make their everyday payments. But now cash distribution is under threat. Declining transactional cash use is placing pressure on the economics of storing, processing, transporting cash around the country. Industry consolidation, as the member for Riverina mentioned, and structural changes mean it's time that regulations change as well. Our government is committed to giving a fair go to all Australians. Maintaining reasonable access to cash to withdraw and to deposit services for Australians who want or need to use cash is part of keeping that commitment. It's why we're acting to ensure Australians have access to cash. No matter what part of the country you live in, you should be able to, be able to go and get your groceries and your meat and veg and just hand over a couple of pineapples. This is why I'm proud to support these bills. In these bills, we are establishing regulatory powers to enable the sector to shift back to a sustainable footing. Cash in transit companies services the needs of financial institutions, large retailers and hospitality venues. It's important that regulations target large-scale businesses without becoming a hurdle for smaller operations. We are also including safeguards to ensure the continuity of critical services for all Australians. We are taking a specific and decisive approach that is tailored to the modern economy, and we are doing it in four main ways. The increased oversight abilities for the ACCC. ACCC oversight will support fair, transparent and reasonable pricing outcomes, while helping maintain the long-term economic viability of the sector. Specifically, cash levels in rural and regional communities will be monitored to ensure stability. The bills create obligations for designated entities when negotiating cash distribution services and access agreements. Through this, the ACCC will have the power to approve a standard terms of agreements. It also establishes processes of arbitration to resolve disputes and enables the ACCC to determine dispute resolution requirements for designated entities. The ACCC is also empowered to establish service level standards to support fair and reasonable access to cash across Australia. These standards may cover factors such as availability and timeliness, with the ACCC taking into account these bills' objectives and the public interest. Crisis readiness and resolution powers for the RBA. Similarly, we want the RBA to be able to act in a crisis. While transactional cash use has declined, many Australians would still face genuine hardship if cash became harder to access or use. It's why the Reserve Bank needs the appropriate powers to act quickly and decisively to sustain critical services in the event of a crisis. It also enables up to $400 million in funding support to ensure the continuity of critical cash distribution services. The funding support is intended as a last resort, limited to sort of situations where an entity's resources are insufficient to address the losses or threats due to cash availability. The crisis and resolution powers are subject to clearly defined triggers for intervention and are distinct from the RBA's day-to-day monitoring and regulatory functions. They are consistent with crisis resolution frameworks that apply to other critical services in banking, insurance and settlement. There's also the good faith requirements for designated providers when they negotiate with customers. The consolidation of industry means that customers have relatively low bargaining power. The government is stepping in to ensure their interests are fairly protected. The Reserve Bank will be able to designate entities that have a sufficient role in the cash system or those that provide critical cash distribution services. Limiting regulation to critical entities will keep the framework tight. It means targeting areas of the greatest benefit while avoiding unnecessary burden on smaller providers or new entrants that don't provide critical services. And of course, the temporary interim direction powers for the ACCC. For the 24 months after the commencement of this legislation, this will encourage sustainable, commercially negotiated agreements. The government wants to make the transition process as seamless as possible. As a whole, these are 4 clear changes designed to modernise cash distribution and support everyday Australians. As cash use declines, the sector has become more concentrated, which means it's more costly to operate. We're making sure the system continues to function in the public interest. The Australian Banking Association has stated the cash distribution framework bills are a critical step to provide security to the long-term availability for cash in Australia. The government has consulted widely. We're reflecting the importance of these bills. The framework has been informed by recommendations from the Council of Financial Regulators, the ACCC, consultation with industry and particularly community stakeholders. Throughout this process, other groups such as the Community-Owned Banking Association, Coles, Woolies, Wesfarmers and Australia Post have expressed their broad support for the objectives. The Treasury is engaged with key players on the goal of making compliance as simple as possible. I think we all agree that we want to ensure that Australia's payment system is resilient, fair and works in the interests of everyday Australians. We do this by providing additional certainty that cash will be delivered and collected so businesses have active tills, ATMs are stocked and consumers can use loose change for checkout. Together these powers create coherent framework, complementing our cash acceptance mandate which came into effect at the start of the year. And if we just reflect on that mandate, we've delivered on our commitment to mandate cash acceptance for essential purchases that require food and grocery retailers to accept cash since January this year. We made it mandatory for businesses to accept cash when they sell those essential items. It ensures that everyone who depends on cash for fuel or groceries isn't getting left behind. In addition to the cash mandate for fuel and groceries, consumers have already options to pay their bills, including utilities, phone bills, council rates, etc., in cash at their local Australia Post outlet through Post Bill Pay. You should be able to pay with cash when you need to. and that's what the laws are all about. As payment methods change, the government is making sure the system works for everyone, not just those who can easily move away from cash. This is another practical policy from a practical government. Whether it's there for elderly Australians, those in remote and regional areas, or those in low-income communities, these bills before the House today will provide stability and ensure continuing availability of cash. And with that, I recommend these bills to the House.
I thank the member for McEwen. The question is the amendment moved by the honourable member for Clare to the amendment moved by the honourable member for Page be agreed to. I call the member for Casey.
Well, thank you, Deputy Speaker. And it is important that I rise and speak on the Cash Distribution Framework Bill of 2026. This is an important discussion for all Australians and many in my community. And to be very clear, the Coalition is not opposed to this bill. This bill addresses a significant and genuine example of a monopoly that has been created for a multitude of reasons, but it's important that we get the balance right. We make sure that the business involved can be viable and is able to deliver cash to our communities, particularly our regional communities where we know the cost, just because of geography, is more expensive. So we need to make sure that that company is viable, but equally, when any company has 90% market share, we need to protect to make sure that they are not looking to price gouge. And it becomes even more important when we're talking about cash, which is so essential to how we operate. And in my community, across the nation, cash is king, as they like to say. And Deputy Speaker, I caught some of your contribution yesterday, and I thought it was, as always, a good contribution. And the example of your daughter being in far north Queensland with cyclones and making sure that she had cash on hand was great advice from a mother, and it's advice that many in my community live by as well. In June of 2021, we were caught in the storms that knocked power out for some people 3 months in my community. In my household, we were blocked in our driveway because of trees falling down, and we didn't have power for 3 weeks, and we were lucky. You know it's a bad storm when 3 weeks makes you one of the lucky ones without power. And cash became so important to be able to operate in that system. And we need to remember and respect that there are a lot of Australians that don't like using credit cards, that don't like using digital payments, that rely and use cash because it's what they've always used and it's what they want to continue to use. And we should respect that. And we need to be really clear that any Australian that wants to use cash should always be able to use cash. And I remember speaking to some members of the National Seniors group in my electorate when we were talking about many issues, and they've got stickers out to give to businesses that will say, we'll take cash. And there was a lovely lady that was talking to me about how she uses her cash as her budgeting system, like so many people, takes that money out of the bank, puts the cash aside for bill 1, for bill 2, bill 3, and then knows that the cash that she has left is what she can use to spend. And once she runs out of that money, that is the end of her spending money for that week. And that discipline has been instilled in so many people. And so we need to allow people like that to operate in a cash system. But I also stand here as the Shadow Minister for the Digital Economy and Cyber Security. So I spend a lot of time looking at technological opportunities, our digital infrastructure and our cyber resilience. And there are huge productivity gains in a digital world. I was just meeting with the Australian-American AmCham Alliance and the digital companies that work for them. And, you know, digital allows us to move payments across countries, across states, to each other, essentially instantly. So there is a lot of advantages, particularly when we look at the economic advantages. And I will always be a strong advocate, particularly in my role as the Shadow Minister for the Digital Economy. But I want to be really clear, and the Coalition's position is really clear. Growing the digital economy is not at the expense of the cash economy. It is not about having a choice between a digital payment and a cash payment. It is about making sure we give that choice to the consumers. Those that want to use digital payments should absolutely be able to use them, and we should make them as cost effective as possible. But those that want to use cash should always have the ability to use cash. Now, one of the challenges of the digital economy is that while it is a lot more efficient and it drives productivity into our economy, it does create some resilience challenges. And we see that if the infrastructure is down, whether it is power or whether the technology is not working at that time, we can see the profound implications for the community. So we need to invest in that digital resilience and build that redundancy. But one of the best resilience redundancy mechanisms we can build for the Australian people is cash, and making sure that it's still available and viable, which is why this bill is important. And the reality is that part of that is also building communications resilience and making sure that those phone towers can be relied on. Because if the phone towers are working in communities, it means our phones are working to get help, but it does also mean that our payment systems can continue to operate. So this cash mechanism is crucial, but investing in particularly regional and rural communities in the resilience of communications keeps people safe, allows people to use payments as well. Because one of the challenges when it comes to the resilience in the digital economy is while we might have cash at home, if our town has lost power and that supermarket does not have a backup generator, we actually can't use it because so many businesses are reliant on the digital asset of their register and their FPOS machine to make sure they can actually run the transactions. And we learnt that in Victoria when there was an outage recently and the V-line trains were not able to run, and there was many regional Victorians that had to stay in the city because they had no way to get home. So that investment in digital infrastructure is linked to this conversation as well. But it is important that this bill puts a regulator in charge of our cash distribution system to protect all Australians and to make sure that cash distribution is working for all Australians. Now, this has taken a while to come, this legislation. It's legislation that we're supporting, but it would have been nice if it could have been quicker. Because the ACCC approved a merger between Australia's two largest cash-in-transit companies, Armaguard and Proceedings, in June of 2023. And the Albanese Labor government have now waited until August of 2026 to act. And this delay has caused significant challenges. The government should not have waited 3 years to build a proper permanent framework. In October of 2023, Armaguard approached the government, the RBA and the major banks, saying that if it didn't get an extra $190 million over 3 years, it would no longer be viable. By Easter of 2024, the risks were laid bare. Armaguard warned it couldn't keep operating without a large bailout. Coles paused cash deliveries and limited in-store cash withdrawals. Shoppers faced the real prospect of not being able to get or use cash over the long weekend. And it took an emergency meeting chaired by the Reserve Bank Governor and a $50 million rescue package from the banks and the major retailers to keep the cash trucks running. Now, this bill is finally acting. But again, these issues were there in 2023 and 2024. We are now in 2026. It importantly creates an emergency regime so that if the carrier is at risk of collapsing, cash can keep moving across our economy. The regime will be managed by the RBA with similar powers to what APRA have for the banks and insurance companies. And we need to, again, make sure that we protect this because cash is king, but we need to acknowledge that imbalance, that it is a lot more expensive to get cash to regional communities than it is to suburban and metropolitan communities. And we do not want a situation where because of economics, a business is delivering cash to city locations and not to regional communities. And that is why it is a sensible move that we support. However, this bill is focused just on making sure that the cash gets delivered, which is crucial, as I said. It doesn't do anything to guarantee you can actually spend it when you get to the store. Now, Labor, as they always do, are very good at creating bills with impressive sounding names that sound like they're going to fix a problem, but when you look at the detail, they always fall short. And they've done that with their cash payments mandate, and it commenced in January. Again, sounds very impressive, a cash payment mandate. Most Australians would hear that and think, fantastic, I can go into any store in my community and use cash. They'll be mandated to take my cash as a payment. However, when we go to the detail, when we get under the headline, that is not true. Labor's so-called cash payment mandate only applies to supermarkets and to fuel, and for a total of up to $500 between the hours of 7 a.m. and 9 p.m. So too bad if you've got cash at 9:05 p.m. to go and get some bread and milk from the supermarket. They can refuse to take that cash. So what happens outside of those hours? Australians are left with no options but to use payments, if that store decides. But the government will talk about how that is for essential services, supermarkets and fuel, absolutely. But staggeringly, and I've had so many in my community raise this concern with me, Labor's mandate does not allow any Australian, or particularly elderly Australians, to pay cash for medicines at the pharmacy. It is staggering that this government set a mandate, pretend that it covers everything, covers two narrow areas and leaves medicines off, and they talk about how it covers essentials. We'll tell any Australian that needs to go to the pharmacy that their medicine and medication is not essential. And on top of this, cash only works if you can withdraw it and businesses can bank it. And the closure of over 800 bank branches since 2022 has made this considerably more difficult for business owners and elderly Australians in my community and in many regional communities across Australia. And it is deeply concerning that the moratorium on bank closures expires on the 31st of July in 2027, and as it stands today, the government has no plan for what comes next after the moratorium ends. And I recently, Deputy Speaker, got a phone call from my mum, who is a constituent and likes to take advantage of the fact that she can call the member whenever she likes. And she lives in Yarra Glen, and she was concerned about the Commonwealth Bank in Yarra Glen, and that talking to the teller there, they've already reduced hours, and that if people don't use the bank, there is a risk that it will not be there in 2027. So this is a concern, and the bank being the last bank available in my hometown of Yarra Glen. So I know many other Australians beyond my mum is concerned about it, but I'm sure she will be happy to know that it's now on Hansard that I do listen to her. But this is the reality of this complicated system when it comes to cash. It's about making sure that it's available to Australians. It's about making sure it can get where it needs to go in terms of banks and stores. We need to make sure that banks are available to those that want to use them, and we need to make sure that it is economical for everyone involved in the ecosystem. So while this is a good step and we support this, it is an ongoing issue that I will continue to monitor for my community, and I will continue to always be an advocate for the digital economy and the opportunities that it creates for our country, for our individuals, for our businesses. But to finish where I started, Deputy Speaker, it is not a choice between embracing the digital economy at the expense of a cash economy. It is about making sure that a digital economy works for all Australians and a cash economy works for all Australians, and they work together, and that ultimately it is the consumer that has the choice on the payment method that they want to use as they interact with businesses in their community.
I thank the member. The question is that the amendment moved by the honourable member for Calare to the amendment moved for the honourable member of Page is agreed to. I call the member for Melbourne.
Thank you, Speaker. The other day I was out and about in the community talking to friends and neighbours. I had one question to ask. It's, what's important to you? It's something that I ask everybody when I meet them. I was preparing early and there was no one else around, and all of a sudden, out of the blue, someone flew over to me and wanted to have a chat. So I asked, as I always do, what's important to you? Their reply surprised me. They said what was important to them was their job. Now, it wasn't what they said, it was about how enthusiastic they were. And I also thought, well, I actually have the best job in the world, so it's hard to know what their job was. So I said, what's your job? They were the CEO of an exchange company that supports children and teaches them about money. Then they said they were a little famous. I was a bit curious because I didn't recognise them at first, and I said, well, all right, what's your name? They said last name was Fairy, first name was Tooth. It was the Tooth Fairy. They were out and about having a chat. And then they wanted to tell me about a friend, a little boy that they had an eye on. His name was Leo. He was a twin, and he was very excited because his tooth has become wobbly. He came into his mum and let her know because his twin brother had received $2 the other day and was excited about what he was going to spend at the shop. So Mum, later on in the day, Dad helped get that tooth removed, and Leo came in at the end of the night, was happy to go to bed nice and early. Mum asked him to take his brother with him. And it was a really great night for Mum as she settled in with a kid-free night with Dad and a glass of wine. She was woken up really early the next day with a very excited Leo coming in because he'd received some money from the Tooth Fairy. Mum looked over, bleary-eyed, and said, oh, what have you got there, Leo? And Leo said, I got $20, Mum, $20 from the Tooth Fairy, and ran up excited to tell his brother about how much money he had received. Mum then looked over at Dad and said, what is going on? Dad went on to explain that the Tooth Fairy had looked everywhere to find some money, but wasn't able to find anything, and all he had was the $20 in his pocket. And I asked the Tooth Fairy if that had happened before, and the Tooth Fairy sighed and said, yes, sometimes it's hard for the Tooth Fairy to find cash. It's not as easy as it used to be. More often than not, this actually happens. Parents don't keep coins around the house like they used to. Many pay with a tap of a card, they order online, their wages arrive electronically. It's a wonderful, convenient way of receiving money, but right up until that little tooth falls out at bedtime. Suddenly the search begins, drawers are opened, jacket pockets are checked, the car cup holders becomes the last place for hope to find a gold coin. Every parent listening probably knows exactly what I'm talking about. Speaker, in 2025, the Reserve Bank found around 15% of payments were still made in cash. While around 1 in 10 Australians rely on cash for most of their purchases, for older Australians, families with young children, people on lower incomes and many regional communities, cash remains an essential part of everyday life. Cash is also there when the internet fails, when the power is out or the FPOS systems break down. Cash is a way of making a moment feel real. Just like the Tooth Fairy said, a child can hold it, they can count it, they can begin to understand what it's worth. Cash makes money visible. It helps children learn. Speaker, when you think about cash, people rarely think about financial infrastructure. They think about pocket money, a $20 note from a grandparent, a gold coin for a fundraiser, or selling something on Marketplace. Speaker, have you ever tried to sell something on Marketplace? Have you had something lying around the house which was too good to go into landfill, but you no longer used? Well, if you had, you would know that the key thing you need is cash. I know most people use cards or phones for making purchases, but if you're standing at your neighbour's door buying that musical instrument that you'd always wanted to learn, you need cash. Cash is a quick and effective part of the modern economy. Speaker, I support innovation. I support technology that makes life easier, but modernisation should expand choice. It should never shut people out. A fall in cash use does not mean the need is disappeared. It means that people who still rely on cash could become easier to overlook. Well, Labor will not overlook them. The Albanese Labor government has committed to maintaining cash for as long as Australians want to use it. That commitment sits behind the cash accepted mandate that began on the 1st of January 2026. Supermarkets and fuel retailers covered by that mandate must accept cash between 7 a.m. and 9 p.m. for transactions for $500 or less. Yet a cash mandate at the checkout only works if cash can still move through the economy. Shops need change, ATMs need filling, and communities need reliable access. This bill creates a national framework to protect that distribution system. It allows the Reserve Bank to safeguard critical cash providers and give the ACCC oversight of fair commercial arrangements so businesses and communities can continue to access cash when they need it. The first purpose of this bill is clear: protect choice, protect access, keep cash available for people who still need it. Speaker, it seems the Tooth Fairy's generosity can also have consequences elsewhere in a family budget. As was revealed later that same day when I spoke to a lovely couple. They were out and about because it was Mum's birthday. Mum and Dad were chatting with me and her two boys, happened to be twins, were playing nearby. Mum was out looking for a present because apparently the kids didn't get the present that she had asked for. Dad had pulled some money out and given it to the kids for them to go shopping for Mum's present. But it turned out Dad was a little bit short due to one very expensive tooth. Mum, of course, rolled her eyes, and of course they were only joking, but partly. This family, like other families, understand that money involves choices. Small businesses, like the Tooth Fairies, understands that too. For a business to keep accepting cash, it needs confidence in a system behind it. It needs to know what a service will cost, it needs fair terms, it needs somewhere to turn when the negotiations break down. The Tooth Fairy knows that running a small business is harder than most people think. They need suppliers, they need transport, they need somewhere to exchange notes for coins. They need confidence that when they ask for cash, it will actually be available. Every small business depends on infrastructure that most customers never see. When you buy a loaf of bread, you don't think about the truck that delivered it. When you withdraw cash, you probably don't think about the systems that move those notes safely across the country. Yet, if those systems stop working, everyone notices. That is exactly what why this legislation matters. This bill gives the ACCC the power to approve standard terms for providers that supply cash. Those terms can cover services and pricing. They will create a baseline that a critical provider must make available. Chosen providers must also negotiate in good faith. Their term must be fair, clear and equal. This is important in a market where customers may have few alternatives. A small supermarket cannot build its own cash network. A regional business may have only one realistic provider. The framework also recognises that locations affect cost. Moving cash through inner Melbourne is different from moving it hundreds of kilometres across regional Australia. The bill allows pricing to reflect those differences. It also requires pricing to be set fairly and transparently. Businesses will have access to dispute resolution. A disagreement should not become a breakdown in service. The ACCC will also be able to set compulsory minimum standards. Those standards can cover the quality, dependability and service ease of use. The bill also creates reporting and record-keeping duties. Those responsible for oversight need to see where pressure is building. They need to act before a weak point becomes a breakdown. This is especially important for regional and remote Australia. Bank branch closure have already reduced local access. Reliable cash service cannot become another thing regional Australia are told to live without. The government has secured commitments from the major banks not to close further regional branches before the 31st of July 2027. The government has also secured strong investment in Bank at Post. For many communities, Bank at Post provides basic banking services including access to cash. A branch or post office cannot provide cash if cash cannot reach it. The second purpose of this bill is clear. Turn the promise of cash access into systems businesses can rely on. Speaker, cash also remains part of community life much closer to home. Across Melbourne, school fundraisers, markets, sporting club canteens and neighbourhood events bring people together every weekend. Volunteers run cake stands, they sell raffle tickets, they raise money for playgrounds, uniforms and junior teams. Sooner or later, someone places a jar of lollies on a table and asks us to donate for a guest and a chance to win the jar. Speaker, the next family I met told me about their school's fundraiser to guess how many jelly beans were in a jar. After being begged by her daughter, Mum dug into her purse and handed over a couple of coins so she could guess. It was a big decision for her daughter and she spent most of the day trying to get the number right. She was so determined she even asked her dad for some couple of extra coins to make some more guesses. Her hard work paid off and yes, she won. The whole family celebrated. Dad joked that the puzzle should probably come with a toothbrush. Mum immediately started negotiating how many jelly beans could actually be eaten in one day. The little girl, however, had already worked out a business plan. She was going to share some with her friends, save some for later, and keep the rest hidden from her brother. It struck me that all of those little decisions were really lessons about money. Spending, saving, sharing. Those are lessons children often first learn with coins in their hands. The Tooth Fairy may not have been very happy with the haul of lollies, but I'm certain they would not make the same mistake of overspending on one tooth, especially when they had eaten her share of 1,723 jelly beans. A mum was hopeful that the child didn't end up the Tooth Fairy's enemy, the dentist. Cash is about more than payments, it's about family life. You cannot promise Australians access to cash while leaving the system that moves it to chance. This bill gives the Reserve Bank crisis readiness and resolution powers. When the legislative triggers are met, the Reserve Bank will be able to give directions, appoint a statutory manager and use compulsory transfer powers. The bill also provides for freeze stays, temporary suspensions of termination rights and, where needed, temporary government funding. These are strong powers for serious circumstances. Similar tools already exist in insurance, banking, clearing and settlement systems. Their purpose is simple: protect the public when a critical service is at risk. Critical providers will also need their own crisis plan. They must understand their risk, they must be ready to respond, and government must be ready too. A crisis is not the moment to start deciding who has the authority. This bill puts the rules in place early. It gives the power to act quickly. It protects communities from a sudden and disorderly breakdown. The third purpose of this bill is clear: prepare before a crisis. Act when action is needed. Keep cash moving. Speaker, this legislation is practical Labor reform. Labor has always believed progress should improve people's lives. This legislation reflects a simple principle. As technology changes, Australians should not lose choice. A modern economy should work for everyone: older Australians, families, regional communities and small businesses alike. This bill comes from that same belief. Older Australians must be able to participate. People on lower incomes must be able to manage their money in a way that works for them. Regional communities must retain access to essential services. Small businesses must have fair terms and reliable systems behind them, and the Tooth Fairy must be able to swap coins for teeth. Labor embraces new technology, we back innovation, we look after people. That is the difference between simply watching a market change and taking responsibility for where that change leads. This bill protects choice, it keeps an essential service working in the public interest. From the Tooth Fairy to Marketplace, from small businesses to school fundraisers, cash remains part of the moments that shape families and brings communities together. Behind those moments sit a national system. Labor is making that system fairer. Labor is making it stronger. Labor is making sure progress carries people with it. I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that the amendment moved by the Honourable Member for Calare to the amendment moved by the Honourable Member for Page be agreed to. I call the member for Venning.
Member for Gray.
Gray, sorry.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I rise to speak on the Cash Distribution Framework Bill 2026. Let me be clear from the outset. The Coalition will not oppose this bill. We will help pass it, and we will help pass it quickly. Cash is critical national infrastructure, and it is right to protect it. But I want the House to understand what cash means in a place like my electorate of Grey, and why the government's late arrival to this problem matters so much to the people I represent. My electorate covers 90%, over 90% of South Australia. In a capital city, cash is a choice. You tap a card or you tap a phone, and if the terminal goes down, there is an ATM in the foyer or a bank around the corner. In parts of my electorate, the nearest bank or ATM is not a dash up the road. It can be hundreds of kilometres away. So when the cash system fails, in the country or in the bush, it is not an inconvenience, it becomes a crisis. The Reserve Bank published its latest work on this in April, drawing on the 2025 Consumer Payments Survey. The findings are worth putting on the record. About half of Australians use cash in a typical week. Around 15% of all payments and about 19% of in-person payments are still made in cash. After decades of decline, cash use has stabilised, and as I say, cash is king. About 1.5 million Australian adults rely mainly on cash for everyday payments. 1 in 3 Aussies say they would face hardship or major inconvenience if they could not withdraw cash. Among those who use cash the most, that figure is over 70%. And the Reserve Bank is clear about those Australians are. They are older Australians, households on lower incomes, people who find online banking difficult, people living in regional Australia, and people in remote communities, including Indigenous communities, where digital services are less reliable or simply don't exist at all. And we must remember that in a lot of these remote communities, there is no internet, there is no phone reception. So POS machines simply don't work. Speaker, that is the description of my electorate. The Reserve Bank makes one further point. Cash is our backup. Our emergency services agencies tell Australians to keep cash in an emergency kit so they can still buy what they need when the power or the phone network is down. And Speaker, under this government, the power and the network is down a lot. And in Grey, that is not a theory. So how did the nation's cash system end up in this position? Well, in June 2023, the ACCC approved the merger of Australia's two largest cash-in-transit companies, Armaguard and Proceedings. That decision handed one company control of 85% to 90% of the market, a private monopoly over how cash physically moves around this country. The ACCC only allowed it with a temporary 3-year undertaking, setting conditions on the merged business until September of 2026. That should have been the starting gun for this government to build a proper, permanent framework. It wasn't. The merger was finalised in September. By October, just weeks later, Armaguard went to the government, the Reserve Bank and the major banks and said that without an extra $190 million over the 3 years, it would no longer be viable. By Easter of 2024, the risks were laid bare. Armaguard warned it could not keep operating without a large bailout. Coles paused cash deliveries and limited in-store withdrawals. Shoppers faced the real prospect of not being able to get cash or even use it over a long weekend. It took an emergency meeting chaired by the Governor of the Reserve Bank and a $50 million rescue from the banks and the major retailers to keep the trucks running. Further support was needed again in 2025. Now, with the ACCC's undertaking due to expire in a month's time, the government has finally turned up with a plan at the 11th hour. They should have been working on this from day one. They should have been working on this from the day that the merger was approved. Instead, they delayed, and that delay put ongoing strength of our cash system at risk. Now, the last thing this country needs is a run on cash. That is a dangerous thing for an economy to face. And this government should have taken it seriously in June of 2023, when the merger was announced. This is a government that waits for a crisis instead of preventing it. Now, to the bill itself. It finally puts a regulation in charge of the cash distribution system. It creates an emergency regime so that if the carrier is ever at risk of collapsing, cash can keep moving rather than the system simply falling over. The Reserve Bank would manage that regime with emergency powers similar to those APRA already holds over banks and insurers, and to the financial market infrastructure regime. It gives the ACCC the power to require fair and transparent pricing, to approve the terms offered to banks and to retailers, and to set service level standards instead of a monopoly setting its own terms. And in a crisis, the Treasurer, with the written approval of the Finance Minister, can draw up to $400 million per event from consolidated revenue to be recovered afterwards from the major users. Speaker, we are the party of lower regulation, free enterprise and less government interference. That has not changed. But a monopoly is a market failure. You cannot have one company setting the price of moving the nation's cash without anybody watching. That is not fair. That is not fair on the Australians who rely on it. Now, these powers are sensible, the same kind we already use to protect banking, insurance and payments. We support them. But here is the problem. This bill makes sure cash gets delivered. It does nothing to guarantee you can actually spend it once it gets there. Labor's cash payment mandate, which commenced on January 1 of this year, is simply inadequate. It only covers supermarkets and fuel, only up to $500, only between 7 a.m. and 9 p.m. It does not even cover medicines bought from a pharmacy. So, an older Australian who has budgeted in cash their whole life can be told that their money is not good enough for their own prescriptions. That is not good enough. And then there is a larger hole. Cash only works if you can withdraw it, and if a business can bank it. We have seen over 800 bank closures since 2022. More than 2,489 have closed between 2017 and the middle of last year. The moratorium on regional bank closures expires on 31 July 2027. It only applies to major banks, and many of them have already left our towns long before it was signed. Only last year, we had banks closed down in Tumby Bay, Cleve and Woodner, never to be opened again. Those communities no longer have access to banking services. And previous to that, up in Coober Pedy, a town 5 hours away from Port Augusta and some 7 hours away from Alice Springs, has no bank in that community of 1,600 people. The moratorium ends in less than 12 months, and this government has no plan for the day after. You cannot protect the cash system while the places to keep cash keeps disappearing. And it's not only about taking money out, it's about putting it back in. The Reserve Bank found that around 75% of Australians report inconvenient access to withdrawal services, but but only 65% say the same about deposits. On both measures, access has become less convenient than it was 3 years ago. More than 2/3 of merchants who accept cash report problems doing so. They struggle to find somewhere to deposit cash and draw out change. In the city, that is a walk down the street. In my electorate, it is a small business driving an hour and a half each way with the week's takings on the passenger seat to a branch 2 towns over. Until recently, Peter and Wendy Amy ran the Orroroo post office. There is no bank in Orroroo. The post office is the only option for banking services in that town. Not just for residents, but for businesses and community organisations. The pub, the footy club, the netball club. And there are strict limits on how much cash the post office can hold. At the time, it was $15,000. It's just been increased to $20,000. Now, Speaker, that sounds like a lot, but when there are no banking services in town, it simply is not. On pension day, that money goes out the door quickly, even with the $2,000 daily limit in place. And it's not just pension day. Say you want to buy a second-hand car and the seller wants cash. If the price is $4,500, you cannot simply walk out and withdraw it. It takes 3 days to do so. Or on a Monday, when the pub and the sports club want to come and deposit their cash, all of a sudden you're over your holding limit. Peter and Wendy Amy then had to notify the area managers, which could take days to bring it back down. Too much cash is a problem, not enough cash is a problem. And a family behind the post office counter in the country is left to manage it. And it is worse further out. In the more remote communities, the mail run might only be once or twice a week. And in the last 6 months, not at all, given the fact that the roads in the northeast of the state are still closed. The government has no plan for what happens after the branch moratorium ends. But then again, this government has no plan for regional, rural and remote Australia at all. It is a city-centric government with the blinkers on to the realities of regional, rural and remote Australia. Policies get written for a postcode where the bank, the chemist, the ATM and the mobile towers are all within walking distance. We saw it with the 3G shutdown, where the promise was equivalent coverage and the delivery was silent on the handset. We see it in the cash payment mandate that assumes that only things you ever buy with cash are groceries and fuel. And we see it here in a framework that protects the trucks but forgets the town it is driving to. Speaker, the Coalition will help pass this bill and will help pass it quickly because the undertaking runs out in September. Putting a regulator in charge of cash distribution is the right call. Giving the Reserve Bank the power to keep cash moving in a crisis is the right call. Requiring fair and transparent pricing from a monopoly is the right call. But let's be honest about the record. This is a government that let cash system drift for 3 years and only acted when the clock ran down. For the people I represent, cash is not nostalgia and it is not a preference. It is how you pay when the power is out, when the network is down, when the terminal will not connect, and when the bank left the town a decade ago. The Coalition will always stand up for the right of Australians to use cash.
The question is that the amendment be moved by the Honourable Member for Calare to the amendment moved by the Honourable Member for Page. I call the Member for Macquarie.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I rise to speak on this important bill. At a recent community event, I was reminded of how handy it is to carry cash. I was at a market and a stallholder's EFTPOS machine wasn't behaving. Some of us waiting were unfazed. We had cash and could still support that small trader and hand over notes for our purchase. And that's a very everyday example of why cash is still so important. Not just that businesses accept it, but that it's available including in ATMs and post offices in places outside the main cities, including those across the vast area of Macquarie. Whether it's a petrol station on the Putty Road or the post office at Bilpin or in the upper mountains in Blackheath or at the Lennox Centre in Emu Plains, it shouldn't matter where you are, cash should be within cooee. My constituents know firsthand that when natural disaster hits, cash is more than just handy to have. We need cash because it provides a reliable backup when digital systems fail, and that's what happens in bushfires, in flood, in major storms, and even in cyber attacks. And when bank branches have largely left the playing field over the course of the previous decade or so in much of Macquarie, it's the post offices and agencies that can provide essential access to cash through Bank at Post. For some people, cash protects personal privacy. For others, it's a way to stick to physical spending limits. For some elderly people, it's an easier concept than tapping. And others prefer it because it lets them bypass surcharges or processing fees. These are some of the reasons people like Peter from Blackheath, Jasmine from Lawson, and Isabel from the Hawkesbury have shared with me their preference and their desire to continue to be able to access cash, and we absolutely agree. Cash promotes economic inclusion. It makes payment systems more resilient, and it's an important store of value, including in times of uncertainty. A substantial portion of the Australian population would face genuine hardship or major inconvenience if cash were to become harder to access or use as a payment method. In 2025, the Reserve Bank found that roughly 1 in 10 Australians still use cash for most of their purchases, particularly older Australians, lower income households, and those in rural and regional Australia. And around 15% of payments were made overall in cash. No one should be left behind in a payment system. The amendments that we're considering today, those put forward by the government, support our legislation and provide additional certainty that cash will be delivered and collected around Australia, so businesses have cash in their tills, ATMs are stocked with notes, and consumers can use cash at the checkout. We're continuing to build on our changes that make it mandatory for fuel and grocery retailers to accept cash, so Australians can continue to pay with cash for essentials if they want to. So the Albanese government is getting on with the job of not just talking about cash, but ensuring that Australians have continued access to cash, recognising it remains essential for many households, small businesses and regional communities. We know that Australians still need and want to use cash, and this reform puts people first by protecting choice, inclusion and access. But what's become really clear, Deputy Speaker, is that the system of distribution for cash, from bank vaults to machines or cash registers, was not up to scratch. The cash distribution framework bills, including these amendments, aim to change that. The framework demonstrates the government's commitments to a payment system that's resilient, fair and works in the interests of everyday Australians. By strengthening the oversight and accountability, the government's ensuring critical cash services operate transparently and sustainably, providing confidence to communities and businesses alike. This is a really practical, forward-looking reform. We're backing industry initiatives, but at the same time providing a regulatory framework so that we secure a reliable cash distribution system for the long term. As I've highlighted in speaking about Macquarie, Australia's natural geography can heighten the challenges of ensuring that communities in regional and remote areas continue to have services provided and that those services are delivered at reasonable prices. Consultation on our changes highlighted that reliable access to cash and bank branch services is a significant concern for consumers, and I know that that would be the case for many people across the more regional parts of Macquarie. Our legislation also introduces a crisis management and resolution regime for cash distribution services, and that's critical to the availability of cash in Australia, not when everything's going right, but when things are going wrong. Overall, the framework will support the long-term sustainability of the cash distribution system in Australia so that cash is available for those who need or want to use it. For businesses, it will strengthen confidence in their ability to access and transact in cash. The government's committed to maintaining cash for as long as Australians want to use it. Let me make that really clear. We are committed to maintaining access and availability of cash for as long as Australians want to use it. It's a key priority in the government's strategic plan for Australia's payment system. So how does it all work? Deputy Speaker, the regulatory framework we've established and are refining with these amendments will be administered by the Australian Competition and Consumer Commission, the ACCC, and the Reserve Bank of Australia, the RBA. The framework will apply to critical cash distribution service providers that have been designated by the Reserve Bank. They allow for the creation of ACCC-approved standard terms covering services and pricing, and these create the baseline offer that a designated entity must provide to its customers unless it is not reasonable or where it has specifically negotiated other terms with its customers. Designated cash providers will be required to negotiate in good faith, such as by offering terms that are fair, transparent and non-discriminatory. Businesses using cash distribution services have access to dispute resolution and arbitration pathways where they're not happy with what is happening. The ACCC also has that power to establish mandatory minimum service level standards. Appropriate pricing is important. You know, that gets passed through somewhere in the chain and that always lands with the consumer. So to have pricing that is set in a fair and transparent way under the framework, but it also has to consider different geographies and customer types. And that's a key element of ensuring the long-term viability of the sector. The bill provides for reporting and record-keeping requirements for designated entities in relation to service agreements and access agreements so that it supports informed, regulated decision-making and actions. So the detail in this bill is what will make it a long-term workable process. It's not a quick fix. I want to talk a bit more about the crisis management and resolution. Because this is where the rubber really hits the road in anything that we do in this place. You know, when things are going as they should, there isn't a problem. When things get in the way of the normal operations, that's where we have to have thought that through. And this framework includes crisis readiness and resolution powers to ensure that critical cash distribution services continue to operate in the event of a crisis. Where legislative triggers are met, the RBA could step in to exercise resolution powers in relation to any service provider that they've designated as critical to the cash distribution system. The RBA is also able to trigger their crisis resolution powers in a specified set of circumstances, including instances where an entity becomes insolvent or enters administration, or a provider seeks to reduce or stop providing their critical cash distribution services. Resolution powers would include directions powers, the ability to appoint a statutory manager and compulsory transfer powers. And the bill also provides for moratoriums and stays, suspensions of termination rights and, if required to address the crisis, temporary government funding. Similar provisions are in place in relation to banking, insurance and clearing and settlement facilities. If a crisis were to occur, critical service providers would themselves be expected to be ready to respond and to have plans for dealing with any potential disruption. Deputy Speaker, I want to discuss how this interacts with the cash mandate. So the cash acceptance mandate, which means people have to accept cash, commenced on the 1st of January, and it required that supermarkets and fuel retailers that meet certain criteria must accept cash between 7 a.m. and 9 p.m. for transactions of $500 or less. By underpinning businesses' ongoing access to cash, the framework enables and supports these businesses' compliance with the government's cash acceptance mandate. The framework will also provide confidence that in these circumstances, users of cash can continue to access it where they wish to. The framework is also, Deputy Speaker, an important element in ensuring that regional banks and businesses can access cash on fair and transparent terms and at a reasonable price. This does support the viability of branch networks in regional and remote Australia, and we all know how important those branches are. In February 2025, our government announced new commitments by Australia's major banks to not make any further branch closures in regional areas before 31 July 2027. Westpac has subsequently announced that it's extended that moratorium until 2030. The government's also secured increased commitment from the banks to and investment in Bank Post, which provides greater certainty and choice to banking customers, including that ability to access cash. And Bank at Post definitely plays a role in the peri-urban communities like mine. The government's continuing to work with the sector to develop long-term solutions to support access to essential banking services for the regions. But this bill certainly plays a role in ensuring that the delivery of cash to those branches will be done on fair and transparent terms and at a reasonable price. Deputy Speaker, the amendments to the bill are intended to, the bill itself is intended to support the ongoing sustainability of the cash distribution system, but there are additional amendments because the bill itself is not intended to supersede industrial relations laws, including the road transport contractual chain orders, which set minimum standards for people in road transport contractual chains to ensure operators are safe, sustainable and viable. In most instances, the cash distribution framework contained in the contractual chain orders will not overlap, given these regimes target different policy outcomes. However, in the event that the two regimes do have some overlap or conflict, the proposed amendments provide a pathway for resolving that conflict. These changes ensure that requirements of the Fair Work Commission set out in a road transport contractual chain order are appropriately protected and address concerns about potential regulatory ambiguity. The amendments require the ACCC to consider a relevant contractual chain order when setting, varying or revoking approved standard terms and service level standards, or when exercising interim powers. And Deputy Speaker, the amendments will support those outcomes. The amendments also require the ACCC to have various roles in it. And this is all about ensuring that the bill that we have is the most robust it can be, that it has looked at all sorts of possible interactions that might occur, because this is about ensuring the certainty of the delivery of cash from the bank vault to the ATM that you take it out of, and I commend the bill to the House.
The question is that the amendment moved by the Honourable Member for Calare to the amendment moved by the Honourable Member for Page be agreed to. I call the Member for Banks.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm pleased to rise in support of the Cash Distribution Framework Bill and the related legislation before the Parliament. The bills aim to ensure that Australians continue to enjoy access to cash for as long as they wish to use it, and complements previous government actions in this area. In 2025, the Reserve Bank found that roughly 10% of Australians still use cash for most of their purchases, and around 15% of payments were still made in cash. Cash plays an important role in promoting economic inclusion, supporting the resilience of payment systems, and acts as a store of value that is particularly useful in times of uncertainty. Furthermore, the positive effects are most pronounced in regional areas and lower socioeconomic communities. However, the decline in transactional cash use is not only putting pressure on these functions, it is also making the economics of storing, processing and transporting cash around the country harder, especially in the communities that need it most, where the tyranny of distance dries up the associated costs. Deputy Speaker, the government is committed to safeguarding Australians by ensuring continued access to cash and recognising its essential role in our society in law. It is why the government introduced the cash acceptance mandate, which came into effect on the 1st of January this year. It is enforced by the ACCC and requires major grocery and motor fuel retailers to accept cash for everyday in-person transactions of $500 or less during regular business hours. This is a common sense measure that protects small businesses by exempting those with a turnover of less than $10 million, unless they share a trademark with a larger retailer. While the cash acceptance mandate is working as intended, we need to ensure that no one is left behind in the payment system. With the introduction of the Cash Distribution Framework Bill, the government is taking the next step and delivering on its commitment to maintaining cash for as long as Australians want to use it. Deputy Speaker, at its core, the bill before the House establishes a legislative framework to regulate cash distribution services in Australia to ensure critical providers can operate fairly and transparency within a sustainable, resilient and efficient sector. It also introduces a crisis management and resolution regime for cash distribution services that are critical to the availability of cash in Australia. The framework will also support the long-term sustainability of the cash distribution system, ensuring that cash is available for those who need or want to use it. Australia's landscape can heighten the challenges of ensuring that communities in regional and remote Australia continue to have access to services provided at a reasonable price. The bill before the House seeks to address this problem by allowing for the creation of ACCC-approved standard terms. These standard terms will cover both services and pricing, ensuring that customers of cash providers are given with a simple baseline while not precluding them from negotiating a stronger deal themselves where possible. Further, the bill will require cash providers to negotiate in good faith with terms that are fair, non-discriminatory and transparent. During the transition period to the new framework, the Reserve Bank will have heightened powers to direct designated entities in relation to cash distribution services. These additional powers are designed to be used swiftly when needed while regulators establish longer-term settings. The formulation of the long-term settings will be aided by provisions in the legislation before the House. Appropriate pricing that considers the various commercial and geographical challenges inherent to this industry is crucial to ensuring the long-term health of the sector. The reporting and record-keeping requirements for cash providers in relation to service and access agreements will help ensure this. Importantly, the ACCC will also have the power to establish mandatory minimum service level standards, and input from the public will help shape these standards. Further, Deputy Speaker, the bill contains important provisions to ensure continuity of service during crisis events through the framework's crisis readiness and resolution powers. The framework specifies various circumstances where the Reserve Bank can step in to exercise resolution powers in relation to any service provider that they have designated as crucial to the cash distribution system, including instances where a particular entity becomes insolvent, enters administration, or seeks to reduce or cease their crucial services. The resolution powers include direction powers, the ability to appoint a statutory manager, and powers of compulsory transfer. The bill also provides for moratoriums and stays, suspensions of termination rights, and, if required to address the particular crisis event, temporary government funding. These powers are a standard feature of crisis resolution frameworks in the financial sector. Such powers are necessary to enable a rapid regulatory response when the supply chain that so many Australians rely on for access to their own money is stretched. Finally, the bill has an impact on bank branches and bank closures. The framework is an important element of ensuring that regional bank branches can access cash on fair and transparent terms and at a reasonable price. Such a move will support the viability of bank branch networks in regional and remote areas of Australia, but also in my electorate of banks. Though this is not the only action the government is taking to ensure continued access to banking services in regional and remote communities. In February last year, the government secured a commitment from Australia's major banks to not make any further closures in regional areas before 31 July 2027, and one bank has subsequently extended its moratorium until 2030. The government has also secured new and increased commitments from the banks to bank at post services. While post office closures are a problem all of their own, the availability of bank at post as a service provides wider choice and greater certainty to consumers that cash will be available to them. While this is all welcome news, there is more work to do, and the government is continuing to work hard to develop long-term solutions that support access to essential banking services in regional communities. Deputy Speaker, the issue of access to cash and in-person banking services is one I've spoken about previously in the Federation Chamber. Indeed, the effects of bank branch closing and cash becoming less readily available are well known to many of us in this House. The Hawker inquiry into the level of banking and financial services in regional and rural communities outlined these issues quite clearly back in the 1990s. Federal inquiries and research by academics have come to the same conclusions. Lower access to cash and banking services has profound negative social impacts, including socio-economic marginalisation and financial exclusion. Research out of the United Kingdom, prepared against the backdrop of proposed legislation to protect access to basic banking services from only a few years ago, indicated that the closure of bank branches was entirely eliminating access to cash and financial services in some communities. In regional communities, the effects are also devastating for small businesses and local economies. When people travel to larger regional centres to do their banking, they do their shopping there as well, taking their business and money out of their local communities, much to the despair of those local businesses. The same challenges can be observed in metropolitan areas as well at a smaller scale. Of the 26 suburbs in my electorate, only 2 still have a bank branch. While it might not be universal, the closure of bank branches and post offices drive a large section of consumers to larger suburban centres, harming the business ecosystems everywhere else outside of these larger suburban hubs. While it might not be possible to integrate social licence into legislation, it is something that financial institutions need to consider. The ongoing acceptance and approval of a business and its practices from the community and other stakeholders is often unseen and underappreciated element of business success. Deputy Speaker, the legislation does not exist in isolation. As mentioned, the government has instituted a cash acceptance mandate, but we are also ensuring that Australia has a stronger payment system across methods. Following the RBA surcharging review, surcharges on debit and credit cards will end from 1 October this year. While surcharging was intended to encourage consumers to use cheaper payment methods, it is no longer achieving this goal, not least because avoiding surcharges has become almost impossible. The government also recognises that the fees paid by businesses for card payments are too high. To begin remedying this problem, the maximum interchange fees will be lowered, reducing card payment costs, especially for our small businesses. This follows previous government action to stop passing on surcharges from the Tax Office and Services Australia to ensure these everyday payments don't cost Australians more. Finally, the government has also instituted a plan for orderly winding down of Australia's cheques system. While less than 0.1% of retail payments in Australia are made with cheques, a rapid industry exit has the potential to disrupt both consumers and industry. The government's plan is providing certainty as the system is gradually phased out in September 2029. Deputy Speaker, as payment methods change, the government is making sure the system works for everyone, not just those who can easily move away from cash towards digital alternatives. This bill, Deputy Speaker, keeps cash available for the people and businesses who rely on it most, while building an altogether stronger and more resilient payment system for Australia, for our country, including for my great electorate of banks.
The question is that the amendment moved by the Honourable Member for Calare to the amendment moved by the Honourable Member for Page be agreed to. I call the member for Hughes.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. This is cash. Don't be afraid. Don't be scared. It won't hurt you. Australian cash is iconic. Our polymer banknotes are one of the country's most successful technological innovations. Following the joint development of new banknote technology in Australia by the Reserve Bank and the CSIRO, Australia issued a polymer $10 commemorative banknote in January 1988. The successful issue of the $10 commemorative banknote
to mark the bicentenary of British settlement in Australia was a world first, and it set the scene for a new era of banknotes. Especially when compared to other countries that still use fragile, indistinguishable and lifeless paper for their currency, Australians are rightly proud of the unique and recognisable cash that proudly displays iconic Australians, including one of the greatest Australians to ever live, General Sir John Monash, Edith Cowan, Banjo Paterson and David Unaipon. From lobsters like this to pineapples, cowboys, prawns and even the Granny Smith herself, the Hungy, the Australian Labor government is making sure that Australians can continue to use cash in all its varieties for the foreseeable future. We know that many Australians still rely on cash for the transactions essential to everyday life. Last year, the RBA found that roughly 1 in 10 Australians still use cash for most of their purchases, especially older Australians, with around 15% of payments being settled in cash. Protecting cash is not just essential for the smooth functioning of our economy. It is also about putting people first by protecting choice, inclusion and access. No one should be left behind in the payment system. Many of us knew the rewarding feeling of diligently completing household chores in eager anticipation of cold hard cash as a kid. For some, it's a core memory and lesson about the value of work and reward for effort, or the memory of a grandparent slipping a folded $10 note into your pocket with a cheeky imperative not to tell mum. And who knows, maybe in 10 or 15 years' time, this common childhood experience will be replaced with the experience of a pop-up notification informing them of an electronic transfer or a buzz from a bank to the microchip in our brains. But that isn't where we are. For some, in the age of online banking, this may be all that cash represents, a historical curiosity, no less quaint than the spinning jenny which helped us make our textiles, or the now extinct turnspit dogs which once turned cooking food. But for many Australians, cash remains the essential medium of exchange and store of value that gives them freedom, choice and control. Cash is critical for many households, small businesses and regional communities. A substantial portion of the Australian population would face genuine hardship or major inconvenience if cash were to become harder to access or use as a payment method. I used to work at Woolworths Janali, which from further up Box Road from where it used to be, still serves residents of my electorate in Janali every day. Every day I'd serve customers who were still reliant on cash for access to basic services, for fresh food and groceries to ensure that they lived healthy and comfortable lives. That was a decade ago, but that reliance still exists. Any challenges to the viability of cash in Australia would not only risk locking many Australians out of obtaining the basic goods needed for life, it would also threaten the 15% of our economy facilitated by cash transactions. That's why our government took the forward-looking step to mandate cash acceptance for essential goods and services. From the start of this year, supermarkets and fuel retailers meeting certain criteria have an obligation to accept cash between 7 a.m. and 9 p.m. for transactions of $500 or less. The importance of cash to many Australians, as well as to the broader economy, is abundantly clear. But what often goes unnoticed is the hidden architecture underpinning our transactions, the cash distribution system that facilitates the movement and processing of enormous volumes of cash right across our country. Cash doesn't just magically float from the printers at No Printing Australia's Craigieburn location over to your local bank branch or ATM. Coins do not roll from the mint straight into supermarket tills. The journey from production to point of sale involves a vast distribution network incorporating transport and logistics, collection and supply services, security and ATM servicing. It includes administration, quality control, counterfeit detection, and cash must be stored, processed and packaging before it is used. As customers and businesses transition over to using EFTPOS and digital payments more frequently, the economics of the cash distribution system are becoming harder to sustain. with demand for cash declining while downstream costs for those operating in the network remain the same. Retailers often face higher costs in obtaining cash. This is especially true in regional and remote areas, where Australia's natural geography can heighten the challenges of ensuring cash distribution services are provided at reasonable prices. A related anxiety for many has been the closure of some regional bank branches. The viability of branch networks in regional and remote Australia is a critical part of making sure that those in the bush and smaller towns right across the country have access to the cash they need on the same terms as those in the major cities. Last year, our government announced new commitments by Australia's major banks not to make any further branch closures in regional areas before 31 July 2027. Westpac has subsequently announced that it has extended its moratorium until 2030. When cash becomes expensive for businesses to access, the ability to offer cash as a payment method to customers becomes harder to sustain. Any risk to businesses being able to access cash at a reasonable cost is a risk to the viability of cash transactions. If retailers find it too expensive to keep their tills stocked, they will find it more and more difficult to keep the requisite cash on hand to offer change, as well as to continue to perform complementary tasks like closing tills at the end of shifts and purchasing insurance. Unlike other sectors that deliver essential services in the financial system, there are currently few regulatory guidelines to manage the systemic risks and sustain an efficient, resilient cash distribution. Amidst heady new developments in fintech, digital assets and agentic commerce, it is important that our authorities and regulators don't lose sight of the technology that remains essential for so many Australians, the polymer notes we carry in our wallets, that unique Australian invention that powers hundreds of billions in economic activity every single year. So let's be clear. The viability of cash distribution services is a serious risk to the sustainability of cash in our economy, and it is absolutely an issue meriting the focus of this Parliament. In light of these challenges, the government's aim is resolute: to maintain cash for as long as Australians want to use it. It's a key priority in the government's strategic plan for Australia's payment system, and it is what this bill intends to address. The regulatory framework contained in the bill is a practical and measured response to the challenges in cash distribution services. It will be administered by the Australian Competition and Consumer Commission and the RBA. It will apply to critical cash distribution service providers that have been designated by the RBA. This bill gives the RBA powers to designate entities that have a significant role in the cash distribution system. It promotes the efficient operation of and investment in the cash distribution system, such as the upstream and downstream markets for cash transport, collection and supply services, and in the stocking and servicing of ATMs. These powers allow the RBA to designate entities as significant to the cash distribution system, based on whether these actors can substantially influence the market, whether actors are of national or regional importance to the market, whether they provide services that are critical to the efficient functioning of the cash distribution system, and other factors that the RBA may consider relevant. The bill establishes an oversight framework to be administered by the ACCC. It incorporates definitions relating to service and access agreements, reporting and record-keeping requirements, obligations when entering into service and access agreements, a process for approving standard terms, and a process for the ACCC in certain circumstances to determine standard terms that cover a designated entity's provision of cash distribution services and facilities access. It also introduces a crisis management and resolution regime for cash distribution services that are critical to the availability of cash in Australia. This includes price and service oversight of critical cash and distribution entities. The amendments to this bill address concerns around potential regulatory ambiguity on the interaction of the cash distribution framework and road transport contractual chain orders made by the Fair Work Commission. We have engaged in a wide-ranging consultation with relevant stakeholders to introduce a framework that is rational, coherent and timely to the transitions underway in Australia's payments system. In the absence of such a regulatory framework, the clear trends in Australia's payment system paint a worrying picture for the future of cash distribution services in this country. It is a trend that our government is not prepared to settle for. That's why we are taking action with a package that supports the continued long-term availability of cash as a means of payment in Australia. A package that gives our regulators the power to effectively manage and resolve threats to the distribution services that are critical to the availability of cash. A package that promotes the provision of cash distribution services and facilities access on terms and conditions, including pricing levels that are fair, reasonable and transparent. And a package that promotes effective competition at both ends of the market for cash transport, collection and supply. It forms part of our broader agenda to safeguard the use of cash well into the future, including reforms to Australia's payments system, the cash mandate introduced earlier this year, and ongoing work to ensure sustainable access to regional bank branches. It's a bill in the best Labor traditions of inclusion, choice and fairness. I commend this bill to the House.
I thank the member. The question is that the amendment be moved by the Honourable Member for Clare to the amendment moved by the Honourable Member for Page be agreed to. I call the Assistant Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Firstly, I would like to thank those members who have contributed to this debate. Can I acknowledge the constructive engagement by the member for Page also? These bills establish a framework to designate, monitor, regulate and, in the event of a crisis, manage entities that have a significant role in Australia's cash distribution system. Cash remains a valued payment method for many Australians, and safeguards are needed to support its ongoing availability. Together, the Cash Distribution Framework Bill 2026 and the Cash Distribution Framework Consequential Amendments and Transitional Provisions Bill 2026, which are together the bills, provide safeguards to sustain an efficient and resilient cash distribution system and respond to and manage threats to the ongoing availability of cash. And they ensure that the Australian Competition and Consumer Commission, the ACCC, and the Reserve Bank of Australia can give effect to these arrangements. Firstly, the bills provide the RBA with powers to designate entities that play a significant role in the Australian cash distribution system. The bills create obligations for these designated entities when negotiating cash distribution service and access agreements and create a mechanism for the ACCC to approve standard terms for classes of these agreements. The bills also enable the ACCC to determine dispute resolution requirements for designated entities and establish an arbitration process to resolve disagreements over terms. Together, these elements support good faith negotiations and the timely resolution of disputes. The ACCC is further empowered to establish service level standards to support fair and reliable access to cash across Australia. Under the bills, the RBA is provided with powers to ensure the continuity of cash distribution services critical to the ongoing availability of cash, as well as powers to help them prevent disruption to these services in the first place. This includes the power to step in and manage designated entities to support the continuity of critical cash distribution services and minimise the disruption in the event of a crisis. The bills also equip the ACCC and the RBA with information gathering and enforcement powers to support compliance with the framework. I also thank the Senate Economics Legislation Committee for its inquiry into the bills and note the additional comments of coalition senators. The committee made 2 recommendations: to provide clarity on the interaction between the cash distribution framework introduced in the bills and any road transport contractual chain order, and ensure consistency in references to the Australian Crime Commission. The government has introduced amendments to the bills to clarify the interaction between the framework and any road transport contractual chain order. This will ensure that relevant Fair Work obligations are appropriately prioritised in the event of incompatibility with relevant elements of the cash distribution framework. Minor technical amendments have also been made for clarity, including to references to the Australian Crime Commission. I commend these bills to the House.
I thank the Assistant Minister. The original question was that this bill be now read a second time, to which the Honourable Member for Page moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The Honourable Member for Clare has moved as an amendment to that amendment that all words after House be omitted with a view to substituting other words. I put the question. All of those opinions say aye. Aye. No? As it is necessary to resolve this question to enable further questions to be considered in relation to this bill, in accordance with Standing Order 195, the bill will be returned to the House for further consideration. I now call the clerk.
Government business order of the day, next order of the day, cash distribution framework, consequential amendments and transitional provisions bill, resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that this bill now be read a second time. I put the question. All of that opinion say aye. Aye. I think the ayes have it. And I call the clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to deal with consequential and transitional matters arising from the enactment of the Cash Distribution Framework Act 2026 and for related purposes.
If no member wishes to consider the bill in detail, I call the Assistant Minister.
I ask leave of the Federation Chamber to move Government Amendments 1 to 7 as circulated together.
I put the question. All of the opinions say aye. Is leave granted? Sorry, is leave granted?
I move Government Amendments 1 to 7 as circulated together.
I put the question. All of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
I think the ayes have it. I call the clerk. The question is that this bill be reported to the House without amendment. As amended, be agreed to. I put the question. All of that opinion say aye. Aye. I think the ayes have it. Okay. This bill, as amended, has been agreed to. The question is now that this bill reported to the House with amendments. Put the question. All of that opinion say aye. Aye. I think the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Government business order of the day number 1, Therapeutic Goods Amendment, Medicines, Shortages and Other Measures Bill 2026, resumption of debate on the second reading and by amendments moved by the members for Kooyong and Lindsay.
I now call the member for Banks.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. No one knows when they're going to get sick or pick up an injury. It is why having a strong healthcare system is so important. The Labor government's healthcare agenda is ambitious and wide-ranging, and it is why each time I stand in the House on a bill or motion relating to healthcare, there is a new initiative or new data showing the efficacy of the record investment this government is making in health. The legislation before the House is another new initiative and the latest step in strengthening our healthcare system for every Australian. The Medicines Shortage and Other Measures Bill exists to strengthen key aspects of our public health administration, ensuring Australia is better prepared for shortages and discontinuations of critically important medicines. Medicines are truly essential goods, and shortages and discontinuations have significant impacts, if not mitigated, not just for patients, but for the practitioners they entrust with their well-being. As the Minister outlined in her second reading speech, medicine supply chains are incredibly complex global systems, and each of the stages that could cause a supply disruption to require a unique response. The legislation before the House improves Australia's preparedness in several ways. Firstly, it requires pharmaceutical companies to notify the Secretary of the Department of any decision to permanently discontinue the supply of a reportable medicine in Australia at least 12 months in advance. This change will ensure there is enough time for patients and their healthcare workers to make plans for their future treatment needs. The bill also requires that pharmaceutical companies who give such a notice to the department to provide an update if there is a change in approach, including if the decision to discontinue is reversed or a timeline is adjusted. Secondly, Deputy Speaker, the current arrangements of the Therapeutic Goods Act allow the department to request information from pharmaceutical companies about the availability of reportable medicines in Australia, as well as any shortage or discontinuation. Recognising that the shortage of any medicine can have a significant impact on the health and well-being of Australians, this legislation expands the power of the department to request this information from pharmaceutical companies on any approved medicine. Finally, the legislation makes important procedural changes to the Therapeutic Goods Act. For instance, it allows the Secretary of the Department to determine common biologicals so that similar biologicals can share a single entry in the register. Currently, pharmaceutical companies navigate a duplicative process for maintaining multiple entries for products that are essentially the same, but have very minor differences, resulting in avoidable costs and administrative burden. Further, the bill also makes technical amendments to provide a clear legal power for authorised persons to enter, search and inspect clinical trial sites to ensure that unapproved therapeutic goods are in accordance with conditions and are safe for clinical trial participants. Importantly, Deputy Speaker, the bill interacts closely with the Therapeutic Goods Charges Amendment legislation. It is also before the Parliament, specifically on changes in this bill related to common biologicals groupings to ensure that the measures can operate as intended. The existing Charges Act imposes annual charges on the registration, listing and inclusion of therapeutic goods in the register. The legislation before the Parliament amends the existing Act to enable regulations for the imposition of charges for the inclusion of grouped biologicals. The amendments being made will ensure that group biologicals attract a single entry into the register and in turn a single annual charge. As a result, the legislation will reduce costs and regulatory burden for industry associated with multiple entries, as outlined earlier. Deputy Speaker, supporting this legislation is a common sense decision. The changes outlined across both of the bills before the Parliament will support greater access to medicines for all Australians and further strengthen our world-leading pharmaceutical benefit scheme, while costing the budget less than $200,000 over the next 3 years. It is a demonstration of how this government is committed to ensuring Australians have access to affordable healthcare, including cheaper medicines, under the PBS. Deputy Speaker, as you would be aware, this is not the first move this Labor government has made to ensure that Australians have access to medicines. Indeed, this government's cheaper medicines program is benefiting millions of Australians, including many in my electorate of Banks. In January 2023, the Labor government's first cut to the maximum general co-payment came into effect, reducing the cost of PBS scripts from $42.50 down to $30, representing a 30% reduction. Following the election last year, this Labor government delivered another reduction, as promised, bringing the maximum co-payment down to just $25, the lowest level since 2004, and at the same time ensuring the maximum price for pensioners and concession card holders remain frozen at $7.70 until the year 2030. This government's cheaper medicines program is not just about cutting the co-payment for PBS medications. It is also about reducing dispensing costs for nearly 300 medications through 60-day dispensing for patients with chronic or ongoing medical conditions that have been approved by their doctor. The results of these programs are undeniable. In my electorate of Banks alone, more than 2.1 million cheaper scripts have been filled, and residents in my community have saved a combined $12.7 million. Across the country, the number of cheaper scripts filled is approaching 500 million. At last count, 436 million scripts, and as a result, Australians have saved more than $2.8 billion as a result of this government's initiative. Deputy Speaker, a few weeks ago, I took up an invitation to visit Ben Galuzzo in Riverwood, who operates Galuzzo's Chemist in Riverwood Plaza, as well as a separate shopfront servicing aged care facilities on Belmore Road. Ben and his team provide amazing service to people in my community, and said the government's cheaper medicines program has made a massive difference for his customers. In a time where Australians are still feeling cost of living pressures, exacerbated by events overseas, making PBS medicines as cheap as they have been in more than 20 years is a practical way for the government to provide cost of living relief. Deputy Speaker, while both of the pieces of legislation before the Parliament and this Labor government's cheaper medicines program are providing more affordable medications and delivering real results for Australian patients. The government knows that access to medicines is influenced by a much broader network of factors, and we are making sure we are addressing these challenges in these spaces too. In the post-pandemic environment, the Labor government made addressing critical health workforce shortages a key priority for coming to government, and we have seen the results. In the last 2 years, we've seen a massive growth in our healthcare workforce, with an extra 17,000 doctors joining the Australian system, which is more than at any time in the past decade. But there is still more work to do, and we are continuing to give students more opportunities, rolling out the largest GP training program in history and providing hundreds of scholarships for nurses and midwives to extend their skills and qualifications. In the last few weeks, we've seen another major investment in our healthcare workforce, with the announcement that the Commonwealth paid prac payment would be expanded to 10 more health professions from 1 July next year. Nursing and midwifery were included alongside teaching and social work in the first set of professions to receive the paid prac payment, and the results were clear. Students no longer putting off their mandatory practical training because they couldn't afford it. Now this government will expand the program to student paramedics, to psychologists, physios, radiographers, audiologists, podiatrists, speech pathologists, occupational therapists, and most importantly for supporting Australians' access to medicines and particular legislation before the House, we've also included pharmacists. Deputy Speaker, the government has delivered the record funding to encourage bulk billing that we promised at last year's election, and it is an investment that is already paying dividends in my electorate of Banks. In my community, we now have 22 fully bulk billed GP clinics, and bulk billing rates are now climbing again, reaching 89.5% in the June quarter this year, nearing the 90% mark that this government's changes were designed to reach. The government has also delivered funding in the most recent budget to make Medicare urgent care clinics a permanent part of our healthcare system, filling the missing middle between a GP clinic and an emergency department with fully bulk billed care. When this Labor government was first elected, we promised to open 50 clinics. Instead, in our first term, we delivered 87 nationwide. Last year, we promised 50 more clinics, and now every single one is open, bringing us to 137 urgent care clinics nationwide. Across the country, there have been more than 3.3 million presentations at urgent care clinics, and the Carlton and Bankstown urgent care clinics that are closest to my electorate have seen thousands of patients since they opened, with more than 15,000 presenting at Bankstown and more than 31,000 through the doors at Carlton. Deputy Speaker, the 2026 budget also included new Commonwealth funding for public hospitals, with $25 billion over the next 5 years going to every state and territory through our landmark hospital funding agreement. In my local community, Stage 3 of the St George Hospital redevelopment project, delivered by the state Labor government in New South Wales, reached a significant milestone with the completion of the new Kensington Street building, with more works continuing. Further, works on the long-awaited new Bankstown Hospital are underway, with the demolition of the existing building on the future site, with construction expected to start in the next year. More federal funding for public hospitals will ensure that our state and territory counterparts are able to operate hospitals effectively, undertake major upgrades that are needed, and improve patient care for our communities. Deputy Speaker, amongst all of the government's measures to both improve the accessibility and affordability of health for Australian patients, the two pieces of legislation before the House are relatively minor technical changes, but each importantly change this government is making an important reform in this area and part of this government's agenda to make healthcare accessible and affordable to all. And this is why I commend this bill to the House.
I thank the member for Banks. The question is that the amendment moved by the Honourable Member for Kooyong to the amendment moved by the Honourable Member for Lindsay be agreed to. I call the Assistant Minister.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair. Deputy Speaker. Medicines are essential for the provision of healthcare in Australia, although many improvements have been made since the introduction of the Mandatory Medicines Shortages and Discontinuations Reporting Scheme in 2019. Supply disruptions continue to impact the health and well-being of people in Australia and the health practitioners and the systems that support them. The Therapeutic Goods Amendment, Medicine Shortages and Other Measures Bill 2026 strengthens key aspects of the Mandatory Medicine Shortages and Discontinuations Reporting Scheme under the Therapeutic Goods Act 1989, principally by requiring sponsors to notify the Secretary of any decisions to permanently discontinue the supply of reportable medicines in Australia at least 12 months in advance. Requiring sponsors who give such notice to update the Secretary if there is a change in that approach, including if the supply is no longer proposed to be discontinued or if the discontinuation is to occur at a different time to that notified, and enabling the Secretary to require all sponsors of approved medicines to provide information about the availability and any shortage or discontinuation of their products in Australia. These amendments are consistent with this government's unwavering commitment to public health and will mitigate the public health risks associated with medicine shortages and discontinuations by supporting a strong and effective mandatory reporting scheme under the Therapeutic Goods Act. Together with the associated amendments in the Therapeutic Goods Charges Amendment Bill 2026, the bill will implement measures to reduce costs and regulatory burden for sponsors who have multiple similar biologicals in the Australian Register of Therapeutic Goods. These amendments are consistent with this government's commitment to reducing regulatory burden. The other minor amendments in this bill will support the consistent and effective operation of the Therapeutic Goods Act and the Therapeutic Goods Regulatory Framework, and I thank all members for their contributions to debate on these bills.
I thank the Assistant Minister. The original question was that this bill be now read a second time, to which the Honourable Member for Lindsay moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The Honourable Member for Kooyong has moved an amendment to that amendment adding words. The immediate question is that the amendment moved by the Honourable Member for Kooyong be agreed to. I put the question. All of those opinions say aye. No. I think the noes have it. The question is now that the amendment moved by the Honourable Member for Lindsay be agreed to. I put the question. All of those opinions say aye. Noes. I think the noes have it. The question is that this bill be now read a second time. I put the question. All of those opinions say aye. I think the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to amend the Therapeutic Goods Act 1989 and for related purposes.
If no member wishes to consider the bill in detail, I will report the question immediately. The question is that the bill be reported to the House without amendment. I put the question. All of that opinion say aye. I think the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Government Business Order of the Day number 2, Therapeutic Goods Charges Amendment Bill 2026, resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. I call the member for... I put the question. All of those opinions say aye. I think the ayes have it. Now I call the clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to amend the Therapeutic Goods Charges Act 1989 and for related purposes.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time. If no member if no member wishes to consider the bill in detail, I will report the question immediately. The question is that the bill be now reported to the House without amendment. Put the question. All of that opinion say aye. I think the ayes have it. I call the clock.
Government Business Order of the Day number 3, Biosecurity Amendment, Improving Operational Efficiency, Bill 2026, resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. I call the member for Moore.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Australia is an island nation, and that gives us an enormous advantage. We are separated by sea from many of the pests and diseases that damage farms, animals, plants, and natural environments in other parts of the world. But that advantage only works if we protect it. Every day, aircraft land at Australian airports, ships arrive at our ports, travellers return from holidays, visit family, come here for work, or arrive in Australia for the first time. They bring luggage, food, clothing, and equipment. Almost all of them are simply getting on with their lives. But sometimes, without even knowing it, a traveller can also bring something in that could cause enormous damage. It could be seeds stuck to a boot, it could be soil on camping equipment, it could be fruit carrying an insect, it could be meat carrying a disease. That is why we have a biosecurity system. The Biosecurity Amendment Improving Operational Efficiency Act Bill 2026 is about making that system work better. It does not lower our biosecurity standards. It does not remove the responsibility on people entering Australia to tell us what they are carrying. In fact, it gives our biosecurity officers better tools to get the right information earlier and use that information more effectively. The bill has three main parts. First, it supports the Australian Travel Declaration, or ATD, and allows biosecurity information to be collected in modern ways. Second, it gives businesses operating under approved biosecurity arrangements a clearer and fairer process when government decisions are being made about those arrangements. Third, it fixes a small technical problem in the existing Biosecurity Act. Those changes might sound fairly dry, but the reason behind them is simple. Australia is receiving more travellers and goods, and the risks are changing, and our border system has to keep up. In 2025 alone, biosecurity officers inspected more than 280,000 commercial air and sea consignments and intercepted more than 359,000 incoming travellers. In March this year alone, officers intercepted more than 33,300 travellers carrying biosecurity risk material. Those are not small numbers. And as international travel continues to grow, we cannot simply respond by making every traveller stand in a longer line. We need smarter systems. That brings me to the first major reform in this bill, the Australia Travel Declaration. Most Australians who have travelled overseas know the current system. You're sitting on the plane as it approaches Australia. The cabin crew hands out paper incoming passenger cards. You find a pen, or more often than not, you discover you don't have one. Then you try to remember the flight number, where you were staying, and whether something buried at the bottom of your suitcase falls within one of the questions on the card. For decades, that system has done an important job. But in 2026, we can do better. The Australian Travel Declaration allows travellers to provide biosecurity information digitally. Under the current pilot, eligible travellers can complete the declaration through the Qantas app before arriving in Australia. Once it is complete, they receive a QR code which can be scanned once they arrive. The declaration can be completed up to 72 hours before departure. The pilot started in Brisbane in 2024. It was expanded to Sydney in 2025 and Melbourne in 2026. By the 26th of May this year, more than 380,000 travellers had used the system. The government has now announced its intention to expand the system further. The bill creates the legal framework needed to support that work. Importantly, this is not simply about replacing a piece of paper with a screen. The real benefit is getting useful information earlier. At the moment, much of the information on an incoming passenger card becomes available to officers when a traveller is already arriving at the border. A digital system can allow that information to be provided earlier. That gives biosecurity officers more opportunity to assess the risk. And it means officers can spend more time looking at people and goods that require closer attention, instead of treating every traveller in exactly the same way. The explanatory memorandum makes the purpose clear. The aim is smoother passenger flows, less congestion and faster processing, while maintaining our biosecurity standards. That last part is important. Efficiency cannot mean weaker biosecurity. The point is to be more efficient because we have better information, not to wave more people through and hope for the best. Under the new bill, a new section, 195A, will create a clear obligation on incoming travellers to provide prescribed biosecurity information and documents. That can include travellers, crew members, and people in charge of aircraft or vessels. Adults can also be required to provide information for children or other people for whom they are responsible. The information that can be required is tied to biosecurity. For example, travellers may be asked what goods they are bringing into Australia. They might be asked where they have travelled. They might be asked whether they have visited farms, been around animals, walked through the wilderness areas, or visited freshwater areas. In some cases, a person's occupation may help officers understand the risk. That does not mean Australia has suddenly developed an unhealthy interest in what everyone does for a living. It means that someone who works around farms, plants or animals may be more likely to have soil, seeds or other biological material on their equipment and clothing. The bill also allows information to be used for future assessment and profiling of biosecurity risks. In plain English, that means looking for patterns. If we know where the risks are appearing, where travellers have come from, what goods are causing problems and where breaches are occurring, we can put officers and resources where they are most useful. That is basic risk management. The bill also makes clear that information needs to remain accurate. If information changes or is incomplete, travellers are required to correct it. There are penalties for failing to comply. There are also existing serious penalties for knowingly providing false or misleading information, and that is appropriate. Australia welcomes millions of people through our border. The overwhelming majority of people do the right thing. The system should make their journey as simple as possible. But there must also be consequences for people who deliberately ignore biosecurity rules, because the cost of a serious pest or disease outbreak does not stop at an airport terminal. It can reach farms thousands of kilometres away, it can affect food production, it can close export markets, it can destroy businesses, it can damage the environment, it can threaten jobs in regional communities. Australia's agriculture sector depends heavily on our strong pest and disease status. Our producers are able to sell high-quality food and fibre around the world because international customers trust Australian products. Biosecurity helps protect that reputation, and that is why farmers are right to insist that any new technology must strengthen the system, not weaken it. The National Farmers Federation has described Australia's biosecurity as non-negotiable. The Queensland Farmers Federation has also supported greater digital efficiency in principle, while stressing the importance of strong border protection and cybersecurity. These are reasonable expectations. Modernisation has to be done properly. Accessibility also has to be part of the rollout. Not every traveller owns the latest phone. Not everybody is confident using an app. Not everybody has reliable internet access. And some travellers may have a disability or another reason why a particular digital process is difficult to use. Canberra Airport has specifically raised the importance of keeping the declaration process accessible for travellers who face barriers with digital technology, and that should be taken seriously as this program expands. Digital government should make services easier. It should not turn possession of the right phone into an entry requirement. The second major reform in this bill deals with what are called approved arrangements, and that phrase needs some explanation. Some businesses regularly deal with goods that carry biosecurity risks. Rather than having government officers personally manage every step of the transaction, an approved arrangement allows an organisation to manage certain biosecurity risks itself under rules agreed with the Department of Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry. These arrangements can make the system more efficient while still requiring the business to meet strict biosecurity standards. The issue addressed by these bills is what happens when an organisation applies for one of these arrangements or asks to change an existing arrangement, and the department is considering saying no or imposing conditions. The bill establishes a clearer notice of intention process. Again, the name sounds complicated. The idea is not. If the department is considering refusing an application, it should generally tell the applicant why before they are making the final decision. The applicant then gets a chance to respond. Under the proposed process, a notice of intention must be in writing. It must explain what the decision maker is considering doing. It must provide reasons, and except in serious and urgent cases, the applicant can be invited to provide a written response within 30 days. It must also tell applicants about the review rights. For lawyers, we call that procedural fairness. For everyone else, we might call it giving somebody a fair chance to put their side of the story. If a government regulator is considering refusing an application, an applicant should normally know why. If the regulator has misunderstood something, the applicant should be able to correct it. If there is more information that could change the decision, the decision maker should be able to consider it. The department already uses notices like these as part of its administrative practices, and this bill puts that practice more clearly into legislation. That means greater certainty for industry and more consistent decision making. Good regulation is not simply about being tough. It is about being clear. Businesses need to know what the rules are. Regulators need to have the power to enforce those rules. And when decisions are made, people should understand the process. That combination supports confidence in the system. The third part of this bill is much smaller. It fixes wording in section 568 of the Biosecurity Act relating to the Inspector General of Biosecurity. The Act currently uses the phrase relevant information in that section. The problem is that relevant information already has a special defined meaning elsewhere in the Act. That special meaning was not intended to apply here. So the bill removes the word relevant from that provision, making the meaning clear. It is not a dramatic reform. No one will be making a documentary about it, but clear laws are better laws, and fixing confusing drafting is worthwhile. Deputy Speaker, this bill also forms part of a much larger investment in Australia's biosecurity system. Since the 2022 election, the Albanese Labor government has committed more than $2 billion in additional biosecurity and resourcing. We've also strengthened our frontline capability. Detector dogs remain one of the most effective tools we have. In 2024, biosecurity detector dogs intercepted more than 42,000 items at our borders and mail centres. More than 10,000 of those interceptions were made by the additional 20 detector dogs funded by this government. Technology is valuable, but good biosecurity will always depend on people as well. It depends on trained officers making decisions. It depends on scientists identifying risks. It depends on detector dogs finding things that people would rather they not find. It depends on farmers and industry working with government, and it depends on travellers being honest about what they are bringing into Australia. The aim of this bill is to make each part of that system work better together. We should welcome international visitors. Tourism supports businesses and jobs across Australia. Australians should also be able to return home without spending unnecessary time standing in airport queues. But convenience and security are not opposing ideas. Done properly, technology can give us both. Information can be provided earlier, risk can be assessed sooner, low-risk travellers can move smoothly through the system. Biosecurity officers can concentrate on areas that require closer attention. Businesses working under approved arrangements can receive clearer and fairer decisions, and our farmers, environment and economy continue to receive the protection they depend upon. Australia has built one of the strongest biosecurity systems in the world, but a strong record is not an excuse to stand still. Travelling numbers will continue growing. Trade will keep growing. Technology will keep changing. Pests and diseases will keep changing too. Our laws have to be capable of changing with them. That is what this bill does. It replaces unnecessary reliance on paper with a framework for better digital processes. It gives officers access to information earlier. It strengthens the legal obligation to provide accurate biosecurity information. It improves procedural fairness for industry, and it cleans up an unclear provision in the existing Act. These are practical reforms. They make the border more efficient without lowering the standard of protection Australians expect, and I commend the bill to the House.
I thank the member for more. The question is that this bill be now read a second time. I call the member for Barton.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. As a kid, I would sit with my uncle late at night on his car bonnet watching the planes taking off or landing at Sydney Airport. And fast forward to today, if you stand on the northern edge of my electorate on any given morning, you'll watch the planes lining up over Botany Bay, one after another, descending into Sydney Airport. And it is a visual Barton locals know very much so, because behind every one of those landings and takeoffs is a small force of my own constituents. They're baggage handlers, they're check-in staff, they're the cleaners, the caterers, the ground crew, the biosecurity officers checking bags at the carousel before anyone gets to go home. And Sydney Airport sits right on Barton's doorstep, and for thousands of families in Hurstville, Rockdale, Cogra and Bexley, it isn't just a piece of infrastructure, it's the family income. And that's the lens I bring to this piece of legislation, the Biosecurity Amendment Improving Operational Efficiency Bill 2026, not as a theoretical piece of border machinery, but as a legislation that touches on an industry my community works in, lives near and very much depends on, Deputy Speaker. And I want to start with something almost everyone in this chamber has experienced personally, standing in the arrivals hall after a very long haul flight, exhausted, filling out a paper form by hand, trying to remember exactly what farm you visited a couple of countries ago, then shuffling forward in a queue that never seems to actually move. That paper form is the incoming passenger card, and it has been part of the arrival experience for many decades. And it works in that sense that it gets the job done, but it's slow. It's manual, and in an age when almost everything else about air travel has gone digital, it increasingly feels a bit of a relic. Two previous attempts to digitise it between 2016 and 2022 didn't get across the line. But this bill is that third attempt, and unlike the first two, it's already proving itself in the real world. Since October 2024, a pilot program called the Australian Travel Declaration has been running on selected Qantas international flights, starting in Brisbane, expanding to Sydney in 2025 and to Melbourne this year. And instead of a paper card, travellers fill in their declaration on their phone and up to 72 hours before they even board. It generates a QR code sent straight to their email, while a Border Force officer simply scans on arrival. And as of May this year, more than 380,000 travellers had already gone through this system this particular way. In July, the government announced it would extend the digital declaration to every capital city before the end of the year, backed by $56.1 million over 4 years to build a web form version so that no traveller, regardless of which app they have or don't have, is left behind. For an airport that sits in my community's backyard, that's not a minor technical upgrade. It's the difference between a smooth Tuesday arvo at the terminal and a bottleneck that ripples throughout every gate, every ground crew shift, every connecting flight. Let me put some scale around what our biosecurity system is actually managing. Last year alone, biosecurity officers intercepted more than 359,000 incoming travellers carrying something of concern and inspected over 280,000 air and sea consignments. Detector dogs, including the extra 20 this government has added to the front line, caught more than 42,000 items at our borders and mail centres in 2024, and over 10,000 of them were through the new dogs alone. Those aren't just statistics for a briefing note. Every one of those interceptions happened because a person was standing at a desk or a dog working a bag at an airport where my constituents go to work every single day. When traveller numbers keep climbing, and they are climbing, with Australia welcoming millions of visitors a year and Brisbane preparing particularly to host the Olympics, the volume passing through the system only grows. If we don't modernise how we collect basic biosecurity information, the strain doesn't fall on some faceless bureaucracy. It falls on the workforce at Sydney Airport, on the queues that snake back from immigration, and ultimately whether Barton locals actually get home on time after their shift. This legislation makes 3 changes to the Biosecurity Act 2015. First, it creates a clear, standing obligation for travellers arriving in Australia, passengers, crew, anyone in the charge of an aircraft or vessel, to provide the biosecurity information regulators need, in whatever form regulations prescribe. That's the legal foundation that lets the Australian Travel Declaration keep expanding as the paperless replacement for the incoming passenger card, covering the same essential questions: what goods you're carrying, where you've travelled, your occupation, just collected earlier digitally and with far fewer touch points between a traveller and an official. Second, it introduces a notice of intention process for businesses operating under approved arrangements, the agreements that let companies manage their own biosecurity risk under departmental oversight. Under this bill, if the department is proposing to refuse an application or attach conditions to it, the business gets advance notice and a genuine opportunity to respond before that decision is finalised. This is not a new concept invented from scratch. It puts into law a practice the department already follows informally. But writing into legislation matters because it gives industry participants certainty, and it gives them a proper avenue to be heard rather than simply being told after the fact. Third, the bill fixes a drafting error concerning the powers of Inspector General of Biosecurity to request relevant information during a review. A small but important piece of legislative housekeeping that ensures independent oversight of our biosecurity system actually functions the way Parliament always intended it to. I note for the House that none of the regulation-making powers in this bill are exempt from parliamentary disallowance. Every regulation made under the new traveller information is subject to the Parliament's scrutiny, which is exactly where that scrutiny belongs. Listening to people who actually use it, what struck me the most in reviewing the evidence before the Senate committee inquiry into this bill is how broad the support is and how thoughtfully conditional some of it is too. Industry has been asking for this for years. The Australian Chamber of Commerce and Industry has recommended digitising border processes in successive pre-budget submissions. The Tourism and Transport Forum called it practical, achievable and long overdue. The Australian Airports Association surveyed travellers and found 71% wanted a digital option. Sydney Airport itself told the committee this bill provides an important legislative foundation for a more efficient, secure and technology-enabled border environment. But I think the most important voices in this debate are the ones asking us not to rush the substance of biosecurity protection in the name of speed. The National Farmers Federation put it plainly at last year's Economic Reform Roundtable. Our biosecurity is a non-negotiable, and any change to the paperwork has to prove it strengthens border protection. not just streamlines it. The Queensland Farmers Federation made a very similar point, stressing that cybersecurity has to be a genuine pillar of any digital system, not an afterthought. Canberra Airport, even as it has welcomed the change, reminded us that the declaration process has to stay accessible for travellers who face barriers using digital technology, older travellers, people without smartphones, and people who simply aren't confident online. And when I think about that, that is a very true reflection when I think about my grandparents when they travel. I think those are the right instincts, and they're the instincts that this bill actually tried to build in. The regulations remain disallowable. A web form option is funded specifically so no one is forced to rely solely on an airline's app. And the underlying information being collected doesn't change. We are not lowering the bar on what biosecurity risks we're already screening for. We're changing how efficiently we screen for it. Deputy Speaker, at the end of the day, I think the bill is about two things at once. It's about protecting Australia's farm, food security, and environment at the border, and making sure that people who work that border, many of them who live in my electorate, who are also members of the mighty United Workers Union, I must say, but aren't carrying that weight of a system that's very much stuck in 2005 vibes. And every time I drive past the airport, I see the queues at the drop-off, I think about the shift workers heading in, and the exhausted families heading out, all of them relying on a system that must be quite rigorous, but also fair. And I believe this bill doesn't compromise on that rigour. And what it does is finally brings a much fairer, a much clearer system for the industry. As a person who's also the chair of the Sydney Airport Community Forum, this is something that would be of quite interest for the participants in this forum, who look at a lot of things outside of the scope, particularly on LTOPs and sounds of aircrafts, but is something quite relevant around the functions of the operations of Sydney Airport, which is really pertinent. And I think for them, this is an important step to also make it clearer for Sydney Airport, but also for the workers and travellers. I commend the bill to the House.
I thank the member for Barton. It being almost 1:30, the Federation Chamber is suspended and will resume at 4 p.m. today.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the member for Leichhardt.
Thank you, Speaker. It's a strange trick of legislation sometimes. This is the Biosecurity Amendment Improving Operational Efficiency Bill 2026. What it is getting rid of those stupid cards that nobody likes when you arrive back in Australia. The first time I travelled overseas, I was 16 years old and I was coming back from a basketball tour and I was tired and I was injured. And because of the nature of where Australia is in the world, all flights seem to go overnight and I hadn't slept. And we got back to Melbourne, it was the late 90s, and someone handed me a card. And on it they needed a whole bunch of details, some of which I couldn't remember. I wasn't entirely sure where my passport was. I was 16, so I certainly didn't have a pen. I couldn't remember if I'd been on a farm. It was a complete schmozzle. We got through it and I was allowed back into the country, which I'm very thankful for. But that is something that we, as Australians, face, for those lucky enough to travel overseas, but something that our international visitors face as well, particularly in a region like Leichhardt. We have 2 international airports. We are a tourist destination. People come from all over the world. It's a bucket list endeavour. It's a bucket list investment. Just for a few hours on the beautiful Great Barrier Reef, or to smell the clean air in the Daintree, or to take a look at the vastness of Cape York. The last thing they want to do when they get off that plane is fill out that card. And it puts everything, you've got the card, then you trudge through customs, go through security, then you get your bag, and then you get to go out into the beautiful sunshine. But we're changing that. Working with Qantas over the last few years, developing the prototype, making sure we've got a system that works. Over 425,000 people have already used it. Over the next 4 years, we're phasing those cards out, gone, done, finished. And if I'm lucky to travel overseas again, I'm looking forward to being able to do it all electronically, on my phone, nice and quick. Get back to doing the things I want to do, which, when I'm coming home, is usually collecting my dogs. But for our tourists, it'll be out getting amongst everything that Australia has to offer. This is going to create cost savings. It's going to make sure that people get where they want to go faster. It's going to improve the opportunity for our Customs and Border Force officers to do the thing that they are best at doing, keeping our borders secure, keeping our country safe, keeping contraband, tobacco, alcohol, drugs, weapons out of Australia. They don't have to collect the cards. You don't have to remember where you're staying. It can be a bit tricky, particularly if English is not your first language. So we want to make the experience better. We want to give the people, the men and women who are working some really strange hours at times, flights arriving at 2 in the morning, 3 in the morning, make sure that they're doing the job that they put their hand up for. Every customs officer I've ever met in this job, every Border Force security officer I've ever met, have put their hand up for one reason. They want to keep Australia safe. They understand the responsibility and the commitment that that takes. They understand the precious nature of what we have been given naturally and the precious nature of what we've built as a society. And they are hell-bent on making sure that it continues in the right direction. They don't want things that are dangerous coming into our country. And they don't want to be collecting cards and entering data when it could be done electronically. This has been in the works for quite a while. It seems like such a small change. But small changes have big impacts. And it also brings us into the 21st century. You know, it is not a great look to hand people a card on their way into Australia, particularly when they're sitting there on their smartphone, probably playing the block game. But this will make it better. It'll make it easier. The pressure will be taken off the system. Our Border Force officers, our Customs officers can continue to do what they need to do. So, for example, in 2025, over 359,000 incoming travellers were inspected and more than 280,000 air and sea consignments. The modernisation will allow those numbers to increase. We know that organised crime is testing the borders always. We've seen it up my way in the Torres Strait. We responded hard with Broadstaff. But it's like the velociraptors in Jurassic Park. They're going to keep testing. They're going to keep coming. So each time that happens, we need to be ready for them. We need to make sure that our security systems are there. We need to make sure that our border force is well resourced. Extra $74 million for Operation Broadstaff in the last budget, keeping the most northern border safe. Bit of a porous border with the treaty villages there, but it's an important part of it. Being smart, being practical is the Australian way. It's always been the Australian way. And now our customs is going to catch up to what we know we're capable of. And I'm really excited to know that the guys who are on the front line there are going to be there knowing that they're making the difference, knowing that they're not going to have to do the paperwork. No one likes paperwork. So since this commenced in 2024, as I said, over 450,000 passengers have already utilised this system, mostly on inbound Qantas flights coming into Brisbane, Sydney and Melbourne, and they've trialled it as the travel declaration. The anecdotal evidence coming out of this, it has been met as a resounding success. We're going to expand it out to Perth and Adelaide before the end of 2026. That's taken care of most of our capital cities. And then it will be rolled out more broadly across Australia to our other regional international airports, of which Cairns is one, Horn Island is another. This is an essential part of what co-design looks like. This isn't a department coming to business, coming to an entire industry saying, this is what we think you need. This is sitting down, listening and understanding what the requirements are and building a system that meets the needs of that industry. And that's what good governance looks like. Understanding the needs of who it is that you're working with. And in this particular case, the airline industry has been very excited to get this up and running because they know what that means. They know that faster movements through customs, faster movements is a selling point. Everyone starts their story about when they go overseas, always about how bad customs was. Yeah, how was your trip to Peru? Oh, it was great, but I was 3 hours in customs. It's the negative that always sticks with them. I don't want people talking negative about the far north. I want people talking negative about Australia when they come here. I don't want them to say, oh yeah, but look, the customs was a bit rough. We're there for a couple of hours. I want them to say, I got off the plane and I went outside. And I felt that beautiful Australian sunshine hit my skin for the first time. And it's got that tingle that is not actually available in most of the rest of the world. That they smelt that air, that they looked at our blue sky. Our sky, compared to a lot of the other countries I've ever been to, is electric. Yeah. Electric and set against, in my part of the world, the rainforest, or down south, the gum trees. That's what I want people to talk about when they get off the plane. That's what I want them to talk about when they go back to their countries of origin. That's what I want them to remember. That initial beauty. And the fact that someone says, "G'day, welcome to Australia. We hope you enjoy your stay here." And understanding what that means for tourism, what that means for our international reputation, and what that's going to mean to the hundreds of thousands of people who are going to descend on Queensland over the next few years, especially with the 2032 Olympics up and running. We're going to make it nice and smooth. We're going to make it nice and easy. The sun will hit their skin. They'll be in Brisbane. They'll be in Cairns. They'll watch the Olympics and we will say, "G'day, welcome to Australia." I commend this bill to the House.
Yeah. I thank the Speaker and I give the call to the member for Page.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I want to talk about, given this bill is dealing with biosecurity, I want to talk about a biosecurity issue we have in Australia. I've met recently in my office with some commercial beekeepers from across the Northern Rivers and heard directly about the growing impact of varroa mite on their businesses and their ability to maintain the healthy colonies that are so important to them and their business. What I heard exceptionally concerning because the impact of varroa is no longer now confined to the beekeeping industry. It's becoming a threat to Australia's agricultural productivity and indeed our food security. Commercial beekeepers, as everyone would understand, provide essential pollination services for all of Australia's fruits, all of Australia's vegetables, nuts and seed industries. As colonies are being lost, hive numbers decline and operators come under increasing financial pressure and is putting at risk an essential part of Australia's infrastructure. Beekeepers have invested heavily in approved treatments. They've changed their management practices and they've adapted their businesses to manage Varroa. Yet many are still losing colonies despite the current advice that they're getting. They are questioning whether the current system is giving them the tools that they need to manage an established biosecurity threat under Australian conditions. The most concerning message from beekeepers I've spoken to was that commercial operators are making decisions about whether they can remain in the industry. Every operator who leaves means a loss of hives, expertise, breeding programs, equipment, and more importantly, and I can't stress this enough, Deputy Speaker, is the commercial pollination capacity. A threat to food availability. This capacity simply cannot be immediately rebuilt if we lose it. If we wait until businesses have failed, and we're trying to rebuild an agricultural capability, when we can right now have it protected. Varroa has exposed weaknesses in our biosecurity system. We need to understand what happened. We need to understand the weaknesses in our border protection, the surveillance, the detection, the response, and what measures are being put in place to ensure those weaknesses have now been addressed. We need a biosecurity system that comes more than respond once a threat has been established. We need a system that prevents, detects and responds early and is prepared for a threat that we have not yet seen. Australia spent years preparing for the possibility of Varroa entering the country, yet now it's established and has been widespread in New South Wales and across eastern Australia. This should prompt a serious examination of how our biosecurity system has performed. We need to understand how Varroa entered Australia, whether our border surveillance and detection systems were sufficient, whether the response is capable of containing the threat before it became established. Biosecurity needs to work as a complete chain from prevention, early detection, rapid response and ongoing preparedness. If that chain fails, the cost does not disappear. It moves from the border to farmers, businesses and ultimately consumers. We are managing Varroa under conditions that are very different from other countries. Our warmer climate allows colonies to continue breeding for much of the year, while treatment resistance is emerging and Australia has limited practical experience managing an established Varroa population. The industry believes the problem is moving faster than the regulatory response and the system needs to be capable of adopting to Australian conditions and to evidence emerging from the field. The national approach to Varroa treatment and own use certification, the experience of commercial beekeepers, also highlights a second weakness in the current system. Australia does not have a consistent national pathway that gives trained commercial beekeepers access to practical, affordable Varroa treatments for their own hives. Beekeepers are managing an established pest under Australian conditions, yet treatment options, approvals and regulatory pathways can be complex, costly and slow to adapt to emerging evidence. The industry is not asking for deregulation or unrestricted chemical use. The experience for Varroa demonstrates the need for a national bee biosecurity framework rather than a fragmented approach across jurisdictions and agencies. That framework should bring together border protection, surveillance, research, diagnostics, emergency response and industry expertise. It should also ensure that once a threat is established, commercial beekeepers have the regulatory tools needed to manage it effectively. This includes considering a lawful, accredited, regulated, own-use pathway for specified organic Varroa treatments, supported by appropriate training, safeguards and Australian field trials. And Deputy Speaker, I'll just end by, I can't stress enough the importance of this. What we're talking about here is the industry that provides pollination services to the whole of Australia's agricultural sector, whether it be fruit, vegetables and a whole lot of other food products. We need to do better than we currently are, or a lot of this could be called into question when these industries are asking for pollination services. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I thank the member for Page, and while I absolutely critically understand the importance of varroamite and biosecurity. I would remind you that a link to the bill that we are debating would be really appreciated on your commentary. Thank you. I understand that the member for Pearce would like to present a copy of their speech for incorporation into Hansard in accordance with the resolution agreed to on the 6th of November 2025. If no member wishes to consider the bill in detail... Sorry? Okay, apologies. The question is that the bill will now be read a second time, and if no member wishes to consider the bill in detail, I'll put the report question immediately, and the question is that this...
Sorry, just put the second reading question.
Yeah.
Just put the question because of how we read it.
Okay, I put the question that the bill now be read a second time. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Thank you. I call the clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to amend the Biosecurity Act 2015 and for related purposes.
The question is that this bill now be read a second time, and I give the call to the member for Menzies.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today to speak on the wine and other Sorry.
If we could just return to the former bill. This one? Oh, well, okay. If no member wishes to consider the bill in detail, I will put the report question immediately, and the question is that this bill will be reported to the House without amendment. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Thank you. Call you again. And I call the clerk.
Government Business Order of the Day number 4. Wine and Other Legislation Amendment Bill 2026, resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that this bill will now be read a second time, and I call the member for Menzies.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise again today to speak on the Wine and Other Legislation Amendment Bill 2026. Now, like a lot of Australians, I like a glass of wine at the end of a long day, or sharing a bottle with friends over dinner. It's part of our culture. We bring a bottle to a housewarming, we gift it on birthdays or special occasions. But Australia hasn't always been a wine-drinking country. Around Federation, the Australian official yearbook stated, Australians are not a wine-drinking people. That changed in the post-war period when a new generation arrived, a generation of European migrants. Another example of how multiculturalism has enriched and benefited our nation. In 1965, our newfound love of wine and the Australian spirit of innovation combined to create our own globally significant invention, the wine cask. It keeps wine fresher for longer. It's a staple of many pantries and kitchen benches when you don't want to commit to a whole bottle of wine, but you just want a quiet glass or two. Wine has become such a part of life in this country that we don't always stop to think about where it comes from. The hard-working grape growers who spend months worrying about frost, or if rain is going to fall at exactly the wrong time, or a market that might not pay a fair price when the harvest finally comes in. This bill is about getting a fairer deal for them. For too long, many growers have carried the weather, the water, the years it takes a vine to mature, and the debt that comes with all of it, or having almost no say in the price they are ultimately paid or when they are paid it. Growers have described turning up to sell a season's harvest without knowing the price until the truck is already loaded. Payment terms stretched out over months, sometimes almost a year, while their own bills were due and continued to pile up. A voluntary code of conduct that was fair on paper but meant almost nothing in practice because nobody was required to follow it and nobody could enforce it if they didn't. That is not a fair go. That is not the kind of marketplace Australians expect us to build. We are a government that wants businesses to thrive and wants our primary producers to be fairly compensated for the hard work they do and the risks they take to produce great Australian wines. This bill is about levelling the playing field, about providing the same basic protections we would expect for anyone dealing with a much larger, more powerful buyer. In August 2024, the government asked Dr. Craig Emerson to test whether the market was genuinely failing growers and to look closely at contracting practices and how risk is shared across the supply chain. His review, delivered in mid-2025, made 14 recommendations. It found what growers had been saying for years, that small growers hold too little bargaining power against large winemakers and a concentrated retail sector, and an existing voluntary code simply cannot be enforced. His central recommendation was to replace that voluntary code with a mandatory code, enforceable by the ACCC, applying to large winemakers in their dealings with growers. The government accepted that recommendation in December 2025 and has since been developing the code with an advisory group, bringing growers and winemakers to the same table, maybe over a glass of wine. This bill is the groundwork that the code needs to function. It confirms Wine Australia's role, running industry surveys, building on the long-standing National Vintage Survey, and allows that information to be shared with the ACCC, which would otherwise struggle to identify which businesses the code applies to. The bill also lets the government's Independent Agricultural Research Bureau pass on survey contact details to a mailing provider solely to send out survey letters, lifting response rates and improving the data this sector relies on. Put simply, this bill does not write the new rules for the wine industry. It builds the infrastructure for the rules to work, giving the ACCC the information it needs and giving growers the data they need to know whether they are getting a fair price. Now, my electorate of Menzies is not typically thought of as a grape growing electorate, but we do have our winemakers. Last year, I had the pleasure of visiting Rebecca and Adrian at Santolin Wines in Warrandyte South. They were kind enough to walk me through their business, and it was clear how much passion and hard work went into every bottle they produce. They told me how they had both worked in the wine industry for much of their working lives, and they took the risk of stepping out on their own, starting out with just a single barrel. They bet on themselves, and their hard work paid off, receiving armloads of awards for their wines, allowing them to grow and eventually expand their facility into the one they're in now in Warrandyte South. They walked me through some of the challenges that they have faced and how they managed to make their business work despite these challenges. And they took the time to walk me through the 3 stages of making a bottle of wine. First, of course, comes the harvest, picking the grapes at exactly the right moment, because too early or too late and the whole batch can be affected. Then comes fermentation, where the grapes are crushed and the sugar in the juice is slowly turned into alcohol. And finally, there is the aging and bottling, where the wine is left to develop its character before it is ready for someone's dinner table. 3 stages, each one demanding patience, skill, and a fair bit of risk. Now, winemakers were also consulted on this bill and will also benefit from the clearer market information and the mandatory code. Of course, the wine industry benefits people across our community in a whole range of ways. When growers are paid fairly and the sector is sustainable, that flows through to the businesses on our high streets that depend on a reliable, well-priced local product. My community may not grow the grapes that's nearby in the Yarra Valley and further beyond, but we are part of the reason there is a market for what the growers produce, and we have a stake in making sure that market is a fair one. Wine, of course, is served in the fantastic pubs and clubs in my community, like the Sporting Globe Bar and Grill at Shoppingtown, the Shoppingtown Hotel, Blackburn Hotel, the Cherry Hill Hotel, Templestowe Hotel, and many others. Now, I'd like to congratulate the Grand Hotel Warrandyte, who recently won not 1, but 2 awards in the 2026 Australian Hotels Association Victoria Awards. They won the Heart of the Community Award and the Best Overall Hotel of the Year in the metropolitan area. As these accolades show, they are absolutely at the heart of the community in Warrandyte. Locals go there to watch the footy or the World Cup, for birthdays, for New Year's Eve, or just to catch up with friends and family. They've got a fantastic restaurant. I can testify to the quality of their parmas, and even partner up with local suppliers like Warrandyte Quality Meats to host their popular meat tray raffle for our local champions, the Warrandyte Pink Ladies, who raise so much money for cancer around our community. Yeah. Alongside these raffles, the hotel runs charity drives, live auctions and community dinners, and donate the proceeds from the monthly menu features, such as Palmer of the Month and Cocktail of the Month, to very worthy causes. Wine sits at the table of many restaurants my community feels every weekend, from Bulleen to Templestowe, from Surrey Hills to Box Hill. It sits on the shelves of local bottle shops, and it sits at the centre of the festivals that define who we are, from Lunar New Year celebrations to the countless community dinners that bring people from every corner of Menzies together.
Division has been called in the House of Representatives. The proceedings are suspended to enable honourable members to attend the division. The proceedings will resume when the Chair of the Federation Chamber is resumed at the conclusion of the division or subsequent divisions. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the member for Menzies in continuation.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Wine is also served in our great local restaurants in Menzies, like the Doncaster Greek Tavern in Jackson Court. I was at the Doncaster Greek Tavern last Friday night with the Jackson Court Traders Association, who were holding their regular networking dinner. It was clear what a great sense of community the Traders Association have created, with not just the owners and operators of the businesses, but also their families and their children in attendance. So thank you to Con, Diana and all the members of the Traders Association for bringing our community together and supporting each other's businesses to thrive and grow, creating jobs and servicing our local community. Deputy Speaker, Australia is also an exporting nation, and the quality and ingenuity of Australian winemakers has elevated our wines to be iconic luxury brands that are known around the world, particularly in places like China. In our Chinese Australian community, Penfolds Grange is often given as a gift for special occasions or in gratitude. Now, we as a government are supporting our local winemakers by keeping our export markets strong and keeping our trade strong. When they were last in government, those opposite mishandled our relationship with our largest trading partner. As a result, growers and winemakers found their largest export market suddenly closed to them after tariffs of up to 218% were imposed on Australian wine in 2021. Growers, winemakers, their employees and their communities paid the price for that. It was the Albanese Labor government that did a patient, methodical work of repairing that relationship. And in March 2024, those tariffs came off. This was a huge relief for an industry already sitting on serious oversupply and falling global consumption. It is one thing to talk about backing regional Australia, and it is another to do the delicate work of rebuilding a relationship built on mutual respect and mutual benefit. This bill continues in that same spirit. It continues doing the important practical work that actually changes the conditions on the ground for growers rather than just talking about supporting them. This bill sits within a much broader program of support. Since coming to office, the government has provided more than $90 million to the wine industry across trade, research, tourism and viability programs. The free-to-trade agreement and wine agreement finalised with the European Union this March removes tariffs of up to €32 per 100 litres and cuts the certification costs that have made exporting harder than it should be, while protecting Australian winemakers' right to keep using terms like Prosecco. None of these measures alone solve every challenge facing the wine sector, but they are addressing them. They represent a government that is showing up for an industry that has been too often left to fend for itself. Deputy Speaker, this bill is the foundation of a fairer, more enforceable set of rules governing one of the country's great agricultural industries. It backs in growers, it backs in winemakers like Rebecca and Adrian from my community, and thousands like them across the country who have spent years being told to wait for a fair deal that never quite arrived. This bill makes sure we have fairness in the paddock and fairness at the negotiating table. I commend the bill to the House.
The member for Casey.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, it is a pleasure to speak on the Wine and Other Legislation Amendment Bill. I mean, given I represent the best wine region in Australia, it would be remiss of me not to speak. And I do want to acknowledge, Deputy Speaker, that the King Valley and your community has some good wine areas as well, just not quite as good as the Yarra Valley. And we take pride in serving communities like the Menzies community. We play such a key role in our community, but also serving Australia and the world. And the Coalition is supporting this bill. It's in response to the findings of the Emerson Review, which found that grape growers face an imbalance in bargaining power against large winemakers, and the voluntary code is no longer fit for purpose. Now, Victoria's wine industry was born in the Yarra Valley. Our wine industry began shortly after the first colonial farmers in 1837, when Scottish-born Ryrie brothers established Yering Station, initially operating as a cattle farm. A year later, they planted the first grapevines on the property, marking the birth of Victoria's wine industry. That winery still operates today, but in the current climate, there are many wine growers concerned about the future of their business. And I've been engaging with these wine growers in many different forums and many different ways. I want to thank Wine Yarra Valley and Wine Australia for working with me and bringing together many roundtables with our wineries, large and small, to make sure that we can hear about the challenges they are facing and do the work to help them grow into the future. Because when we talk about wineries and the wine industry in my community and every other community that is lucky enough to have a wine region, it's not just about the wineries. There is a whole ecosystem of jobs and opportunity that is created off the back of these wineries. My own lived experience is of this. When I was at high school and then university, I worked at a local hospitality company called Prestige Events. We did weddings, marquee weddings, and we had partnerships with most of the greatest wineries in the Yarra Valley. Residents from the local area, from the city, from interstate and overseas would come into the Yarra Valley to have their wedding at one of those wineries. That job not just provided me with an income, but it gave me so many life lessons. I'll be always grateful to Michael and Gail Thwaites for the opportunity they gave to a 15-year-old who didn't really know what hard work was and taught me very quickly what hard work was. And that's just one example of how the wine industry in the Yarra Valley and across the country is creating jobs, particularly for young people, particularly at high school, to give them an opportunity to learn about life and earn a little bit of extra money. And I do say that one of the great things about working in weddings is it is great preparation for politics, because there is no tougher customer alive than a bride. And I learnt a lot because it is such a special day. Let's be honest, Member for Lyne, as long as the groom turns up in a suit and fully shaven, they're pretty happy. But it talks about needing to set high standards, and the wineries of the Yarra Valley and of Australia set the highest standards in the world. But our local wine growers and our wine growers across Australia are facing continued uncertainty with challenging trade conditions, a global oversupply of wine and declining consumption in many markets. The sector is currently carrying around 262 million litres more wine than can be commercially sustained, placing enormous downward pressure on prices throughout the supply chain. And the 2026 grape harvest was the smallest in 25 years, yet grape prices continue to decline. And at the same time, global wine consumption has fallen to its lowest level in more than 60 years. And Australia cannot solve those international market conditions, but we can ensure our domestic market is as fair and transparent as possible. And we need to remember behind these numbers, yes, there are some large organisations, there are some large businesses and people that are doing well that are in the wine industry, but in most cases, and in many cases, there are families that are either generational or have decided to start a winery, and their winery is their future. It's their superannuation, it's how they plan to retire and hopefully pass it on to their children. So it's not just about the winery, it is about the families behind those wineries that are doing it so tough at the moment. And none of these challenges are addressed in this bill. But what the bill does address is Dr. Emerson's independent review, which found significant issues of bargaining power between major buyers and smaller scale grape purchasers. We have many small family-run wineries in my community. They produce amazing wines, but this imbalance in bargaining power results in growers accepting contracts with unfavourable terms or limited ability to resolve disputes. Now, the Coalition has a strong record of supporting mandatory codes where there is a clear imbalance in market power and where voluntary agreements are no longer delivering fair outcomes for suppliers. We've strengthened the mandatory code, including the Dairy Code of Conduct, the Horticulture Code of Conduct and the Food and Grocery Code of Conduct. to ensure fairness and confidence in supply chains. And this fairness is important because it delivers better, cheaper products to markets today and into the future, making sure there's diversity of suppliers and there are consumers there on the other end. And we back competitive markets, but we must ensure that our primary producers and our small operators are receiving a fair deal. Now, this bill also establishes an information sharing framework with Wine Australia to share information with the ACCC for the implementation of the mandatory code. It further makes change to the levy collection system, but it does nothing to address the broader structural problems identified by the government's own Productivity Commission. Now, the Productivity Commission found that Australia's agricultural levy system has become a bureaucratic nightmare of around 248 levies administered through approximately 70 different arrangements, creating unnecessary complexity, increasing administrative burden, and dragging on productivity. Now, we should always remember when we talk about levies for agriculture, whether it's wineries or farmers, that it is the farmer's money. Now, I was very lucky. My uncle Sam, who was a strawberry grower, he was president of the Victorian and the National Strawberry Growers Association, both at the same time for over a decade. And so I spoke to him. I see and have seen firsthand the work he's done as a farmer, but also his advocacy for the strawberry industry across our country. And I remember when I got elected, he took me aside, as all good Italian uncles do, and gave me a few words of wisdom and a lot of lessons. Well, he gives them to me every time, member for Groom. But what he did say to me about farmers and about levies was really important. He said, never forget that those levies that are collected and spent by bureaucrats and by departments is the farmers' money. It's their money that they are giving up to deliver a better outcome for their industry. And if it's not delivering a better outcome for the industry, they shouldn't be paying the levy. Farmers are happy to pay levies because they understand the importance of the collective nature of putting that money together to grow their industry. It's why he was president of the Strawberry Growers Association, to grow the strawberry industry across our country. But it must always be delivering value for money for our farmers. And getting rid of that complexity will help deliver value for money for our Australian farmers. And if our Australian farmers are strong and growing, that's going to mean we're going to have better prices and better products for consumers all across our country. And the reality for our local wine growers is they are facing issues beyond the code of conduct and levies that this bill addresses. Now, earlier this year, the wine industry put forward a practical and costed package of measures through its pre-budget submission to help growers and winemakers navigate these difficult and challenging market conditions. The government, unfortunately, failed to listen, didn't engage, and did not act on those recommendations. As Darren Rathbone, the Chief Executive Officer and winemaker at Yering Station, Victoria's oldest winery, said at the time, and I quote, "Backing the industry through this federal budget is an investment in regional communities like ours." But the government didn't back regional communities like mine. They turned their back on regional winemaking communities and continue to fail to provide meaningful support to the industry for the challenges that it is facing. And again, when we talk about industry, we are talking about people and their families, and many families that have got everything invested in their winery. Now, instead, the government made it harder for wineries, particularly wineries like mine that not only grow and make wine, but rely on tourism for their businesses. The government abolished the Wine and Tourism Cellar Door Grant program that helped wineries like those in the Yarra Valley to attract visitors, grow regional tourism and diversify their income. But not only did that Cellar Door Grant program help the wineries, it helped sustain our local economy, because when the wineries invest in cellar doors and new cellar doors and upgrade their facilities. They get local builders and local suppliers to do the work. And so that is more economic growth taken away from communities like mine because of the heartless decisions of this government. Wineries are the economic heart of communities like the Yarra Valley. They support local jobs, hospitality businesses and local tourism. When our wineries are strong, our local accommodation venues are strong, our tourism operators are strong, our local shopping strips and small businesses are strong. A mandatory code will go some way towards evening the bargaining power between grape growers and winemakers, but it is only one part of the solution for our wine industry. We want to see Australia's wine industry thrive long into the future. And for this to happen, the government must pair these reforms with the practical support for growers, regional wineries and wine tourism, and stop the cuts to successful programs that are helping our wineries grow. The Coalition and I will keep standing up for regional wineries like ours in the Yarra Valley, because our growers, our small businesses and our agricultural families are worth fighting for. They are the heartbeat of our economy. They give so much back to our communities. I'm proud to come from a farming family. I'm proud to have grown up as a third-generation local in Casey, working in hospitality businesses that thrived through a strong wine and grape growing industry. The industry has been great to me. I'll always continue to be a voice for our industry because I know right now in our community, young people are getting the opportunity to learn life lessons, earn some extra income through hospitality, through tourism. And not only are those young people learning and getting opportunities as teenagers and at university like I did, many see the long-term opportunities to work in agriculture, in horticulture, in tourism, in hospitality, in our community, but also all across Melbourne, and many take the opportunity to go overseas and travel the world off the back of the hospitality experience that they have gained. It's so important that we continue to do the work to get it right and help this industry at a most challenging time that they face through no fault of their own. Every day I have the honour of being the member for Casey. I will work to support our industries, including our hospitality, our horticulture, our tourism and our wine regions.
I thank the member. I understand that the member for Pearce would like to present a copy of their speech for incorporation into Hansard in accordance with the resolution agreed to on 6 November 2025.
That's correct. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
And I give the call now to the member for Lyne.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on this bill as a local MP with a small but valuable wine industry and with communities that were part of the founding development of the Australian wine industry. I'm also an Australian deeply passionate about this industry and, while not directly related, certainly proud of the history of what the Penfold name and brand stands for in Australian wine excellence. Australia was always earmarked as a wine-producing nation. From James Cook's Endeavour voyage, Australia was identified as an ideal place for producing wine. Vines were planted within the first months of the first fleet landing at Sydney Cove. And I'm particularly proud that part of the story of Australian wine begins in the electorate of Lyne. The Paterson Valley, and Tokal in particular, played an important role in the very early development of viticulture in colonial Australia. James Phillips Webber took up Tokal in 1822, and during the 1820s and early 1830s established a vineyard there as part of what became one of the Hunter's pioneering agricultural properties. This was about the time my own Penfold ancestors came to Australia as farm labourers to work on the Bonavista property in Paterson, very close to Tokal. By 1832, Webber had 3 acres of vines at Tokal. That might sound modest today, but at the time there were only 15.5 acres of vines recorded across the entire Hunter. And what happened at Tokal did not stay at Tokal. In 1834, Weber supplied Oporto and Gouais, spelt Gouais for the benefit of Hansard, grape cuttings from Tokal to another pioneering hunter grower, George Wyndham at Dulwood, just on the other side of the Hunter River from my own electorate. Wyndham would go on to become one of the great early names in Australian wine. So there's a direct historical thread running from those early vines at Tokal through the pioneering vineyards of the Hunter and into the development of one of Australia's most famous wine regions. Long before Australian wine was winning international awards, becoming a major export industry, or Hunter Valley Semillon was known around the world, pioneers were experimenting with vines in the Paterson Valley in my electorate of Lyme. They were sharing cuttings, testing varieties against Australian conditions and learning through plenty of trial and error how to grow grapes and make wine in this country. I'm very proud that Tokal and the Paterson Valley and my electorate have their place right at the beginning of Australia's wine industry. Deputy Speaker, the Coalition supports the Wine and Other Legislation Amendment Bill 2026. We support it because there's a genuine imbalance in bargaining power in parts of Australia's wine industry, particularly between grape growers and large winemakers. Where voluntary arrangements have failed to deliver fair outcomes, there's a legitimate role for government to establish clear rules of engagement. That has long been the Coalition's approach. Coalition governments introduced and strengthened mandatory codes across agriculture, including the Dairy Code, the Horticulture Code and the Food and Grocery Code. So we support the direction of this legislation. But we should also be clear about what this bill does and what it does not do. The Emerson Review found that grape growers have too little bargaining power against large winemakers and that the existing voluntary code is no longer fit for purpose. The government accepted those recommendations in December last year and committed to developing a mandatory code of conduct. This bill is not that mandatory code, but it lays the groundwork for it. Schedule 1 amends the Wine Australia Act to give Wine Australia an explicit function to conduct grape and wine industry surveys and allows information to be shared with the ACCC to help determine which businesses should be covered by the mandatory code. There are safeguards around that information and civil penalties for its misuse. Schedule 2 amends the Primary Industries Levies and Charges Collection Act to allow ABARES to share levy payer contact information with authorised contractors to improve participation in agricultural surveys. Importantly, this bill does not change agricultural levies, who pays them or how they are calculated. The Coalition welcomes the fact that important safeguards around personal information have been placed in the legislation itself, rather than simply being left to regulation. But greater transparency could be provided to farmers. There is no requirement for levy payers to be notified when their information is shared with a third party and no mechanism for them to opt out. That is something the government should continue to look at. But the broader point is that this bill is a small piece of a much bigger problem. Australia's wine industry is in serious trouble. There's around 262 million litres more wine sitting in storage than can be commercially sustained. The 2026 grape harvest was the smallest in 25 years, yet grape prices continue to decline. Domestic wine consumption is at its lowest level in more than a decade, and global wine consumption has fallen to its lowest level since 1961. Australian Grape and Wine is right to describe this as not simply as a temporary downturn, but as a structural crisis. And behind those numbers are growers, winemakers, cellar door operators and families who've spent generations building their businesses. That matters in my electorate of Lyme. When people think about wine in New South Wales, they often think about the Hunter Valley. The Hunter is one of Australia's great wine regions, and its geographical indication stretches much further than the cellar doors around Colburn than most tourists know. The electorate of Lyme reaches into the Northern Hunter, and across the Mid-North Coast we have a diverse collection of smaller vineyards, wineries and cellar doors. Cassegrains, Aldian Road, Tranquil Vale, Bago Maze and Winery, Great Lakes Paddocks, Villa d'Este Vineyard, Jacaranda Estate Vineyard, Gloucester River Winery, Falls Ridge Winery, Magrani Creek Estate Winery, Mill Creek Vineyard and Gap Hill Wines are all part of our local wine story. Not necessarily the names that many people speak about, but still very valuable contributors to the Australian wine industry and to the regional economy across the Lyme electorate. and these wineries stretch from right down in the southwest of my electorate in Luscontyre and all the way up just to the east of Wauchope. These aren't just places that make and sell wine. They also attract visitors. They employ local people. They buy from other local businesses and support restaurants, accommodation providers and tourism operators. And some of them also host weddings, so perhaps the member for Casey may one day need additional employment, hopefully not, but he can also welcome to come and see some of these wineries in my electorate. These wineries are part of the character and diversity of our regional economy, and it's fantastic to trace my electorate's contribution over 2 centuries to the vineyards, winemakers and celladors operating across my electorate today. Nationally, wine-related tourism attracts around 7.5 million visitors each year, with visitors spending around $11.6 billion in Australia's wine regions. The broader grape and wine industry supports more than 203 direct and indirect jobs and contributes more than $51 billion in gross economic output. So when this industry hurts, regional Australia hurts, and communities like mine feel it. And that is why I'm disappointed that the Albanese government's response has been so inadequate. Earlier this year, Australian Grape and Wine went to the government with a serious, practical and costed plan. It proposed support for business viability and transition, concessional loans, mental health and rural wellbeing, rebuilding export markets, stimulating domestic demand and regional tourism, and properly implementing the mandatory code. The total package was $139.25 million over the forward estimates. But the Albanese government didn't take it up. Instead, at precisely the time the wine industry needed help attracting people into regional wine communities, the government moved to pause or cut the wine tourism and cellador grant program for 2 years, out to 2030. That program provides eligible wine and cider producers with grants of up to $100,000 linked to cellador sales. That decision made absolutely no sense. If we have too much wine and insufficient demand, why reduce support for businesses, bringing consumers directly to wineries and tourists into regional communities? The government cannot control decline in global wine consumption, but it can control how it responds. And we should remember how dramatically the industry was hit by the loss of the Chinese market. Before China's tariffs, that market was worth more than $1.2 billion a year to Australian wine exporters. It collapsed to less than $10 million. You can't simply switch off wine production. Grapevines remain in the ground. Wine remains in tanks and barrels. Businesses still have debts, wages and bills to pay. That surplus puts pressure on winemakers and ultimately flows back to the prices growers receive. Which brings me to another problem this bill does not address. Market power doesn't stop at the winery gate. The government is looking at the bargaining imbalance between growers and winemakers, which is fair enough. But what about the bargaining imbalance between winemakers and the major liquor retailers? The 4 largest liquor retailers have been estimated to control around 70% of the market. Endeavour Group, through Dan Murphy's and BWS, is one of the dominant players. And major retailers increasingly compete with their suppliers through private label and vertically integrated wine businesses. As Australian Grape and Wine has pointed out, that can leave a winemaker in the extraordinary position where a major retailer is simultaneously their biggest customer and one of their biggest competitors. That matters because pressure at the retail end of the supply chain eventually flows back to the grower. There's little point addressing the imbalance between growers and winemakers while ignoring concentrated market power further down the chain. We need competitive markets. We don't need government setting the price of a bottle of wine. But competitive markets only work when competition is genuine and small businesses have realistic ability to negotiate. Australian Grape and Wine has also pointed to the barriers small businesses face in challenging unfair conduct. That is, the cost of litigation, the imbalance in resources and fear of commercial retribution. Those issues need to be taken seriously as the government considers the next stage of these reforms. And while the government is suddenly discovering the merits of mandatory agricultural codes, perhaps it could dust off the work already done for the poultry industry. Poultry growers, and many of them in my electorate, have been waiting for action on their own code of conduct and their own bargaining power problem for years. Maybe the chickens will come home to roost before the government finally gets around to dealing with this one. Deputy Speaker, The Coalition supports this bill. A properly designed mandatory code can improve transparency and provide clearer and fairer rules between growers and winemakers. But nobody should pretend this legislation fixes the Australian wine industry. It doesn't address the enormous wine surplus. It doesn't rebuild international demand. It doesn't address concentrated market power further down the supply chain. And it doesn't provide the structural support the industry itself says it needs. Our wine industry is a great Australian industry. It turns Australian agricultural produce into a high-value manufactured product, exports an Australian brand to the world and brings millions of visitors into regional communities. And in places like Tokal and Paterson, its history reaches back almost to the beginning of European agriculture in this country. So yes, let's give growers a fairer deal and get the mandatory code right. But if the Albanese government is serious about the future of the Australian wine industry, it needs to look at the whole supply chain and the structural challenges facing the industry. Australian grape growers, winemakers and regional communities deserve much more than this bill alone.
Thank the member, and I call the member for Forrest.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, and it seems relevant while we're talking about the wine and other legislation amendment bill that if we could get a little of what the member for Lyon's got and bottle it, this place would be better off. It gives me great pleasure, of course, Deputy Speaker, to rise and talk about wine yet again in this place, coming from the little patch of Western Australia called Forrest, home to unquestionably the greatest wine grown in Australia, and of course there are many in this place who join me in a little friendly rivalry as we compare and contrast little emerging regions like the Barossa and Hunter with Margaret River. But nonetheless, I think when it comes to the Wine and Other Legislation Amendment Bill of 2026, the problem is in the bill snapshot, and that's that there is no financial impact on the budget as the explanatory memorandum makes clear. And the problem with that is that the wine industry, as many speakers today have lamented, is going through a tough and sordid time. Not due to one bad growing season, one bad vintage in one region, but rather a structural surplus of wine in the Australian market across all categories, from that very premium wine grown in Margaret River and, of course, right through to the sort of more mass-produced wine and the fruit growers that provide that fruit through the Riverina and other areas. And so what the industry has been calling for is sensible, targeted and limited financial support. That's not what we're here to talk about today, and that is a great shame. Nonetheless, the Coalition is supportive of this bill because it responds to the findings of the Emerson Review, and the member for Lyon was just discussing that imbalance between fruit growers having such little bargaining power with larger winemakers, and of course finding that the existing voluntary code of conduct in that space is no longer fit for purpose. The Coalition's got a proud history when it comes to codes of conduct across the agricultural, viticultural and horticultural spaces. Because, of course, when we were last in government, we introduced and indeed strengthened mandatory codes of conduct in the dairy industry, for the horticultural industry, for the food and grocery sector, and we did that to improve the transparency, fairness and confidence that need to exist in our agricultural supply chains. Mandatory codes have an important role, as we see it, where there is a significant imbalance in bargaining power. And they do that by providing clear rules of engagement that allow markets to continue operating competitively. And so, given that the government accepted the Emerson Review's findings in December, and committed to developing a mandatory code of conduct alongside industry. And that's most important, that this was done in close consultation and collaboration with industry, with bodies like Australian Grape and Wine, that we find ourselves in a position to support the bill. Of course, that mandatory code itself is not actually in this bill, but the important legislative groundwork has been laid by enabling information sharing that the ACCC needs to determine who the code should apply to ahead of the commencement of that code at the start of next year. Importantly, there was movement from the government through that process to ameliorate legitimate concerns from growers that I'd certainly heard in my patch around the mandatory collection and provision of information and ensuring that that process was something that industry could get around. Fairer commercial arrangements between growers and winemakers that will flow from this code of conduct, or at least the intention is that they will flow from this code of conduct, is an important step towards restoring confidence in the sector, which, as I said, Deputy Speaker, has been through a very, very tough couple of years. And those structural challenges, the structural surplus that we see across wine in Australia and indeed globally, extend challenges well beyond this legislation. The sector is currently carrying some 262 million litres more wine than is otherwise commercially sustainable on current consumption, which is placing enormous downward pressure on prices through the supply chain. That's, of course, if winemakers are able to move their product at all. And the feedback that I have from certain growers and winemakers is that they've got storage sheds full of produced wine that's been labelled, that's obviously incurred all of that capital cost up front, and then years later there's simply no market for it. The heartbreak of those providers in having to make decisions to destroy stock because they can't afford to keep storing it or otherwise face insolvency as a business, it's pretty hard to listen to, I can tell you. The 2026 grape harvest was the smallest in 25 years across Australia's growing regions, and yet grape prices continue to decline. So just think about that for a second. This is the smallest yielding season in a quarter of a century, and yet prices fell. That underscores the nature of the challenge facing the wine industry in Australia, and it's why that challenge extends beyond one bad season. This is an industry facing very, very serious headwinds. So at the same time, of course, it's not just limited to Australia, and we see wine consumption falling to its lowest level globally in over half a century as well. So Australia alone, and whilst I'm not the biggest fan of the Albanese government, I'm certainly not going to hold them accountable for fighting back against those very strong international market pressures. But of course we do welcome steps that make our domestic market as fair and transparent as possible, which, as I say, this bill is a small step towards. The other things that are good about it, in our view, is that there is a civil penalty for the misuse of shared information, which, as I said, is an important movement from the government in those concerns from industry through the consultation process, and we're very pleased to see that. So it narrows the restrictions and includes safeguards requiring third parties to not further disclose information and ensuring that when they do so, it's the minimum necessary information that's being shared and it is de-identified. Of course, that keeps the commercial sensitivities of the industry, which understandably are heightened at a time of great structural challenge, somewhat ameliorated. The bill doesn't change agricultural levies, who has to pay them or how they're calculated. It's confined literally to that information sharing and the technical administrative amendments that enable this to happen. So it is a good response to the Emerson Review finding that that voluntary code of conduct that had previously existed was no longer making the market function, and indeed finding that that mandatory code was an appropriate and, importantly, proportionate response. So where those safeguards around that information and the personal information are contained in the legislation itself, it basically eliminates future regulations either undermining the confidence of industry or allowing the commerciality of the industry to be undermined through some sort of leak, intentional or otherwise. And it does tend to happen, of course, as we see bad actors exploiting data being held by any major organisation, government notwithstanding. So the government's advised that similar arrangements for this, which have existed for many years, mean that this bill is not creating an entirely new practice, and that's a fair enough sort of argument to make. But we do think that these growers deserve that greater transparency around how their information, their sensitive, personal, commercial information, was being handled, stored and promulgated to third parties. So supporting the bill that's before the House today should not prevent the government from strengthening those transparency measures into the future. And I do think that that's important, an important point to make, because, as I say, the very commerciality of the industry, which is undergoing that great structural challenge, is perilous. So, while we are supportive of the legislation, this bill alone is not going to be the magic silver bullet that restores the fortunes of our wine industry. And as I say, earlier in this very scintillating contribution to the House, the greatest shame of this is that there's no budget impact, because earlier this year, the wine industry, through Australian Grape and Wine, a very active and engaged peak body for the industry, put forward a very practical, costed and sustainable package of measures in its pre-budget submission to help resolve the structural challenges that the market is facing. And the simple reality is that we've got too many vines growing too much fruit. Those proposals that Australian Grape and Wine put forward, which had a very limited budget impact, would have seen those structural forces change over time. This is actually helping growers to pull grapes out and, as the member for Lyons was touching on earlier, through the Wine Tourism and Cellar Door grant program, find additional markets to distribute their fruit, i.e. through their own cellar doors. Now, that was a program that helped wineries attract visitors. Certainly in my electorate, it grew regional tourism and diversified the income for smaller producers, because that's importantly for the House to remember that not all wineries are huge enterprises with big, showy cellar door operations with dozens of staff. And indeed, the cellar door grant program was targeted at those producers to support them in maintaining a viable cellar door when such an operation wasn't otherwise viable, and that, in a great shame, was pulled in this year's budget. That was a $10 million saving, which in the context of an industry already doing it tough, I thought was pretty mean and nasty. As I say, this is a global factor, and removing that support for cellar doors sends exactly the wrong sort of message to one of Australia's most important regional industries. And in a regional electorate like mine, supporting those local jobs and helping to diversify the economy away from just things like mining, where we consistently talk about being a dig and ship economy, we should be digging more, drilling more, growing more, catching more, and these sorts of programs are important to support that. So as I say, it's not a silver bullet. This is an important small step in the right direction, and we will be critical where we have to be and supportive where we can be. Seeing the continued move to shift more cost onto Australian wine producers through higher export cost recovery charges under the government and increasing regulatory costs is akin to asking these growers, who are literally bleeding cash, to pay more while they're getting less support from the government they're paying tax to. So, Deputy Speaker, that seems to me to be a real slap in the face. And I'm very pleased that the member for Barker has joined us to provide some sort of a rebuttal to my claims about that little-known emerging wine region called Barossa. Deputy Speaker, as I say, producers are paying more and they're getting less. So where we're seeing reduced support for agriculture across the board, but indeed the wine industry, when it is doing some of its toughest time, or facing some of its toughest times, is really, really unacceptable to us. We'll back sensible reforms like this, but it can't be seen as the entire solution, and that's why members on this side of the House will continue to fight tooth and nail for their growers. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. I'd like to now call the member for Barker.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, I speak to this bill at a time where the Australian wine industry is facing its greatest challenge of all time. Not to seek to catastrophise the situation, but if you're at home listening to this broadcast, type the words vineyard removal into your search engine and you will see video after video after video of front-end loaders, backhoe, adapted bobcats removing vineyards across this country. No region, not even the exalted areas like the Barossa in my electorate, are saved from this scourge of vine removal. In terms of Barker, let me just set a few things straight. As the member for Barker, I often think that I have responsibilities for wine in this place, or at least the member for wine, and that is because Barker produces more wine by volume or value than any other division in this place. Barker and producers from my electorate span the breadth of the industry, from high-volume commercial offerings, inland wine regions like the Riverland, to the ultra-premium brands in places like the Barossa, the Coonawarra, as well as other regions, whether it's Padthaway, Rattenbully, Cape Jaffa. I'm loath to mention them all because, of course, I'll have producers from the regions I don't mention saying, well, what about us? And a particular shout out to the cool climate producers in and around Mount Gambier that are sometimes forgotten about. But the reality is that this industry is in crisis. The industry hasn't been profitable for a number of years, and it's fair to say no region across Australia is currently profitable. And it's easy, as those opposite have from time to time done when it's suited their narrative, to blame the breakdown in the relationship with China and perhaps reference a former Prime Minister and his actions around the COVID. But the truth is, global demand for table wine has been in decline for a very long time. In fact, if you map it, you can see that about 1 billion litres, that's billion with a B, litres less table wine is consumed year on year. And if we think about why that is, we can start with a few factors. Firstly, I think everyone in this place, and perhaps outside of it, realises that the globe is going through a cost of living crisis. And so that's a factor. The second factor is table wine competes with other alternatives and other substitutes, alcohol substitutes, seem to be more on trend, and we see it with our own friendship networks, don't we? Once upon a time, you'd buy a bottle of wine and 4 or 5 glasses. Now, someone wants a daiquiri, someone else wants an espresso martini, someone wants a cider, someone wants a ginger beer, and someone will have a glass of wine as well. That's what's happening, right? And the last thing is something we probably should celebrate. My generation, rightly or wrongly, was often measured by how much we could drink, particularly here in Australia, and I put my hand up, and as a young uni student I participated in all the bad behaviours. You might believe that, it's not hard to believe. But this generation, I like to think, measures itself on how much you can lift. There's a real push for well-being and spending time at the gym and being healthy and these things, and serious consumption of Australia's premium wine and wine otherwise, and those things are not necessarily consistent. So we're seeing this global trend. And it's not an Australian trend, it's a global trend. And I mentioned at the beginning of this contribution vineyard removal. That's not an Australian-specific phenomenon. Madam Deputy Speaker, they're removing vineyards in the Napa Valley. They're removing vineyards in Bordeaux. But there is a difference. And that difference emanates from this place and other decision-making theatres like this at a state level. In those jurisdictions I just spoke of, growers are supported and are being actively supported to transition. I've been calling on this for a very long time. It is cruel to sit down around kitchen tables at a farm with a producer, husband and wife producer in their 80s, some of whom don't have great command of the English language and some of whom share my cultural background so we can speak Italian together, to explain to them that this isn't a small blip in the price of Aussie wine or global price of wine. This is a permanent change. It's been a step change. And that, yes, their vineyard isn't worth anything. And in fact, it's probably, the value of it is probably the value of the land itself as bare land, minus the cost of removing the infrastructure that's on it, which isn't insignificant. Now, what upsets me about this is that I rang the bell on this about 4 years ago. I called on those opposite to do something serious about supporting the transition. And why do I say transition? Because, Madam Deputy Speaker, not everyone is a grower. Not everyone can grow things. Now, that might sound like a silly statement to make, but it's true. And so we can't afford to lose these growers because we need to help them transition to other horticultural commodities. But it's expensive. It's much more expensive than the kind of farming my parents do, where you put in a crop one year and you put in another crop the next year, or you graze cattle or sheep. Because not only do you have to remove the infrastructure, you've then got to plant new permanent plantings, which might be an almond tree, an olive tree, citrus, other things. And then before you know it, you've got to wait 2 to 3 years for any sort of income. So not only have you got the sunk cost of removing what's there, you've then got to spend the capital to put the new planting there, and then you've got to wait an exceptionally long time. That's why these growers have needed support, and it's something that I've been calling for a very long time, and I wasn't going to miss the opportunity in this bill to restate that call, which I've got to say is supported by Australian grape and wine to achieve that outcome, a transition. And Madam Deputy Speaker, you know why else it's important? Because these communities rely on this horticultural effort. If you remove that vineyard, then the job goes. And when the job goes, the employee goes. And when the employee goes, you've not only lost the economic activity which comes with that, you've also lost a student at a school, a volunteer at the CFS, communities, particularly regional communities, break down. And there's a further factor in many communities I represent. They rely on collective infrastructure to move water around. Irrigation trusts. Now, these irrigation trusts effectively extract water from the River Murray and pump it to properties all along the river. It's the reason why when you fly over the Riverland, for example, and I'm using the Riverland as an example because it's the epicentre where the most harm is felt. It's the industry, the commercial sector, which is suffering most pain. And it's the one where its assets are most tied to this issue of horticulture. In the southeast, I've seen vineyards removed, fences placed around properties, and livestock grazing there quite quickly. But back to collective assets and the irrigation trusts. If the member, if I'm running a block, a vineyard block, my colleague, the member for Groom's running a vineyard block, and the next person and the next person. If I stay in the industry and the irrigation trust needs to pass over the member for Groom's property and the following member's property and the following member's property to get to the last property that's still growing, those costs of running that trust are still divided, are no longer divided amongst 5 or 6, they're divided amongst 2. And of course we end up with these fallow blocks, which is another real challenge. And so the ask is a pretty simple one of government. Support growers in the Riverland and the industry more generally to transition. Now, in terms of this bill, it's not what's currently needed, but it is something we support, and so I'm quite happy to see it pass the House. But it is a really small part of what needs to occur right now. I've spoken about the need for growers to transition, but we've also got to sell more Australian wine. I call on those opposite to have another think about export market development grants that have tapped out. Support producers who want to stay in this sector to go overseas and export their wine. It's a combination of things right now. We need to reduce the amount that we produce. That's happening naturally, sadly, without the support of government, which I worry about, because some of the best producers, some that are making the most hard-nosed economic decisions, are the very people we don't want to lose from this industry, whilst others who haven't got perhaps the same level of business acumen as staying in the industry, smaller holdings, etc. But at the same time, there's nothing being done to support increased exports at scale, or at least nothing I'm seeing. Now, this sector feels like it's been forgotten. I speak to their representatives at Australian Grape and Wine, I speak to local producers all the way along the value chain. They've got a sense that, that those opposite think that, look, if they just ignore this issue for long enough, it'll go away. And it might. People will make decisions, they'll remove vineyards, will recalibrate supply and demand and these things. But that will cause immeasurable hurt for particular groups, individuals, family businesses. It will really harm communities because it's not done with any rhyme or reason. What those opposite ought to have done, as a very bare minimum, and Madam Speaker, let's be clear, I don't support water buybacks for the same reasons why I don't like the idea of communities shrinking because we're having to remove vineyards. I want growers to transition from viticulture to some other horticultural endeavour, retain that economic activity in the community and keep regional communities, river communities, but regional communities otherwise resilient. But what those opposite have is a policy to remove water from the river buybacks. Now, given that that was their policy, you think they could have solved for this problem at the same time. They could have calibrated a program of buybacks that said, you know what, we're going to come into particular grape growing communities where we need to remove, or we'd like to acquire water for the Commonwealth Environmental Water Holder, and we're going to target older growers, individuals that are principally invested in red wine production because that's the category most oversupplied, and with the funding they had available to acquire that water from for the Commonwealth Environmental Water Holder, they could have achieved their goal, their target, which is one I don't support, I'll be clear, but they could have achieved their goal and at the same time supported this industry to recalibrate, to reduce supply, to bring supply closer to what is likely to be long-term demand for Australian red and white wines. But instead that didn't happen. I'm not sure why it didn't happen. I hope it wasn't the politics of punishment. Sometimes I worry in this place that that's where we're at. But that didn't happen. And right now we've got a wine industry that's screaming for support. I attend, Madam Deputy Speaker, more forums about mental health in the wine industry than I do wine tastings right now. And that's how worried we are about this sector, and those opposite need to start taking it seriously.
I thank the member for Barker. The question is that this bill be now read a second time. I call the member for Grey.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'd like to associate my words with that of the words of the member for Barker. The wine industry in Australia, particularly in the region of South Australia, is on its knees, and it is not getting any support from this government. Wine Australia put in a very decent pre-budget review to this Labor government. Not only did they ignore it, they actually took out the cellar door program that's keeping some of them alive. It was very, very disappointing, and the industry is rightly frustrated. Speaker, regional South Australia Grey is home to the world-leading Riesling vineyards of the Clare Valley. Ask most people what the Clare Valley is worth to this country, and they'll tell you it makes fantastic wine, and it absolutely does. Ask them to put a number on it, and most won't even be close. Grape production in the Clare Valley is worth around $30 to $40 million a year. And given the issues we're having, we're actually at the 25-year low in both production and exports from this region. Wine sales add another $150 million per year. Tourism, built around that wine industry, brings a further $162 million to the sector. That's a staggering $300 million in a regional economy. Now, that is not a boutique industry. That's jobs in vineyards, jobs in cellars, jobs in hospitality, jobs in tourism. And it's the reason towns across the Clare Valley have a tourism trade at all. I raise those numbers because they show exactly what's at stake and what I want to talk about today: wine. Not just the wine industry, but what's happening to the people who grow the grapes and make the wine in regional South Australia, and what this government is doing and not doing about it. Let's turn to the bill in front of us. It amends the Wine Australia Act to allow information sharing with the ACCC. It amends the Primary Industry Levies and Charges Collections Act to let ABARES share levy payer details with authorised contractors. It's a technical bill. It doesn't fix the wine industry's problem. But it does one useful thing. It gives the ACCC the information it needs to work out who a mandatory code of conduct should apply to, ahead of that code starting January 1, 2027. The Coalition supports this bill. We support it because it responds directly to the Emerson Review, which found that grape growers have too little bargaining power against large winemakers, and that voluntary code we have now is no longer fit for purpose. The government accepted that finding in December last year and promised to develop a mandatory code during 2026. This bill is a step on that path, but it's not the destination. I want to be clear about what this bill does. It gives Wine Australia an explicit function to run grape and wine industry surveys on top of the National Vintage Survey it already runs. It sets up a framework so Wine Australia can share relevant information with the ACCC. It introduces a civil penalty if that information is misused. And it narrows an existing restriction on ABARES sharing levy paper contact details with third parties, with safeguards attached. Now, those third parties can't pass information on further, and only the minimal necessary information can be shared, or it must be de-identified. This bill doesn't touch the levies themselves, and it doesn't change what growers pay or how those levies are calculated. I will say this though, while I welcome that the safeguards are written into this bill itself rather than left to future legislation, there's still no requirement to notify levy payers when their information is shared, and there's no way for them to opt out. The government tells us The government tells us this kind of arrangement has existed for years. Maybe so, but growers deserve to know how their information is being used. Supporting this bill today shouldn't stop the government from fixing that gap later. Speaker, now to the industry itself, because that's really what I came here to talk about today. Australia's wine industry is in serious trouble. We are sitting on around 262 million litres more wine than the market can absorb. That's not a minor imbalance. And I go back to the wool crisis last century. Farmers stored wool on their farms, in their sheds, and the price of wool never increased until we got rid of that backlog. That's what we're facing in this country right now. It's a wall of oversupply, pressing down on prices right through the supply chain, from the grower to the cellar door. And here's the part that should worry every member in this place. The 2026 harvest was the smallest in 25 years, yet grape prices still fell. When the crop shrinks and prices fall away, that tells you the problem isn't a bad season. It tells you that it is structural. Growers in our inland regions have been hit the hardest, like in the member for Barker's region of the Riverland. On top of that, global wine consumption has dropped to its lowest levels in more than 60 years. We can't fix that from Canberra, but we can make sure our own domestic markets are fair and transparent, and right now it isn't. A few weeks ago, I sat down with Senator Anne Ruston-Clare for a wine industry roundtable. We sat down with growers and winemakers from across the region. They were telling us in plain terms what's happening to them. People who've been in the industry for decades, who've built family businesses over generations, telling us they can't get a fair price, can't get a buyer, and do not know how much longer they can hold on. That's what I heard sitting across the table from them. And on this note, I just want to talk briefly about the cashless, the container deposit scheme. This is what really frustrates wine growers today. They are under so much pressure, and this will be the final straw that breaks the camel's back. On the cashless deposit scheme was brought in the 1970s in South Australia to fix a problem. That was littering. There is no problem to be fixed in the wine sector. Wine is consumed at home in private, is consumed in the restaurant. There is no issue with littering of wine bottles in our nation. And these rules impose up to $2 per wine bottle for our industry. They simply cannot afford that, and it must be at least, if it can't be removed, it must be harmonised across our states and territories. Speaking of regional South Australia is some of the finest wine country in this nation, and Clare Valley is known around the world. These aren't marginal industries in my electorate, they are the backbone of towns. They employ people in vineyards and cellars and are in hospitality. They bring visitors into regional towns who then spend their money at the local bakery and the local pub. When the wine industry struggles, it's not just the statistics. It's a grower in Clare who can't move his or her fruit. It's a family winery wondering if they'll open the door next season. And I tell you what, a lot of them are leaving town. It's a town that depends on the tourists those businesses bring in. So what has this government done for these people at a time when they're asking for help? Earlier this year, Australian Grape and Wine put together a comprehensive and sensible submission ahead of the budget. This wasn't a wish list. It was industry doing exactly what an industry... It wasn't a wish list. It was the industry doing exactly what we ask industry to do. Coming to government with practical, considered proposals to help growers and winemakers get through a difficult period. And what did the government do? Nothing. Not $1 of new funding for the wine industry in this budget. Worse than nothing, actually. Instead of backing the industry, the government has decided to phase out the $10 million wine tourism cellar door grant program. This is a program that helps small wineries attract visitors, build their cellar door experience, and diversify their income away from just grape prices. For a lot of these businesses, the cellar door is what keeps them viable when grape prices are down. It's tourism income, direct sales, and a reason for people to make the drive out to the Clare Valley in the first place, or indeed the Flinders Rangers, who make some fantastic wine. And this government's answer at that exact moment the industry is under pressure is to take away that support. I don't think the government's thought this one through, or if they have, they've decided regional wine just isn't a priority. Either way, the outcome is the same for the people I represent. Growers who already can't find a buyer for their fruit will now watch the tourism support that helped their neighbours survive get wound back too. That's more pressure at the worst possible time on communities that are already doing it tough. And it doesn't stop there. This bill makes some administrative changes on how levies work, but it does nothing about the bigger problem with the levy system as a whole. The government's own Productivity Commission found Australia's agricultural levy system to be a word that I can't pronounce. Around 248 different levies administered through roughly 70 separate arrangements. That's not a system, that's a maze. It creates unnecessary complexity, adds to the administrative burden on producers and drags on productivity. Producers already put millions of dollars into the system every year to fund research, biosecurity and development. They're entitled to expect it's efficient and it's transparent. Instead, this government keeps making piecemeal changes around the edges while the fundamental problem sits there untouched. At the same time as all of this, the government has increased export cost recovery charges and other regulatory costs on producers. So the message to our wine growers over this term has been pay more, get less. Higher costs, cut to the programs that actually helped, and no new funding. And I want to be fair here. The Coalition has a long record of backing mandatory codes where there's a genuine imbalance of market power, and a voluntary code isn't cutting it. We've introduced and strengthened the Dairy Code of Conduct, the Horticultural Code of Conduct, and the Food and Grocery Code of Conduct. Because in each of those cases, we recognise that without clear rules of engagement, the party with the least power in the chain gets squeezed. The Emerson Review found the same imbalance in wine. A mandatory code is an appropriate response, and this bill is one piece of the groundwork for it, and that's why we support it today. But supporting this bill cannot be where this government's response to the wine industry begins and ends. A mandatory code that starts in January next year is welcome, but it will not put money back into growers' pockets. It will not replace the $10 million this government is taking out of the cellar door program. And it will not undo a budget that gave the wine industry nothing, despite that industry doing everything right. If this government is serious about the future of Australia's wine industry, serious about towns like those in the Clare Valley that depend on it, then it needs to do more than pass a technical information sharing bill and call it a day. It needs to reverse that decision to phase out the wine and cellar door program. And I'd also like to remind this House that the Trade Minister lives in the Clare Valley, lives in the electorate of Grey, and the wine growers are calling on him to do something. I'm calling on him to do something. This government needs to actually engage with what Australian grape and wine put forward, and it needs to stop loading additional costs onto an industry that is already carrying more oversupply, lower prices, and less global demand than it is seen in decades. I heard what this feels like for growers and winemakers in Clare. It isn't a crisis they created, it's a product of global market conditions well beyond their control. Met with a government response here at home that has so far but to take support away rather than add it. The Coalition will keep supporting sensible, practical reforms like the one before us. Regional wine communities in South Australia and right across the country deserve better than what government is giving them.
I thank the member for Grey. The question is that this bill be now read a second time. I call the member for Kooyong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. This bill implements part of the government's response to Dr Craig Emerson's review of the wine and grape sector by establishing a mandatory code of conduct for wine grape purchasers and expanding Wine Australia's powers to collect industry data. Dr Emerson's review found that what growers in the community and across the country have told us for years, that a voluntary, unenforceable code has left too many growers exposed to unfair contracting practices and imbalances in bargaining power with winemakers. And so a mandatory code backed by ACCC enforcement is a sensible and overdue correction. And I'm glad that this bill clarifies the objects of the Wine Act as a precursor to the mandatory code commencing on the 1st of January 2027. But I also want to use this debate to raise a fairness question that the bill does not yet address. A question which this Parliament has not yet addressed, but which has been put in front of the Health Committee's Alcohol and Other Drugs inquiry by a number of expert groups and stakeholders. I have the honour of serving as the Deputy Chair on that committee, and I feel that I need to raise the issue in the House at this place. And that issue is how we tax wine. Every major alcohol category in Australia, other than wine, is taxed volumetrically, with a fixed rate per litre of alcohol scaled to strength. Wine is the exception. It's taxed under the wine equalisation tax, a 29% levy on the wholesale value with a rebate for small producers. That structure does not tax harm, it does not tax alcohol strength, it just taxes price. As a result, a high-value boutique wine from the Yarra Valley or Mornington Peninsula incurs proportionately much more tax per standard drink than the cheapest cask wine on the shelf. And the consequences of that are pretty stark. Cask wine is the cheapest alcoholic beverage available in this country. The mean price per standard drink for cask wine is 54 cents per standard drink, but at the bottom end, you can get it for as little as 24 cents for a standard drink. You can't buy a schooner, a can or a nip of spirits anywhere near that price. The gap is not an accident of the market, it's a direct product of how this Parliament has chosen to tax wine. And it matters because Australia is right now experiencing the highest rate of alcohol-induced deaths in over 2 decades. The Foundation for Alcohol Research and Education has documented in depth what that cheap, high-volume product does in practice. The harm caused by too easy access to rubbish cheap alcohol is the direct and foreseeable result of a tax system that this Parliament has left unreformed for 50 years. None of this is a new issue. None of this is news to Treasury or to Australia's peak health bodies. Ken Henry's 2010 review of Australia's tax system recommended a volumetric tax on alcohol based on evidence and based on the social cost of that harm. It singled out the wine equalisation tax because of its perverse effect on the price of cheap wine. The Royal Australasian College of Physicians and the Royal Australian and New Zealand College of Psychiatrists have jointly noted that replacing the WET with a volumetric tax has now been recommended by 9 separate sequential government reviews. The RACP has put the problem pretty bluntly. It says that the current wine tax actually provides preferential treatment for cheap wine. Cancer Council Australia's position statement calls for a volumetric excise tax across all alcohol products, together with abolition of the wine equalisation tax. And Cancer Council warns that a tax based on the wholesale value rather than the alcohol content has already contributed and continues to contribute to an oversupply of cheap, high-volume wine products, including cask wine. When the current National Alcohol Strategy was released in 2019 without a volumetric tax, the then President of the Australian Medical Association said that that was most disappointing. given that doctors treating the short-term sequelae and lifelong complications of alcohol-fuelled harm deserve a response as serious as the problem itself. Addiction medicine specialist Professor Kate Conograve, who is a director at the Foundation of Alcohol Research and Education, has pointed to the fact that we have broad agreement amongst virtually all Australian health bodies that reforming alcohol taxation should be a key priority for this government. In her words, we shouldn't be treating alcohol like it's flour or wool. Now, the National Alcohol Strategy 2019 to 2028 lists volumetric taxation and a minimum floor price amongst the reform options which we should be considering to manage the price and availability of alcohol. And FAIR's recent submissions to the Health Committee's ongoing inquiry into the health impacts of alcohol and other drugs set out exactly what that reform should look like. We should continue to index the excise on beer and spirits, replace the wine equalisation tax with a volumetric rate, and introduce a properly indexed minimum unit price in every state and territory. The Northern Territory's experience with the minimum unit price has already shown measurable reductions in alcohol-related harm. Modelling shows that a minimum unit price of at least $1.30 per standard drink could reduce alcohol use in Australia by 1.5 standard drinks per week on average per Australian. So I put it to the House, this is not just a public health argument. It's also an argument for the very wine growers that this bill is seeking to protect. The code of conduct in this bill exists because growers of quality products are being squeezed out by a market that simply does not value what they produce. A tax system that rewards the cheapest possible bulk product at the expense of quality does the same thing from a different direction. Fixing the contract is not enough if our tax settings keep subsidising the product that competes hardest against what our better wine growers are actually trying to sell. So I support this bill and the fairer trading arrangements that it will deliver for wine grape growers. But I ask the government not to treat fairness in this sector as finished business. Growers deserve a market that isn't distorted against quality. Communities deserve a tax system that doesn't quietly subsidise the cheapest and most harmful product on the shelf. 26 years after the wine equalisation tax was designed, and 16 years after the Henry Review told us that we need to fix it, it's well past time that this parliament did. And to that end, Deputy Speaker, I move amendments 1 and 2 as circulated in my name.
Is the amendment seconded? Call the member from McKellar.
Thank you. I second the amendment and reserve my right to speak.
Thank the member for McKellar. The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To the honourable member for the honourable member for Kooyong has moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The question now is that the amendment be agreed to. I call the member for Riverina.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And when I first came into this parliament in 2010, I proudly represented the Murrumbidgee irrigation area, where so many of the fine wines that Australians drink and Australia exports were produced. And whether it's De Bortley or Casella or many of the other fine wine producers in that area are concerned, certainly for them, the grape industry, wine industry and water legislation was of vital importance. In recent times, late last year certainly, we've seen De Bortley, a family generational business, pulling out vines. This is a tragedy. Just today, we've seen Sunrise issue a media statement in relation to workers that it is being forced to make redundant at its particularly Leeton and Deniliquin mills. Now that is albeit Ross. I appreciate the difference. But when 92 people are put out of work, and 14 of them thankfully have been given other jobs within the operation, but still in all, it's 78 people who've lost their jobs because of water policy. It's 78 incomes, 78 families affected. The hopes of 78 people, more in fact, if you count the families, dashed because of poor water policy. And when we talk wine and we talk about the grape industry, the same applies. Now, yes, I get that we have a wine glut worldwide at the moment, and that is also an issue. It certainly was brought into focus with the recent issues around the Middle East, Strait of Hormuz, and the lack of availability of fuel. There were suggestions that the oversupply of wine could be turned into biofuels, and this is certainly something that the nation can look to in the future. It is possible. But the Wine and Other Legislation Amendment Bill 2026 is very much not just about the legislation amending 2 acts, but also very much at the heart and the core of this is this federal Labor government's water policy. Because if you go and ask any of those irrigators, any of those grape growers in the Riverina, the old part of the Riverina that I once represented, and elsewhere, they will tell you this is so. They will tell you that but for poor water policy, they would be growing more food for this nation, more food for this nation's exports. And the member for Nichols has just entered the chamber, and he, like me, understands how keenly water policy is felt in our electorates. He represents Shepparton and many other fine food-producing areas besides. And if you take his electorate and the older parts of the Riverina that were in the Riverina up until 2016, why they're still not, it's a matter for the Australian Electoral Commission, but that is the true definition and meaning and geographical and every other definition of the Riverina. It's that area where it's Narrandera West, Narrandera being the gateway to the Riverina, takes in Collyambly, Leeton, Griffith, Deniliquin, Finley, Tocumwal. I could go on and on. But those people are fine Australians. They went there just after World War I, in fact. They turned what John Oxley, the explorer, described as a wilderness that people would never look twice at as far as a place to live. Inhospitable, I think he called it. And yet they converted that into a Garden of Eden. And they were told to go out there with soldier settlements. They were given a bare block with stones and pretty poor soil. And then Sir Samuel Mackay came along. The Burrinjuck Dam was built. Snowy Hydro built later for irrigation, not necessarily hydroelectricity. And they converted that area, that wilderness, into something very, very special. And what do we do in return? What do we do as legislators? Well, we say, we're not going to provide you with the water. We're going to buy that water back, and in turn we're going to flush it down the mouth of the Murray. And never mind the grape growers, never mind the wine producers, never mind the rice growers, never mind those people who grow the world's finest fruit and vegetables. Same's happening in Nichols. Same is happening in that outstanding members' electorate. And we're not going to continue to cop it. We are not. Because somebody has to make a stand. Somebody has to take a stand. Our irrigators have, but they are so tired, so bogged down with water legislation, with changes to the Act and all the rest. They get very weary when once again you get a water minister, particularly a Labor minister, suggesting that there's going to be another buyback. And buybacks is Labor lazy policy. You can interchange those words, Labor and lazy, because they mean the same thing. Now, there is a proposal before this nation to buy another 100 gigalitres out to complete the 450 gigalitres of water that then Prime Minister Julia Gillard promised on the banks of Goolwa in 2012. Now, we've just seen 86 gigalitres taken out of the Murray-Darling Basin system. 86 gigalitres is the equivalent of 34,400 Olympic-sized swimming pools. Taken out of farm production, taken away from grape growers. And Labor and bureaucrats and anybody else who cares to think that this policy is good will say, well, they get paid for it, they get a fair price for it, and so they do. And so they do. And many of them are debt stressed, thanks to the Labor government. But what it means is that that is less production for that area, less local government area production. And Griffith will tell you how much, Griffith City Council will tell you how much that their shire production has been devalued since the Murray-Darling Basin Plan came into play. And the Commonwealth Environmental Water Holder, and that organisation will be asked to account for every drop of water when we get back into government. They already have 72% of the available water in the Murray-Darling system. 72%. So there's only 28% left to grow the food and fibre in a huge area of Queensland, the ACT, New South Wales, South Australia, Victoria. There's only 28% in the Riverland, in the areas that the member for Nichols represents, New South Wales, northern and southern connected systems, and in southeast Queensland and western Queensland too. But the buyback, recent buyback as part of that 450 gigalitres, most of it come out of the southern connected system. It always comes out of the southern connected system. Always. It's the people I represent, and often the people the member for Nichols represents, who are hit the hardest. Now, this bill, as I say, amends two acts. The Wine Australia Act of 2013 amendments, which give effect to Wine Australia, giving it an explicit function to conduct or arrange grape and wine industry surveys, fair enough, building on the existing National Vintage Survey and setting up an information sharing framework so relevant information can be shared with the Australian Competition and Consumer Commission to enable a mandatory code of conduct for wine grape purchases be made separately under the Competition and Consumer Act of 2010, intending to commence on the 1st of January next year. And the Primary Industries Levies and Charges Collection Act 2024 amendments allow authorised ABARES staff share levy and charge information, including some personal information with contractors such as mail houses, to improve response rates and data quality for ABARES, agricultural surveys, plus a minor technical fix to the Secretary's rule-making power. Now, I note that the member for Kooyong has moved a motion, seconded by the member for Mackellar. Always be wary when those two and any of the Teals start putting in their pious amendments. Always be on guard, because, you know, they were just in the House talking about gambling, and, you know, the looks they were pulling when the Prime Minister was saying there's nothing wrong with having a bet and question time today. You know, they've had their say about vaping and smoking, and, you know, they like to have their say about everything. I mean, seriously, if we followed the Teals' way, we wouldn't be able to have a bet, we wouldn't be able to have a drink. In a liberal democracy, those who choose to smoke, and I don't, but they wouldn't be able to have a smoke. I mean, they are just anti what everything most Australians just like to do. I hear from the member for Hunter. But, you know, there has to be a sensible balance reached. There has to be, and we as legislators can't just, you know, keep banging Australians on the head and forcing more regulation on them. And we as legislators also need to be reminded often of the role that has been played, is being played, and will continue to be played by those people who don't wear suits, who work the land, who roll their sleeves up, who don't mind getting dirt under their fingernails, and who actually grow our food to help this nation and many others besides. And if they choose to grow grapes, they choose to grow almonds, fruit, vegetables, whatever the case might be, whether it's west of Narrandera or whether it's in some of the grape growing areas and wine producing areas in the Riverina electorate I now represent, including Tumbarumba, Hilltops, centred on Young, Gundagai, Cowra, as well as Murray Bateman and the Yass Valley, then we should be applauding them and doing everything we can to help those people. Because there's nothing wrong with people having a tipple. Nothing wrong with people getting in the car and driving out of the nation's capital, going to one of those little wineries, little cellar door wineries, having a taste on the weekend and having a good time, maybe even having a bet at the Yass picnic races. If they want to. It's totally unhealthy, but if they choose to have a smoke, well, so be it, without the teals telling us, oh, no, smack on the wrist, you can't do that. I mean, you can't do that. Goodness gracious, what's Australia coming to? Now, Tumbarumba has around 300 hectares under vine, about 20 family-owned vineyards, and an annual crush of roughly 3,000 tonnes. And Tumbarumba is known for its world-class, and it is internationally acclaimed, Chardonnay and Pinot Noir. The Gundagai and Hilltops areas produce Shiraz, Cabernet Sauvignon and Chardonnay, and it's good, and we applaud them. And the Murray Bateman and Yass Valley have a number of globally recognised brands and local hidden gems. Shiraz, Riesling and Cabernet Cab Sav are the main varieties with proud brands of Clonakilla. Now, who wouldn't like a glass of that right now? Helm and Eden Road being located in the Riverina boundaries that I now proudly represent. And Wagga Wagga, of course, my hometown, it is also home to the National Wine and Grape Industry Centre at Charles Sturt University, plus CSU has its own commercial winery and offers a wine science degree. But, as I said at the outset, high water prices and the lack of availability of water are huge problems for the wine sector. They are. These are permanent plantings that need a secure and stable water supply. And can we have confidence, Member for Nichols, in the Labor government providing that? I think not. None whatsoever, he says. And he's right. And he's right. And there's very little that the Member for Nichols and I disagree on. I don't think there's quite anything that we disagree on. And certainly when it comes to making available the water for our wine growers, for our grape producers and for our irrigators and farmers in general, then we should be doing everything in our power as legislators to make the water available, to make their futures possible. Because if we don't, we're going to suffer as a result and we'll have to rely on imported products to stock up, and that would be to our eternal shame.
I thank the honourable member for Riverina, and I give the call to the member for Nichols.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thank you to the member for Riverina for his comments in relation to this wine and other legislation amendment bill. His constituents, and the ones he has represented over the years before there were boundary changes, are suffering in a similar way to my constituents, my communities, the member for Mallee, because of the disastrous water policies of the Labor government. And I'm speaking in support of this bill because I'm very supportive of it, and the Coalition is supportive of it. It's sensible and it's proportionate and it does what needs to be done. But I want to make this point too. A person could read this bill from end to end, the schedules, the explanatory memorandum, every clause, and they would come away not knowing about the significant pressures that the wine industry is facing at the moment. Nothing about how a grower at Nagambie can't find a buyer for his fruit this year. Nothing about the family at Echuca growing wine grapes who can't afford to keep farming, but they can't afford to stop. And nothing about the 262 million litres of wine sitting in tanks across this country that nobody can sell. And so, whilst I'm supportive of this bill, the Albanese government is not going far enough to assist an industry that is on its knees. In fact, some of what they're doing is actively making the situation worse. And irrigation water is a big part of this. Now, Member for Riverina talks about Labor's buybacks and the 450 gigalitres that was supposed to be subject to a socio-economic neutrality test, which the previous government had insisted upon, and some Labor states had insisted upon as well, Deputy Speaker. Socio-economic neutrality. That means the socio-economic effect, the effect on the society, the effect on the economy, must be neutral. The socio-economic effect of these water buybacks is not neutral. It is significantly negative. Significantly negative. So these purchases should never have gone ahead. And the previous minister in the last parliament was disastrous on this, and the current minister isn't any better. Senator Watt, coming in and buying all of this water out of the most productive irrigation regions of our nation, and including the irrigation regions that grow a large proportion of Australia's wine grapes. Now, not only, it's the egregiousness of taking this water away from these communities that rely on the produce, and as has been pointed out many times, it's not just about the produce that's grown. Let's take wine grapes. It's not just about what a wine grower gets paid for the grapes that he or she has irrigated, but when those wine grapes go to the winery, there's a whole swag of people employed in that process. When it becomes a bottle of wine, there are a whole host of people who are involved in the marketing, the sale, the export of that product. The value of the megalitre of water that grew the crop expands massively, and it's really important for Australia's economy. So taking it away and putting it into an environmental account that sits somewhere in Hume or Eildon and can't be used is not only economic vandalism, it's just silly. Now, one more thing about this, and the Weekly Times has reported on this today. When the Albanese government goes in and buys this water, they are paying a huge premium for it. They're not getting it at market value. So there, you, the Australian taxpayer, when the government goes in on your behalf to buy this water, and a high reliability water share in the Goulburn system of the GMID is approximately $4,000. The Albanese government is going in and paying $4,800 for it. So they're not getting good value, they're paying a massive premium. And in many cases, because of the way that certain companies have managed to arbitrage this system, the companies have sold all this water to the Albanese government for $4,800 or whatever it is, but that's what's been reported in the Weekly Times today. And they go back into the market and buy it from someone else for $4,000 to stock up their portfolios again. And so the taxpayer ends up paying much higher than they ever should have. In relation to this bill, it's largely administrative, but I'm supportive of it. The bill has two schedules, amends the Wine Australia Act and gives Wine Australia an explicit function to conduct industry surveys, and that builds on the National Vintage Survey. And there's a framework that Wine Australia can establish to share relevant information with the ACCC. And Schedule 2 amends the Primary Industries Levies and Charges Collection Act to allow ABARES to share levy payer contact details with authorised third-party contractors, so that agricultural survey participation improves. And so there's no financial impact of this on the budget. It doesn't change the levies, who pays them, or how they are calculated. But it does lay the groundwork for a mandatory code of conduct, and we do need a mandatory code of conduct in this industry. We do need a fair playing field between large producers, and I'm not demonising them, they do a great job, but there needs to be a level playing field between those producers and between the wine growers who are trying to use what little irrigation water the Albanese government has left in the system to try and grow a really good quality product that is respected the world over. The wine industry is really hurting at the moment, Deputy Speaker. As I drive around the electorate of Nichols, and I have the wine regions of Dookie, I have the wine regions, part of the wine region of Heathcote, which is renowned for its Shiraz. It's got a magnificent hillside, which has soils and a climate that just produce a Shiraz that is known far and wide across the world. It also has the Ngambia regions that have got Tabilk and Mitchelton. So great quality wines, great history, and I was actually an agronomist before I came in to Parliament, Deputy Speaker. So I did soil testing, I did advice on nutrition, I did advice on managing those grapevines. Now, as a Member of Parliament, to drive around and see excavators pulling those vines out of the ground, pulling the pine posts out, just thinking about the work that went into all of that, it really is quite heartbreaking. It really is quite heartbreaking. And I do implore the Albanese government to look at whether there's ways we can manage what is a very difficult transition for an industry, and most of it's not their fault. You know, the China tariff thing, that's not their fault. I am critical, and I agree it was a coalition government at the time, well before I was in Parliament. I am critical that some of the managed investment tax laws meant that there was too much of a boom in the wine plantation in the early 2000s, and I think that has created some issues. But the reality is there are people, agriculturalists, who have tried their hardest to produce a great quality product that we're trying to export and find new export markets for and send around Australia and send around the world, and they are struggling to survive. There's a huge amount of wine, both red and white, that is just sitting in tanks around Australia. And unless we can find something to do with that wine, and maybe it's not drinkable, but we need to work together to try and find something to do with it so that tank space becomes empty and it can be filled with a product that is saleable, then the situation's not going to get better and the pain is going to be huge. So whilst I accept that this bill is something that is a positive step, and I support the Albanese government in bringing it forward, I implore them to do more to help this industry. We sit in question time, and there are people from different political persuasions. The Albanese government likes to talk a lot about helping people like aged care workers and childcare workers, and that's okay. That's fair enough. They're workers in the system. These people who run small businesses, they're workers in the system too, and they've had an industry fall apart around them, and they're not asking for massive handouts, but they are asking for a strategic plan and some assistance to come in and try and right the ship that is the Australian wine industry at the moment. And I think there's a lot of things we could do to do that. That's really important, and I implore the Albanese government, stop being so ideological when it comes to irrigation water and the Murray-Darling Basin Plan. This is one of those issues that I've watched from outside the Parliament because I've been incredibly involved in it in the Goulburn Valley and the Goulburn Murray Irrigation District. And it's one of those things where common sense just keeps evaporating and evaporating and evaporating, pardon the pun. But there is no reason to be taking more irrigation water out of the GMID, out of the Southern Connected Basin, out of the Northern Murray-Darling Basin, because there's only a limit at which the people who use that environmental water can use it. Now, one of those organisations is the Catchment Management Authority, the Goulburn-Broken Catchment Management Authority. Now, they are a wonderful organisation that is very, very interested and very committed to making sure that irrigation, that environmental water gets used as well as it can be to give us environmental outcomes. Carl Walters is the CEO of that organisation. He has said, I wish the government would just stop buying environmental water because we can't use what we've already got. So what's happening is all this water sitting up there in Hume or Eildon, taking up airspace. Irrigation, the price volatility has massively risen because the government's taken so much out of the consumptive pool, and this has put pressure on a lot of industries, but it's put a lot of pressure on the wine grape growing industry. And all for what? All for what? If we were seeing these massive increases in environmental outcomes from the megalitres that have been bought back, there might be an argument. But we're not seeing any purpose to take any more water out of these systems. And when you love as an industry as much as I do irrigated agriculture, I grew up on the Goulburn River. I was born on the Goulburn River and grew up there, and I've watched its environment ebb and flow. I've watched people use environmental water to try and turn it into a channel, to try and artificially push water down to South Australia. And when you see what used to be these incredibly productive dairy industries, peaches, wine grapes, apples, and then you see, and this is relating to the wine industry particularly, then you see an excavator go in and start ripping those vines out, ripping those posts out, piling them up for a bonfire. It's really heartbreaking. So I think we could do better. I'm supportive of this bill. It's just a start though. Agriculture is important to this country. Irrigated agriculture is essential. The communities of the Murray-Darling Basin are worth fighting for and worth appreciating, and policies that damage them deserve our strongest condemnation. And I condemn these policies of taking more irrigation water out of our beautiful Murray-Darling Basin. I hope the wine industry, and that we can all work together to try and right the ship that is the wine industry and get it back to a sustainable footing, but that is going to take some assistance. This bill helps, but it's nowhere near enough. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I thank the member for Nichols, and I give the call to the Honourable the Minister for Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I do want to thank members of this place for their thoughtful contributions and for speaking on the Wine and Other Legislation Amendment Bill. I also want to thank them for the acknowledgement about just the extraordinary contribution that Australian farmers and fishers and foresters make to our nation. So I think that all of the speeches acknowledged our farmers and our grape growers around the country and the work that they do. And this bill is really part of our support for the agriculture, fisheries and forestry sectors. The grape and wine sector does make a very valuable contribution to regional communities as well as to our Australian economy. Our government is committed to supporting the sector's profitability, its productivity and its resilience, and we've now provided more than $95 million in support since July 2022 to help strengthen the long-term viability of Australian grape growers and winemakers. The amendments to the Wine Australia Act 2013, the Wine Act, would provide Wine Australia with the function to conduct or arrange surveys of the grape or wine industry, to support the operation of the Wine Act or the Competition and Consumer Act 2010. This supports implementation of the proposed mandatory code of conduct for wine grape purchases. The amendments to the Wine Act would also establish an information management framework that provides for the authorised use and disclosure of information obtained or generated under the Act. These amendments will modernise and strengthen the Wine Act while ensuring there are appropriate safeguards for protected information. The amendments to the Primary Industries Levies and Charges Collection Act 2024, the Collection Act, would enable the Australian Bureau of Agricultural and Resource Economics and Sciences, known as ABARES, within the Department of Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry, to disclose certain relevant levy charger payer information to third parties to perform its functions, including research and data analysis. In particular, the amendments would allow ABARES to disclose relevant and targeted levy charge payer information to third-party mailhouse companies to enable ABARES to continue to conduct agricultural surveys. The bill would also make a technical change to the rulemaking power in the Collection Act to ensure that the power operates as intended, consistent with other specific rulemaking powers in the Act. These changes will strengthen the ability of Wine Australia and ABARES to continue their important research work and continue strengthening industry into the future. And I'd also take this opportunity to indicate and thank the member for Ryan for her contribution, but to indicate to her that the government is not supportive of her second reading amendment. I understand the reasons behind it, and I understand her passion in relation to volumetric tax on alcohols, but I don't think that this is the appropriate bill, the time nor the place to have that discussion, so the government will be opposing the second reading amendment.
I thank the Minister. The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Kooyong has moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The immediate question is that the amendment be agreed to. I put the question. Those in favour say aye. Against? No. I think the noes have it. I call the clerk. The question now is that this bill now be read a second time. I put the question. All those in favour say aye. Against? I think the ayes have it. If no, I'll call the clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to amend the Wine Australia Act 2013 and other legislation and for related purposes.
If no member wishes to consider the bill in detail, I will put the report question immediately. The question is that this bill be reported to the House without amendment. All those in favour say aye. Against? I think the ayes have it. I give the call to the member for Hunter.
I move that the Federation Chamber do now adjourn.
I call the member for O'Connor. The motion seconded by the member for O'Connor. The question is that the motion be agreed to. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The Federation Chamber stands adjourned until 9:30 a.m. on Thursday, the 13th of August 2026. Thank you. Have a good night.